Chapter 1 I just married some random guy. I'm already struggling to take care of you and the baby, and now I have to take care of your sister, too. Guan Yang, do you think I'm your family's servant? Keep your voice down, don't let Xiaoya hear. So what if she hears? If I had known I had to take care of your sister, I would have rather married a pig than you. Guan Yu listened to her brother and sister-in-law argue, and her already fuzzy head hurt even more. She helped her sister-in-law do the laundry yesterday until midnight, and caught a cold. She was feeling unwell. But watching her brother and sister-in-law argue made her feel very uncomfortable. She didn't want to lie down either, so she forced herself to get up and finish washing the dishes. Then she raised her hand and knocked on the bedroom door. Guan Yang opened the door, with a red mark on her neck that was very conspicuous. What's wrong, Xiaoye? Guan Yu looked at her brother with concern and said loudly, my sister-in-law said last time that her colleague's younger brother was quite nice and wanted to introduce him to me. Since I have time today, I want to go and have a look. My sister-in-law has been scolding me for the past few days because I refused the matchmaking. Just do as she wants and don't make it difficult for my brother. Guan Yu's sister-in-law immediately changed her expression and smiled, that's right. He happens to have time today, so I've arranged to meet at the Twilight Cafe. Hurry up and go. Guan Yu let out a little gasp, went back to her room to get her backpack, and then stumbled out the door and went to Twilight. She ordered the cheapest cup of coffee and sat at the window seat waiting. A few minutes later, a taxi pulled up to the door and a tall man got out. The man looked to be in his late 20s, wearing a sharp black suit. He was handsome and had a steady walk, and in a flash he was inside the cafe. He walked straight towards her, and Guan Yu was a little surprised. Her sister-in-law's colleague's younger brother was so handsome? The man had already come up to Guan Yu, and his sharp gaze swept her face. Have you brought your ID card and household register? Guan Yu looked up at him, a little confused, but honestly answered, yes. These past few days she had been thinking about finding a shared apartment, so she had put her ID card, household register, and so on in her bag. Then let's go, don't waste any time. Go where? Guan Yu wondered if it was because she had a cold that her mind was not working properly. The man said straightforwardly, register. Ha! Guan Yu took a step back in surprise, bumping into the chair and losing her balance. She leaned back and fell towards the ground. The man next to her quickly pulled her up and into his arms. Guan Yu's face was pressed against the man's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat and smelling the nice smell of his clothes. Her face instantly turned red, too fast, right? The man frowned, let go of the hand that was holding Guan Yu, and spoke in a somewhat displeased tone. Didn't we agree on this? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu bit her lip. Her sister-in-law had already agreed with the other party a long time ago, just to get her to move out sooner. Forget it, just register, and her brother-in-law won't have to be caught in the middle anymore. Civil Affairs Bureau. The entire process, she and the man didn't have any communication, as if they were just going through the divorce procedures. Once they left the door, the man threw a set of keys at Guan Yu. What's your WeChat number? I'll send you the information about the house later. Guan Yu quickly took out her phone, and the man got into the car after scanning the QR code. In the taxi, the driver respectfully asked, Mr. Jin, where are we going now? The man said indifferently, back to the office. The taxi. The man was concise and to the point, get rid of it. Guan Yu was still standing there dumbfounded, her head a little confused. It all seemed like a dream. After a while, Guan Yu began to feel dizzy again, so she took the initiative to ask for information about her husband-to-be's house. 10 minutes later, the information came back. Tiandi Road, Block B, 2018. Along with the text message came a transfer of 10,000 yuan, followed by a sentence. If there's anything missing, buy it yourself. Guan Yu didn't take the money, and after spending some time, she found the house. The house was about 100 square meters, with a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, 2 bedrooms, a study, and a particularly large balcony with a very open view. Even if it wasn't in a prime location, a house this big would cost more than 1 million yuan. She just didn't know if it was paid in full or in installments. He had just arrived by taxi, so it should have been paid in installments. Guan Yu took a deep breath. If the house was paid in installments, she would have to help pay it off. After all, she would be living here in the future. The house might have just been bought not long ago, and it was empty, with nothing in it. Thinking about having to cook at night, Guan Yu decided to go out and buy some bowls and chopsticks, as well as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and rice, and buy the rest slowly. She dragged her tired body downstairs and went back and forth like a hamster several times, sweating from exhaustion. Her cold had improved a lot. After tidying up, it was almost dark. She hesitated for a moment and sent a message to her man. "What time do you get off work, so I can cook dinner?" Tianu Group, President's office. The bodyguard walked in with a pale face. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Jin, it seems that you have the wrong person to marry." "Huh?" Jin Shaochuan stopped moving and looked up unhappily. The bodyguard bowed his head and said, "The intended marriage partner has been waiting in the coffee shop for a long time, but you haven't shown up." Jin Shaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The wrong person to marry? Then who is the person he married? She wasn't someone he paid to find, so why did she obediently follow him to register for marriage? It didn't matter who it was anyway, since they had already registered and would divorce after a while. Has the old man's flight been booked? Jin Shaochuan spoke indifferently. The bodyguard respectfully said, "Yes, in 10 days. Jin Shaochuan waved his hand, and the bodyguard immediately retreated. At this time, the message rang. It was a message from the woman from earlier today. Jin Shaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the words on the screen. Who the hell was this woman? How is it such a coincidence that she just happened to be wearing a red dress and sitting at the agreed-upon location? Jin Shaochuan pondered for a moment, then stood up from his chair. Guan was still sitting on the sofa, staring at her phone. It's not easy to find work these days, and even if you're an executive, you still have to watch your boss's face. Guan didn't expect him to reply right away. Thinking about her own work, she couldn't help but sigh. She worked for a small advertising company, and in order to get work, she had to beg everyone every day, and put up with all kinds of harassment and abuse. It is indeed easy to be born, but not to live. Life is not easy. Thinking that she still had to continue to meet that lecherous boss Wang tomorrow, Guan couldn't help but get a headache. She took out a cold medicine from her pocket and got up to pour water when the door rang. Guan leaned over to the peephole and saw the unsmiling face of Jin Shaochuan. He's back. Guan heart suddenly started pounding. Chapter 2 Could it be that he is gay? She took a deep breath and opened the door. You're back. Guan squeezed out a smile and immediately went to get Jin Shaochuan's slippers. She leaned over, her slender waist clearly on display. As Jin Shaochuan stood next to her, watching clearly, he narrowed his eyes. Before Guan could get up, a pair of large hands grasped her waist, and the hot touch made her jump. What are you doing? She asked instinctively. Jin Shaochuan raised an eyebrow. Aren't we husband and wife? His gaze was sharp, unwavering as he stared at Guan and he saw the panic in her eyes. Her narrow eyes made her look even more dangerous. Guan was at a loss for words. They were indeed husband and wife, but they hardly knew each other. How could he touch her waist right away? I'm not ready. Guan whispered these words, her face turning red. She stood in front of Jin Shaochuan with her head down, her small hands nervously folded. It didn't look like she was acting. If she really was the person who had been scheming to become her marriage partner, and she had shown initiative, then she should be coming on to him now. Could it be that everything was just a coincidence? Jin Shaochuan nodded, stopped testing her, and directly took his shoes and changed them, entering the house. Guan was inexplicably embarrassed and wanted to escape to the kitchen. You sit here for a while, I'll go fry the food, the rice is already done. After saying this, she didn't wait for a reply from Jin Shaochuan and went straight to the kitchen. As soon as she turned around, her phone rang. It was her sister-in-law calling. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Guan answered the phone, and her sister-in-law's high-pitched voice already rang through the phone. Guan, where the hell have you been? Li Shaoqing has been waiting for you at Twilight Cafe all afternoon. Guan froze for a moment. I already saw him and checked in with him. Guan sister-in-law's voice got louder. You checked in with Li Shaoqing? Are you kidding me? He's sitting in our living room right now. What? If the surname Li is at her brother's, then who is the man she married? Guan couldn't help but feel a tingle down her scalp, and she hung up the phone in a hurry. She stared at Jin Shaochuan with wide eyes and stuttered, Are you the person my sister-in-law introduced me to? Jin Shaochuan's brows furrowed slightly. The phone was loud, and he heard everything. If the girl wasn't acting, he could probably guess what was going on. No. He shook his head lightly. He had thought that this woman was approaching him with ulterior motives, but now it seemed that everything was really a coincidence. Moreover, this woman must have been forced by her family to agree so obediently to register their marriage. Ah! Guan Yu suddenly broke into a sweat. She never dreamed that she would make such a big mistake. So, what should we do? I'm sure I'm not the person you want, so why don't we get a divorce in the morning? Seeing Guan Yu's nervousness and the beads of sweat on her nose, Jin Shaochuan felt a little fresh for some reason. It had been a long time since he had seen someone whose emotions were so clearly written on their face. If you have no other opinions, there's no need to get divorced. But Guan Yu still wanted to say something. Jin Shaochuan interrupted her and said lightly, "The company has been very busy lately, and I have to work overtime every night, so you can rest assured and stay here." In other words, he won't be back anytime soon? Guan Yu let out a sound, and then quickly asked tentatively, "Is there a mortgage on this house? If so, I can pay it off with you." Seeing Guan Yu's cautious manner, Jin Shaochuan suddenly spoke up, "Yes, it's 8,000 yuan a month." Guan Yu was taken aback. The house was indeed not cheap. "My salary is not high, only 3,000 yuan, I can come up with 2,000 and pay it back with you." After she finished speaking, she opened her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Jin Shaochuan. Jin Shaochuan didn't expect her to actually believe him, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What about your own daily expenses?" After transferring the money, Guan Yu inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed. She also had a share of the house, and felt more confident living there. She shrugged and said, "A little over 1,000 yuan is enough." In the past, she would have to give her sister-in-law 2,000 yuan every month, but fortunately, her hands were not that fast this month, and she did not transfer any money to her sister-in-law. Jin Shaochuan raised his eyebrows. This amount of money is not even enough to buy a bottle of cosmetics. Then he looked at Guan Yu's jeans, which had lost their color, and the old-fashioned white t-shirt, and Jin Shaochuan's brows slightly furrowed. "Take the 10,000 yuan, and I'll pay for the daily expenses from now on." "No need. I'm already very satisfied to be able to live in such a nice house," Guan Yu added after she finished speaking. "If I can make this a success, I'll get a commission, and I should be able to get some extra bonuses this month." "What kind of work is it?" Jin Shaochuan asked casually. "Xingyu Advertising Planning, a small company." Guan Yu smiled embarrassedly, looking at him and asking, "You must not have eaten yet, I'll go cook." Jin Shaochuan didn't want to have too much contact with this woman whose background he hadn't yet explored. He stood up and said, "I have something else to do, so you can eat by yourself." The tall figure gathered above Guan Yu's head, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. Guan Yu couldn't help but swallow. He had to say that Jin Shaochuan was really unusually handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a slender figure, and even more stylish than the big stars on TV. "Then when will you be back? Call me again. HM." Jin Shaochuan had already reached the door. When he opened the door, he turned back and said, "I have a grandfather who was recuperating in a sanatorium outside the city. He will be back in a few days, and you will have to accompany me to see him then." "No problem." Seeing that Jin Shaochuan really had no intention of staying, Guan Yu's smile immediately brightened. Jin Shaochuan's brows slightly furrowed, wondering why the little girl was suddenly so happy. This thought flashed through his mind, and then he walked away without looking back. She watched him get into the elevator, let out a breath, closed the door, and then wondered, is getting married now so casual? He's so well off, how come he can't find a girlfriend? Why marry someone he just met? Could it be that he's not getting married just for the sake of it? A bold thought suddenly popped into Guan Yu's mind, could it be that he's gay? She heard from a colleague that the executives nowadays are all very promiscuous, and when she thought about his indifferent attitude towards marriage, she felt even more certain that she was right. "But he just touched my waist." Guan Yu was puzzled. If Jin Shaochuan is gay, then was he just testing her? To see if she wanted to share a room with him? Guan Yu remembered that after she rejected Jin Shaochuan, he didn't show any displeasure, but instead seemed even more satisfied with her attitude. He even put on his shoes in a good mood and sat down on the sofa. Upon thinking about it, Guan Yu was even more certain that Jin Shaochuan was no ordinary person. Chapter 3 Just as clueless as your sister. He must have married me to cover his tracks and appease his grandfather. This speculation instantly relieved her, and she even felt a little excited. She was a fangirl at heart, and couldn't help but fantasize about what her husband-to-be would be like. Would he like mature women or young boys? At this moment, Jin Shaochuan had already walked out of the residential area, and a black Rolls-Royce stopped on the opposite side of the road. The chauffeur quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door. Jin Shaochuan leaned back in a comfortable position and gave a light order. Check the background of this woman. Upstairs, Guan Yu had already started cooking. After dinner, she called her brother. Brother, I got married, and the other person is quite nice. Guan Yang spoke very quietly. Xiaoyu, what is going on? Who did you marry? His name is Jin Shaochuan. You're being ridiculous, how can you get married after just meeting once? In order to avoid worrying her brother, Guan Yu said, I lied to my sister-in-law. In fact, we have known each other for a long time. He has a good job with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan, so don't worry. Guan Yang let out a oh and said, it's all your fault, brother. Before she could finish her sentence, her sister-in-law's scolding voice came through. The baby is crying again. Guan Yang, you better get over here quickly. You don't make much money all day, but you have a lot of things to do. You're just as clueless as your sister. You can't even go to the right place when you meet someone. Guan Yang quickly said, Xiaoyu, I'll hang up first. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Guan Yu was speechless. She was an unreasonable sister-in-law, but she had a child with him. She couldn't persuade her brother to divorce her. The main thing was that her brother still quite doted on his wife. Forget it, these two people want to fight, and she should mind her own business. After a good night's sleep, the next day Guan Yu went to Wang's company again. She had been following this case for a month and she had to get it no matter what. She waited all day and finally saw someone. In the office, Mr. Wang said nonchalantly, Miss Guan, it's not that I don't want to see you, it's just that there are so many people who want this project. After listening to them all day, my head is about to explode. I was just about to go to the club to relax, but if you want to talk, just follow me, and if you don't want to talk, we can talk tomorrow. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and raised her head. I'll go with Mr. Wang. The longer she waited, the more problems arose. She had been keeping a close eye on the project for so long, and she really didn't want to give up halfway. President Wang suddenly patted Guan Yu's leg and said with a smile, that's right, you need to work and play, and only in this way can you do your work well. Guan Yu cursed in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face at all. This old fox wanted to go to the club, which clearly meant that he didn't have good intentions, so she had to be careful. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance to the club. Once they entered the private room, President Wang opened a bottle of wine. Miss Guan, we have been dealing with each other for a long time, so today we must drink a few glasses of wine no matter what. Miss Guan Yu smiled, if you are willing to give us the advertising case, we will have a longer period of cooperation in the future. That depends on whether you are sincere. President Wang reached out and put his arm around Guan Yu's waist. The greasy feel of his palm made Guan Yu feel sick, so she pretended to pour wine and moved away. President Wang followed her, grabbed her wrist and suddenly leaned in. Miss Guan, I really like your type. If you're obedient, I can sign the contract with you tomorrow. But if you're not, don't even think about working with our company in the future. There's no one else in the private room anyway, so Mr. Wang didn't want to pretend anymore. He lewdly tried to put his hand inside Guan Yu's clothes. Guan Yu was startled and subconsciously gave him a kick. Mr. Wang was suddenly kicked to the ground, and the wine on the coffee table was knocked all over the floor. President Wang's face suddenly changed, and he scolded with a stern face, Guan Yu, don't you fucking give me face. He stood up abruptly and reached out to grab Guan Yu. Guan Yu opened the door and ran outside. President Wang had already chased after her, cursing angrily, bitch, stop right there. Guan Yu panicked and took the first road, and as soon as she pulled open the door, she crashed into a warm embrace. The man pushed her hard, and she crashed into the wall, letting out an uncomfortable grunt. Guan Yu? A familiar voice rang out. Guan Yu looked up and saw Jin Shaochuan. Her new husband. She stared wide-eyed. Why are you here? Jin Shaochuan didn't expect the woman who suddenly rushed out to be Guan Yu. He frowned in dissatisfaction and looked at Guan Yu. What are you doing here? You look panicked and your clothes are a mess. Jin Shaochuan's gaze sank. I came to meet a client. Guan Yu wanted to explain, but thinking that President Wang had been kicked by her, he definitely would not negotiate properly, so she took hold of Jin Shaochuan's hand and urged him in a low voice. If you don't have anything important to do, you'd better leave first. Jin Shaochuan narrowed his eyes, and a flash of danger flashed in his eyes. Judging from the look on Guan Yu's face, today's incident might not be that simple. Sure enough, President Wang had already chased to the door and started shouting at Guan Yu. Bitch, you dare to lay a hand on me, don't you want to live? We're already at the club, what's the point of pretending? Apologize to me quickly, then serve me well, and I'll let you off the hook. He reached out to grab Guan Yu by the collar. Jin Shaochuan's eyes hardened slightly. He grabbed Guan Yu's wrist and pulled her directly behind him, blocking Wang's disgusting gaze. Wang was stunned. Who are you? Jin Shaochuan didn't even bother to look at him, and directly kicked him, causing Wang to fall to the ground and scream in pain. Away, take care of this. Jin Shaochuan glanced at the bodyguard behind him, who immediately understood and walked towards President Wang. Let's go. Jin Shaochuan took Guan Yu and walked downstairs. Guan Yu looked at him worriedly. How could you hurt President Wang? What if he causes you trouble tomorrow? Jin Shaochuan paused, looked down at him, and saw sincere worry in his eyes. His heart felt as if it had been pricked by a feather, and it itched. No one had worried about him like that for a long time, although the worry was a bit unnecessary. It's fine. Jin Shaochuan casually reassured Guan Yu and led the way downstairs. Guan Yu kept up with Jin Shaochuan's footsteps, and the two of them arrived at the entrance to the clubhouse. I'll call you a car, you go home first. Jin Shaochuan tried to hail a cab, but was stopped by Guan Yu. She looked at him with her head held high. You're not going back in, are you? You're not afraid of General Manager Wang looking for trouble with you? No, I'm worried about you. Let's go home together. Are you meeting a client? Can you tell the client to reschedule? Guan Yu's eyes were red and she felt extremely aggrieved. She couldn't even solve her own problems, yet she was already worried about his safety. Chapter 4 was considered to be her reward for acting along with him. Jin Shaochuan nodded. Okay, I'll talk to the client. Guan Yu got a positive response and smiled. I'll go hail a cab, you wait here. Guan Yu said and ran out into the street. Awei also came out of the clubhouse and walked up behind Jin Shaochuan, respectfully saying, Mr. Jin, Wang has been dealt with. A cold look appeared at the corner of Jin Shaochuan's mouth. So what are your next arrangements? Awei asked him where he was going next, and after looking at Guan Yu, who was waving his hands at him, Jin Shaochuan thought for a moment and said indifferently, Tiandi Road. With Awei's stunned gaze, Jin Shaochuan got into a taxi. The two sat together in the back, and the small space made Jin Shaochuan frown. He couldn't stretch his legs out. Guan Yu was still immersed in the tense atmosphere she had created, and she was looking forward to getting home quickly. Once they entered the house, her face finally looked a little better. What's going on today? Jin Shaochuan asked with narrow eyes. At noon, he already knew Guan Yu's background. He had no longer been wary of this little girl. And he decided to give her this house as a reward for acting along with him during the divorce. Helping her was just a trivial matter. Guan Yu naturally had no idea what Jin Shaochuan was thinking, and she calmed down and told him what had happened today. I never thought this Mr. Wang would be so shameless. Just thinking about his greasy, fat pig's paw, Guan Yu suddenly broke out in goosebumps. Seeing the little girl clenching her fists and looking angry, Jin Shaochuan found it quite novel. The women around him all wore a mask of flattery, and he had never seen such a vivid and real expression before. Guan Yu said worriedly, I heard that a few of Mr. Wang's subordinates are gangsters, so you and your colleagues should be careful. Jin Shaochuan nodded, asking, Is this case important to you? Guan Yu nodded, saying with some regret, their company wants to do a creative advertisement on a large screen. If I take this case, I can get nearly 2,000 yuan in commission. Hearing this trivial amount, Jin Shaochuan raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that this little girl is quite easily satisfied. It's quite a lot of money, maybe he'll come to you tomorrow to sign the contract. Guan Yu laughed. No way, unless he's been beaten stupid by you guys. As soon as the words fell, Jin Shaochuan's phone rang. The person on the other end spoke very quietly. Mr. Jin, the boss is back early. Jin Shaochuan's face changed slightly. I see, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jin Shaochuan got up from the sofa. Something came up at the office, and I have to go back and work overtime. Working overtime at this hour? Guan Yu looked at the watch, it was almost 9 o'clock, the boss of their company was really too dark. Jin Shaochuan had already walked to the door. Lock the door. Guan Yu responded, and the door had already closed. It seems that being an executive is not easy, Guan Yu muttered to herself, took a hot shower and went to bed early. The next morning, Guan Yu was awakened by the alarm clock and quickly got up to brush her teeth. She arrived at the office with trepidation. President Wang had been kicked yesterday by herself and then by Jin Shaochuan. He had suffered such a great loss, so it was impossible for him not to come looking for trouble. Sure enough, just after the morning meeting, President Wang arrived. His face was bruised and swollen, hideous and terrifying, as if he had been beaten up badly last night. Guan Yu looked at his strange face in fear and swallowed. Who had beaten him up, with all those injuries? He wasn't trying to take the blame for himself and make himself look like this, was he? Guan Yu was already thinking about how to explain that she hadn't caused the injuries when Mr. Wang walked over to her with a smile. Miss Guan, I've come to sign the contract. His manner was very respectful, so respectful that it took Guan Yu by surprise. What did you say, Mr. Wang? She couldn't believe her ears. But Mr. Wang was still smiling. I've come to sign the contract with you. I've always admired you, Miss Guan, and here I am, coming to you in person to sign the contract. I hope you can let bygones be bygones and let me cooperate with your company. His words were very humble. Not only was Guan Yu stunned, even the general manager, who had heard the news, was surprised. Mr. Wang, you are really too polite. It is our honor to be able to cooperate with you. The manager shook Wang's hand with excitement. Mr. Wang, don't worry, we promise to do a good job on this case. Guan Yu, come over here and thank Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Guan Yu was shocked. Could it be that she had really gotten to him? Did Mr. Wang have a problem with his head that he actually took the initiative to sign the contract? But Mr. Wang really signed the contract very readily, and he even praised Ms. Guan to the general manager many times. Ms. Guan is very good, and it is really rare for your company to have such an employee. The contract was signed, sealed, and has already taken effect, but Ms. Guan is still in a daze. Since the contract has been signed, I will leave first, and if Ms. Guan has any questions, please feel free to call me. Mr. Wang got up to say goodbye, and when he left, he even gave Ms. Guan a convenient. Is this the attitude that Party A should have? Have a nice day, Mr. Wang. Guan Yu saw the person off, then turned to the astonished general manager. What did you do to him? The general manager looked at Guan Yu suspiciously. Don't tell me you hit him and caused that bruise on his face. He has never seen anyone come to Party B's company to sign a contract with such a face. It's unbelievable. If I really hit him, do you think he would still come to sign the contract? Guan Yu muttered under her breath. The general manager let out a sigh of relief. That's right. He finally figured it out and turned directly back to his office. Guan Yu, on the other hand, had to visit other clients in the afternoon and soon became busy. Parking lot. President Wang took out her phone and dialed a number. Yes, I've already signed the contract, so don't worry, I'll never do it again. It was almost time to go home when she received a call from Jin Shaochuan. My grandfather is back and wants to meet you. Where are you? I'll come pick you up now. I'm at the office. Do I need to prepare a gift? No. Jin Shaochuan hung up the phone. Guan Yu thought about it for a while and decided that it would be bad to meet the old man for the first time with nothing in her hands, so she went to the supermarket next door and bought some nutritional products. She spent more than 500 yuan in one go, which made her feel a little bad, as she was afraid that she would have to borrow money again this month. Jin Shaochuan said he would come pick her up, so she stood outside the supermarket waiting. Soon, a brand new Maserati stopped in front of the company. The window rolled down, and Jin Shaochuan's handsome face appeared. Get in. Guan Yu was a little surprised. This car is yours? Seeing Guan Yu's open-mouthed expression, Jin Shaochuan's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 5. He didn't even have the heart to refuse. Our boss. He really had had enough of taxis, so he just picked one at random. Guan Yu let out a sigh of relief and, with a oh, she got in the car with her bags. Looking at the spacious interior, Guan Yu said with envy, your boss is quite generous, I've never ridden in such a nice car before. Seeing Guan Yu's excited face, Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but ask. Do you like cars? Guan Yu immediately shook her head, no. Jin Shaochuan glanced in the rearview mirror and asked, why? Isn't it inconvenient to have your own car? Guan Yu said with a serious face, a car is a consumable product. You have to spend money on gas, insurance, and parking. It's better to take the bus, which is convenient and saves money. Jin Shaochuan let out a light laugh. She is indeed quite down to earth. Guan Yu leaned over and asked carefully, "Is your grandfather easy to get along with? I bought some things, I'm not sure if he'll like them." Jin Shaochuan glanced at the gift bag on the back seat. The little girl was quite thoughtful. "You don't have to worry, my grandfather is very nice, just accompany him for a meal." Guan Yu immediately let her guard down. It was just an act anyway, she would be fine. Jin Shaochuan had already parked the car in front of a hotel. Guan Yu got out of the car with her bags, took Jin Shaochuan's arm with her free hand, and asked with a wink, "Is this better?" Jin Shaochuan's body stiffened slightly. It had been many years since he had been this close to a woman. Seeing Guan Yu's sunny smile, he didn't have the heart to refuse, and said lightly, "Very good." The two took the elevator to the 8th floor and entered the private room. Sure enough, there was a gray-haired old man sitting in the private room, looking quite amiable. Guan Yu let go of the hand that was holding Jin Shaochuan's hand, bowed politely to the old man, and said with a smile, "Hello, Grandpa, I'm Guan Yu. I bought you some supplements. I don't know if you like them." The old man looked at Guan Yu and nodded. This young girl has a pretty face, is simple and generous, and when she smiles, her eyebrows and eyes curve up, looking especially happy and blessed. Jin Shaochuan said that she doesn't like the rich and only wants to marry an ordinary person and live a stable life. In this era of materialism, there aren't many girls like her. Originally, the old man wanted to give Guan Yu some jewelry, but when he learned that his grandson had deliberately hidden his identity in order to marry her, he had to give up. There is still a long time to come, so let her slowly get used to it. He said with a loving face, "I like it, as long as it's bought by you. Grandpa likes it all. Come over and sit down." "Thank you, Grandpa." Guan Yu sat down next to the old man with grace and chatted with him about everyday life. Listening to the two of them talk, Jin Shaochuan felt more and more that the little girl was quite interesting. Could there be such a silly woman in this world, believing such a lie? Thinking about Guan Yu's pale face from last night when she was so nervous, Jin Shaochuan raised the corner of his mouth again. He told Wei to have a good chat with Mr. Wang, and she should have received the 2,000 yuan she had been longing for today. Seeing his grandson's occasional smile, the old man was completely relieved. It had been a long time since he had seen his grandson smile like that, and he must really like this little girl. During dinner, Guan Yu carefully picked the fish bones out of the old man's mouth, which moved him. So he made a decision to spend a few days with the young couple to experience the life of an ordinary person. He put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, "I may have to stay here for a while. If it's convenient for your family, I'll go over and stay for a few days." Before Jin Shaochuan could say anything, Guan Yu said with a smile, "Grandpa is already quite old, and we wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you here alone. The house has 3 rooms, so it's very convenient." But when she turned around, she saw Jin Shaochuan frowning, and Guan Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She seemed to have said the wrong thing. Jin Shaochuan definitely didn't want the old man to go over there. After all, he had a boyfriend, and he didn't come home every day. If the old man went over there, wouldn't the cat be let out of the bag? The old man didn't care whether his grandson wanted to go or not, so Guan Yu just said yes, and immediately said happily, "Then it's settled, Grandpa, let's go take a look at your new home now." Guan Yu quickly helped the old man up. "You take it easy." Jin Shaochuan frowned a little, and picked up the gift bag on the floor. 20 minutes later, the three of them returned to the 3-bedroom apartment that Jin Shaochuan had bought temporarily. The old man turned around with his arms crossed. The house was not big, but it was quite warm and homey, with a special sense of vitality, much better than his villa of 1,000 square meters. He couldn't help but praise, "The location is okay, and the layout is not bad." Guan Yu smiled and said, "Shaochuan chose it." The old man glanced at his grandson and said with deep meaning, "The fact that he could choose a house for you shows that he has put his heart into it. Girl, you two must be good." Guan Yu smiled and nodded, tidied up the large bedroom she lived in, let the old man rest, and poured a cup of hot water for the old man to put by the bed before leaving the room. Jin Shaochuan was sitting on the sofa with a not-so-good expression on his face. Guan Yu walked up to him and whispered, "I'm sorry, I took matters into my own hands. Why don't you wait until Grandpa falls asleep and then sneak away?" Jin Shaochuan definitely couldn't leave, because if he did, the old man would notice. He pondered for a moment and whispered, "No need. You'll have to put up with it for a few days. I need to use the bathroom." Jin Shaochuan took off his clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Guan Yu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Was she going to be sharing a room with Jin Shaochuan tonight? The thought of sharing a bed with a man made Guan Yu nervous. But then she thought, it's not a big deal, Jin Shaochuan is gay, he definitely won't feel anything for her, so she shouldn't get her hopes up. While she was thinking all this, Jin Shaochuan came out. He was topless, with a towel wrapped around his waist, his tight abs visible, exuding a sense of strength unique to men. A few drops of water hung from his smoothly lined arms, and his long, straight legs were very impressive. Paired with his handsome face, which looked like it had been carved by a knife, he was a picture of a beautiful man emerging from the bath. Guan Yu looked at him like a crazy girl, until he coughed lightly, and she came back to her senses. "Oh, I'll get you your pajamas." Guan Yu blushed and her heart pounded as she walked over to the cupboard. Fortunately, she had bought 2 sets of pajamas when she went grocery shopping that day. She handed the pajamas to Jin Shaochuan and then ran into the bathroom. After taking a shower and calming down a bit, she returned to the bedroom on the west side. Jin Shaochuan was already lying down. His eyes were closed, and she wasn't sure if he was awake or asleep. Guan Yu didn't dare to wake him, so she quietly turned off the light and tiptoed into bed. There was only one quilt, so Guan Yu carefully pulled a corner and draped it over her stomach. Chapter 6 Sister-in-law, 100,000 is too much. After a day of business, she was also a little tired and fell asleep after a while. Listening to Guan Yu's even breathing, Jin Shaochuan finally couldn't stand it anymore and sat up in bed. The cheap pajamas made him itch all over and he couldn't sleep at all, so he simply took off his pajamas and pajama pants. Lying back on the bed, he finally felt a little more comfortable. Listening to Guan Yu's gentle, shallow breathing, he slowly began to feel drowsy. Early the next morning, Guan Yu's alarm clock went off. She reached out to turn it off and opened her eyes. "Ah!" Guan Yu screamed. Jin Shaochuan was actually lying naked next to her. What 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, she saw it at a glance. If he hadn't thrown a little quilt over his waist, she would have seen him naked. Guan Yu turned her head sharply and covered her mouth. There was movement behind her, and Jin Shaochuan woke up. He opened his eyes, looked at the embarrassed Guan Yu, and then looked at himself. "You'll scare Grandpa." His voice was lethargic and hoarse from just waking up, and it was very pleasant to hear. It made Guan Yu's ears itch, and her face uncontrollably flushed. I know, first, I'll go out." Guan Yu covered her eyes and got out of bed, quickly getting her clothes and going to the bathroom to change. When she came out again, Jin Shaochuan had already packed himself up. She took a deep breath. "Guan Yu, you're a bit of a success. Jin Shaochuan is gay. How can you blush and have a pounding heart in front of a gay person? This is immoral. Forget everything you just saw." After making an effort to psych herself up, she left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the two of them. When she finished, they were sitting in the living room talking. When they saw her come out of the kitchen, they both shut up in tacit agreement. Guan Yu smiled and naturally called out, "Grandpa, Shaochuan, come and eat." Jin Shaochuan nodded and reached out to help the old man up. Seeing the breakfast that Guan Yu had made, the old man took a bite and praised it without hesitation. It's delicious." Guan Yu smiled and said, "My parents left early, so I could cook when I was 12 or 13. I've been doing it for so many years that I've got the hang of it. Grandpa, if you like it, have some more." Jin Shaochuan suddenly remembered the information that Wei had given him. Guan Yu's parents had died when she was about 10 years old in a car accident. There was nothing left of their bodies, and a tombstone had been erected in their memory. What's more interesting is that all the people on the bus had bodies, except for Guan Yu's parents. The official explanation was that they were sitting near the gas tank, and the temperature was too high during the explosion, so their bodies were burned up. Jin Shaochuan didn't believe this explanation at all. Even if there was an explosion, it was impossible for the bodies to be completely gone. Guan Yu had already passed over the seaweed soup. Jin Shaochuan took a spoonful and tasted it. It was delicious, really good, comparable to the chef at home. Unconsciously, he had drunk a bowl. Seeing the two of them eating with relish, Guan Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. After clearing the table, she hurriedly went to change her clothes. "Grandpa, I'm going to work first. There's a garden downstairs, and there are a lot of old people there during the day. If you're not interested, go downstairs and have a look." The old man waved his hand and said, "Go about your business, don't worry about me." Jin Shaochuan also put on his jacket, and seeing that Guan Yu was still in a half-sleeve shirt, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you cold?" Guan Yu said while tying her shoelace, "It's okay. I'll go back and get my clothes after I'm done with the busy days." When they arrived downstairs, Jin Shaochuan said again, "Let me walk you." "No, I'll just take the bus, which will take me right to the front door of the company." Guan Yu waved her hand and ran towards the bus stop. As Jin Shaochuan drove out of the residential area, he happened to see Guan Yu getting on the bus. The man behind her gave her a push with ill intent. Jin Shaochuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel for a moment, but then returned to normal. He and this woman were just an exchange of equivalent value, and there was no need to waste too much thought on it. When he arrived at the company, his grandfather called. He praised, "Shaochuan, this girl is quite good, you should cherish her." Jin Shaochuan gave a faint nod. "I have a meeting, I have to go now." Guan Yu had been busy all morning, and during her lunch break, she was going to go back and get her clothes. She didn't have time to do it in the evening, and her grandfather was waiting for her to cook dinner. She took the bus back to her sister-in-law's house. As soon as she entered the door, her sister-in-law Su Lingyu said to her, "If you have a boyfriend, why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you trying to make me lose face in front of my colleagues on purpose?" Guan Yu pursed her lips and said calmly, "What does it matter if I tell you or not? Anyway, I'm married now, so you can have peace and quiet. Don't worry, I'll just take my clothes and go." She went into the room, and Su Lingyu followed her in, sneering, "Guan Yu, you're just going to leave like that?" Guan Yu turned her head back. "What else should I do?" Su Lingyu snorted, "You've been eating and living here for years, don't you think it's time to settle the score?" Guan Yu frowned. "I give you 2,000 yuan every month, don't I?" Su Lingyu said with a nose and a face, "Water and electricity bills, property management, gas bills, and meals and groceries, which are not money. How can you give me 100,000 yuan? 100,000? She doesn't have that much money at all. Lingyu, Yaya has only been working for a short time, she doesn't have that much money." Guan Yang, her brother, came to defend Guan Yu, looking at her apologetically. A pang of pain shot through Guan Yu's heart. She had been brought up by her brother since she was young, and she was the only one who knew just how much Guan Yang liked Su Lingyu. If she could, she really didn't want to have too big a conflict with Su Lingyu, as it would make things difficult for her brother and make him feel bad. If she couldn't, what about the husband she had chosen for herself? Couldn't even come up with 100,000? And she was even going to marry him for free without even collecting a dowry? Su Lingyu raised her voice and asked in exasperation. "Sister-in-law, 100,000 yuan is too much, can you reduce it a bit?" Guan Yu tightly gripped the hand that hung by her side and asked Su Lingyu softly. Su Lingyu was full of mockery. "If you had listened to me and married my colleague's younger brother, now not only would you get 100,000 yuan, but 300,000 or even 500,000. If you want to bring down yourself, then you have to pay the price, and this 100,000 yuan cannot be reduced by even 1 cent. Su Lingyu was furious. She had already agreed with her colleague that if Guan Yu agreed to marry her brother, she would get 480,000 yuan in marriage gifts. Now the marriage gifts were gone, and her colleague had ignored her, leaving her with no way to get by and being treated like a pariah. It's all Guan Yu's fault. The 100,000 yuan must be given. I've taken care of you for so many years, you're getting a great deal by giving you 100,000 yuan. Su Lingyu looked reasonable. Guan Yu closed her eyes. When Su Lingyu first came to the door, she was still in school. Every day when she came home, she not only had to work, but if she didn't do things to her satisfaction, she would be beaten and scolded by Su Lingyu, and she wouldn't even get to eat. She didn't want to make things difficult for her brother, so she never told him. Chapter 7 It's not a monster. Sister-in-law, 50,000, please. Guan Yu said with difficulty. Su Lingyu snorted, 100,000, not a penny less. I really don't have that much money. Guan Yu was in a difficult situation. Her monthly salary was either given to Su Lingyu or spent on daily expenses, and there was simply no money left. If you don't have the money, you want to make me mad, then I'll jump off this building and no one will bother you anymore. Su Lingyu's eyes flashed, and she ran towards the window. Guan Yang was so scared that her face turned pale, and she rushed over and hugged Su Lingyu. Guan Yu was also very scared and ran over after her. You want 100,000 yuan, I'll give it to you, but you have to give me some time. You know very well how much my monthly salary is. 3 days. As soon as she heard her give in, Su Lingyu immediately chimed in and set a deadline. Later, as if she was afraid that Guan Yu was just fooling her, she warned, once the 3 days are up and the money isn't in the account, I'll jump off the building with your nephew in my arms. It's only 3 days. Where am I going to find the money? Guan Yu had no choice but to compromise and agree. Fine, 3 days it is. Upon receiving the promise, Su Lingyu's expression immediately changed. She shoved the baby into Guan Yang's arms and said, I'm tired and need to rest. You entertain the baby and cook dinner. After saying this, she rolled her eyes, turned around and went back to the bedroom. Yeah, I'm sorry. Guan Yang didn't expect her to agree, and felt guilty. He wanted to comfort her, but the son in his arms was still sobbing, and he simply couldn't spare the energy. You calm the child first, I need to go pack my luggage. Money, I will remit it on time, you don't have to worry. Live your life well. Guan Yu returned to her bedroom, tidied up briefly, and left with her suitcase. Guan Yang wanted to see her off, but Su Lingyu beckoned her back, offering to massage her shoulders and back. In the building's lobby. In front of the ATM, Guan Yang looked at the meager balance in her bank card and felt a pang of despair. 100,000 yuan. In 3 days' time. Even if she had 3 years to save up, she might not be able to save enough. What should she do? She had no close colleagues or friends, and the only person she could turn to for help was her new husband, Jin Shaochuan. She directly dialed Jin Shaochuan's phone number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Just as she was about to speak, a man's voice came from the other end. The tone of the voice was very intimate. Guan Yu was stunned. Was Jin Shaochuan with his girlfriend? Without waiting for the other person to speak, she eagerly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Jin Shaochuan's hand holding the phone paused slightly. His eyelids lifted slightly, and he gave a cold glare at his cousin, who had just pushed the door open and was walking towards him. The warning was obvious. Jin Dongshu's feet stopped suddenly, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he looked at Jin Shaochuan with curiosity. Jin Shaochuan ignored his prying gaze and asked in a low voice over the phone, Is there something wrong? Guan Yu's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened, and the courage she had been brewing up dissipated without her noticing. At this moment, facing Jin Shaochuan's inquiry, she didn't know how to start. Jin Shaochuan keenly captured her unusual emotions. What kind of difficult situation had she encountered? Guan Yu pursed her lips slightly, I need 100,000 yuan. Can you lend it to me? I will pay you back, either in monthly installments or when I have saved enough to give it to you all at once. I'm sorry, I really can't find anyone else to turn to. If it's inconvenient for you, that's fine, I'll think of another way. Her tone was humble, and she felt a strong sense of helplessness. From the back and forth with the two of them, Jin Shaochuan understood that Guan Yu was not someone who was money-grubbing. For her to be so helpless and have to ask for help, she must have encountered unspeakable difficulties. Okay, wait for me downstairs at my company. You agreed? Guan Yu's pupils trembled slightly, her tone full of disbelief, but also a hint of joy. Jin Shaochuan answered in a low voice. Finally, as if to ease the atmosphere, he casually added, Be careful on the way here. The phone was hung up. Guan Yu held the phone in her hands, her heart filled with excitement. But soon, she thought about the 100,000 yuan debt she had to bear, and the heaviness in her heart immediately followed. It's okay, at least I can silence Su Lingyu's mouth and make her treat my brother better. If I can make my brother's life a little easier, the 100,000 yuan is worth it. Guan Yu took the bus to the business center and arrived at the bottom of Jin Shaochuan's company building. She immediately saw Jin Shaochuan waiting downstairs. She lifted her foot to go up to him, but then she saw a young and handsome figure rushing directly towards Jin Shaochuan. He made a leap and hung onto Jin Shaochuan like a koala. Guan Yu's feet stopped suddenly and she looked at the two of them curiously. This is Jin Shaochuan's boyfriend? She was hesitating whether to go any closer when she caught a glimpse of her in the corner of his eye. Get down here right now. Jin Shaochuan tapped the person behind him on the shoulder and snorted. What are you doing? Unaware of what was going on, Jin Dongshu thought that Jin Shaochuan was disgusted with him and not only didn't let go, but held him even tighter. This action between the two of them looked like a lover's tiff to onlookers. Dongshu. Jin Shaochuan's tone suddenly grew stern. It was only then that Dongshu looked in the direction of the gaze, and saw someone standing 200 meters ahead. Who is she? As Dongshu asked, he slowly got off of Shaochuan. Once Shaochuan was free, he lifted his foot and walked towards you. When he saw him coming, you finally came back to her senses and walked towards him. Shaochuan subconsciously frowned when he saw her gaze fall on Dongshu. Dongshu was very charming. Since his youth, he has often attracted the attention of girls. As he approached, Guan Yu's gaze still failed to return from Jin Dongshu. This girl, could it be that she also likes Jin Dongshu's type? Cough cough, he coughed dryly. Guan Yu's wandering thoughts were then pulled back to reality, and she apologized. Really, how is she like someone who has never seen the world? Upon hearing this, Jin Shaochuan's slightly furrowed brows became even more tightly furrowed. Hey, beautiful. Behind her, Jin Dongxiu greeted Guan Yu enthusiastically. Hello. Guan Yu's nerves, which had finally eased, tightened again. Instinctively, she looked up at Jin Shaochuan, worried he mustn't think she's here to start trouble. Perceiving her cautious gaze, Jin Shaochuan's eyes darkened slightly, and he glanced at the side at Jin Dongxiu. Seeing his face, beaming with a springtime smile. This kid, since he was a teenager, has been using this kind of trick to attract girls' attention. Don't be nervous, relax. I'm not some kind of monster. Jin Dongxiu also sensed Guan Yu's nervous state and spoke to ease her. Guan Yu's ears suddenly flushed. That is, I. Guan Yu wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 8. Is this their flirtatious moment? Although she is the legal wife of Jin Shaochuan, this man is the one Jin Shaochuan likes. This relationship really makes her not know what to say. When the atmosphere was a little stiff, Jin Dongxiu's hand suddenly flashed in front of her eyes, and unexpectedly produced a red rose. It's for you. Jin Dongxiu's smile was warm, making people want to approach him. Before Guan Yu could come back to her senses, the red rose had been slipped into her hands. She looked at the bright red and beautiful rose in front of her, her expression silent. No one had ever given her flowers before. Although he was gay, the good mood he was in at the moment was real. Guan Yu smiled brightly and said a soft thank you. Jin Dongxiu put his hands in his pockets and looked at Guan Yu's face, which showed no hidden emotions, and for a moment he found it quite interesting. I haven't seen many girls who can honestly reveal all their emotions. Jin Shaochuan watched Guan Yu smile as she was teased by Jin Dongxiu, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. When Guan Yu turned around and saw his gloomy and terrifying face, she immediately reacted and realized that she had stepped in it. Her nerves, which had been relieved a second ago, were once again tensing up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Guan Yu immediately apologized, and then looked at the rose in her hand, suddenly feeling that it was hot to the touch. Oh no, the owner is here, why did I just accept the flowers? Return them? But looking at the other person's hands already in his pockets, it was obviously impossible. She glanced in the corner of her eye at the hand that was hanging down at Jin Shaochuan's side, not daring to grab it, so she could only. That flower is very beautiful. Guan Yu said, and stuck the rose directly into the pocket on Jin Shaochuan's chest. Jin Shaochuan's face suddenly sank. Jin Dongxiu was amused by Guan Yu's behavior and burst out laughing. A fierce glare swept over, and Jin Dongxiu's laughter came to an abrupt end. Jin Shaochuan followed up by telling him, "You go order first, I'll be there later." Jin Dongxiu glanced at his watch, suddenly snapped back to reality, and said, "Okay, beautiful, some other time, when we have the chance, we can sit down and chat properly. I'll go get busy now." Okay, bye. Guan Yu responded with a smile. Talk again next time? It seems that he and Jin Shaochuan are indeed a couple, and she wasn't mistaken. Okay, add me on WeChat. Just as she thought that Jin Dongxiu was leaving, she saw him suddenly hand her his phone, which had a WeChat QR code on it. Seeing that she didn't respond, Jin Dongxiu teased, "Didn't you just say you could contact me next time? Is that what you meant?" But Guan Yu kept stealing glances at Jin Shaochuan, and saw that his face was ashen, and he looked a little hesitant. Is it okay? She muttered under her breath. Of course it's okay. Jin Dongxiu thought she was asking him, and he smiled and answered. Without waiting for Guan Yu to react, he took the phone she was holding, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and added her to WeChat. Let's chat more when you have time. After the two added each other to WeChat, Jin Dongxiu waved his hand and left. Seeing that Guan Yu's gaze was still on Jin Dongxiu, he took the rose off his chest, played with it in his hands, and said, "He often does this, you don't need to care too much." Often? Does he mean interacting with girls in front of him? Is this their flirting? She had occasionally seen some gossip reports about this on the internet. Young couples who have conflicts will use the girl to provoke the other half into jealousy. Oh, I see. She nodded slightly, stunned. Jin Shaochuan glanced at her and saw her nervous expression, which contrasted sharply with the smiling face in front of her. An uncontrollable wave of annoyance rose in his heart. He lightly clicked his tongue out of impatience and went to the bank. Fine. Guan Yu's nervousness reached a peak. She followed him to the bank lobby without daring to say a word. The lobby manager saw Jin Shaochuan and took him to the VLP counter. Guan Yu waited outside. In less than 5 minutes, Jin Shaochuan handed Guan Yu 100,000 yuan in cash. Guan Yu reached out to take it, carefully holding it in her arms, feeling grateful. thank you. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Jin Shaochuan looked at the smile that spread across her face, his eyes softening slightly, and he spoke in a low voice, you don't have to pay me back. No way. I said I'd pay you back, and I will. I won't take your money for nothing. Guan Yu's attitude was firm. After taking the money, Guan Yu took a taxi and left. At the entrance to the bank lobby, Jin Shaochuan sent a message to Wei after watching the car drive away. Go find out who Guan Yu met with these past 2 days and what happened. Guan Yu left home in the morning and returned in the evening, just in time for dinner. Guan Yang was happy to see her return and got up to greet her. Have you eaten? I'll go get you some more. She's married, so what's there to eat? Her husband doesn't feed her? Su Lingyu spoke coldly, her words full of mockery. Guan Yu, don't tell me you've fallen out with your husband and have nowhere to go. Su Lingyu snorted coldly. Guan Yu glanced at her indifferently and placed her bag directly on the dining table. This attitude made Su Lingyu unhappy, and she was about to swear at her when Guan Yu opened her bag and revealed a stack of brand new RMB notes. She froze, her face showing disbelief. 100,000, not a penny less. Guan Yu pointed at the bag and spoke indifferently. Su Lingyu's eyes lit up, her smile couldn't be contained, and she immediately put down her chopsticks, grabbed the money and started counting it. The coins were very new, and they still had the aroma of being new bills. Guan Yang was beside her, and when he saw the box of money, his eyes were full of disbelief. Yeah, where did you get so much money? Yeah, did you make some kind of deal with someone? He pulled Guan Yu over, asking anxiously, or did you sell your internal organs? No, I didn't trade with anyone, and I'm not disabled. I earned all this money honestly. Guan Yu then explained to calm Guan Yang down. Then where did you get the 100,000 yuan? Guan Yang still didn't believe what Guan Yu said. Guan Yu knew the range of salaries over the years since she graduated. She also spent most of her money at home, and there was really not much she could save. Husband, don't forget, your sister is married. She still has a husband. Your sister, whom you raised with so much difficulty, can't just be given away for free. The bride price must be paid. Su Lingyu closed her bag and held it tightly in her arms, her tone a mixture of mockery and jealousy. Guan Yue, you asked your husband for this money, didn't you? She asked tentatively. You don't need to worry about where I got it from, you want 100,000, I'll give it to you. Su Lingyu, be nice to my brother. He loves you the most, and if you really break up with him, you will never find someone who loves you as much as he does. Guan Yu looked at Su Lingyu deeply, and saw her face change dramatically. She sighed helplessly, dissatisfied. She took her hand away from Guan Yang's hand and said, Brother, I have something to do, I'll go back first. Chapter 9 You already know the secret of Jin Shaochuan, don't you? After saying this, she turned around and left. When Guan Yang chased after her, Guan Yu had already left in a taxi. Behind the car, at the corner of the street, there was a private car parked. Guan Yu took the car and returned to her apartment on Tiandi Road. As soon as she entered the house, Guan Yu began to prepare dinner. The old man came out of the bedroom at the sound. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I got held up today. I'll start dinner right away. Guan Yu skillfully puts on an apron and gets to work. I'm not hungry yet, so there's no rush. It can wait a little longer. The old man quickly reassures her, his eyes full of relief. Okay, Grandpa. Soon, the kitchen is filled with the aroma of cooking. The old man passes the time in the living room, watching the news on TV. Half an hour later, the food is served. The two of them sit down at the table to eat. After a busy day, Guan Yu was really hungry. She didn't notice the old man looking at her from time to time. It wasn't until she had finished the bowl of soup and looked up, seeing that there was still a large portion of soup left in the old man's bowl, that she asked, Grandpa, is today's meal not to your liking? The old man shook his head, No, the food is delicious. Then why aren't you eating? Guan Yu recalled how nimble the old man had been when eating before, and her heart tightened. Are you not feeling well? Upon hearing this, the old man pretended to be sad and let his spoon drop with a sigh. This action directly raised Guan Yu's nerves. Is he running a fever? No fever, just a little bit of disappointment in his heart. Disappointment? Did something happen? Guan Yu's brain quickly ran, thinking back and forth, and she couldn't think of anything that would make the old man feel disappointed. Could it be that Jin Shaochuan's privacy was discovered by the old man? Grandpa, is it related to Shaochuan? she asked tentatively. The old man seized the opportunity to grab the topic, nodded gravely, and said, Guan Yu's heart tightened. Oh my, it's true. The old man can't have already found out Shaochuan's secret, can he? What is it? Guan Yu pursued. The old man looked at her seriously and said with a grave expression, Granddaughter-in-law, when are you and Shaochuan going to have a baby? Poof. Guan Yu made a careless mistake and choked on a mouthful of soup. Cough, cough, cough. She hastily wiped her face with a tissue and blushed. The old man looked at her like this, thinking only that young people have their own plans, and then said with deep meaning, I just hope that Shaochuan can get married and have children. Now that you are married, the matter of having children should also be brought up. I am getting old, and I would like to be a great-grandfather before I go, which would be perfect. Guan Yu blushed, and after thinking for a while, she replied, Grandpa, we are still young, and we want to have a child in a few years. Although she knew that saying this might hurt the old man's feelings, she and Jin Shaochuan were not really husband and wife after all. Instead of giving the old man hope, it was better to make it clear from the beginning, so as to avoid his disappointment in the future. How can it be 2 years later? He is not young, and having a child a few years later will affect the child. The old man was anxious, and he looked at Guan Yu earnestly. When Guan Yu was about to give in, the door was opened from the outside. It was Jin Shaochuan who had returned. His face, which had been red, instantly boiled over. There's no more soup. I'll go to the kitchen and get some more. Guan Yu picked up her bowl and rushed into the kitchen. Seeing this, the old man turned around and glared at Jin Shaochuan. Are you bullying your daughter-in-law behind my back? No. Jin Shaochuan replied indifferently. No? Then why did your daughter-in-law run away like a rabbit as soon as she saw you? The old man questioned. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Jin Shaochuan put down his briefcase, took off his suit jacket and walked to the dining table, with a wry smile on his face. Grandpa, who is your real grandson? The old man gave him a sideways glance, very unhappy with his attempt to change the subject. I'm warning you, don't bully my granddaughter. I know. Jin Shaochuan answered helplessly. When Guan Yu came out with a bowl of soup, she happened to hear the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. Shaochuan didn't bully me, he's very nice. Guan Yu immediately explained, and both the old man and Shaochuan looked over. Guan Yu's face flushed, and she put down the soup and turned around to leave. I'm full, you guys eat slowly. Shaochuan looked at her departing back, his eyes slightly cold and stern. It's true that as soon as he saw her, she ran faster than a rabbit. After dinner. After finishing his work in the study, Jin Shaochuan returned to the bedroom. At a glance, he saw Guan Yu, who was also working on the sofa. He walked up to her and looked at what was on her computer. It was an advertising plan. According to the needs and psychological characteristics, lifestyles and consumption patterns of potential consumers, it would be more accurate to list the data and draw conclusions. He glanced at the plan and suddenly spoke up. Guan Yu, who was originally stuck and didn't know how to get started, immediately brightened up when she heard him. Yes. After listening to him, Guan Yu made appropriate adjustments according to his suggestions, and the entire plan became much clearer than before. Sure enough. She was originally struggling with how to revise the plan. I have adjusted this plan many times, but the results are not satisfactory. Thank you for reminding me. Guan Yu looked up with a smile, meeting his steady gaze of deep, dark eyes. There was a moment of silence as their eyes met. You're welcome. Jin Shaochuan looked away. If I encounter this kind of problem in the future, can I ask you for advice? Guan Yu asked. Jin Shaochuan nodded lightly and said yes. Guan Yu's pupils trembled slightly. He agreed? Thank you. Jin Shaochuan went to take a shower. And after Guan Yu finished processing the planning case, she also went to bed early. The two of them kept their distance, and neither of them crossed the line. The next morning, Guan Yu woke up, but Jin Shaochuan was already gone. After washing up, she made breakfast for her grandfather, tidied up, and then went to work. She wanted to hand the revised plan to the general manager. As soon as she entered the general manager's office, the general manager didn't even look at it, and simply said, "Just give it to Mr. Wang." "Won't you take a look at it?" Guan Yu hesitated. The company has a rule that the final step of the plan must be reviewed by the general manager. No need. I know your capabilities. Just give it to Mr. Wang directly. If there are any problems, you can discuss them with him directly. The general manager was dealing with the documents in his hands and explained without looking up. Guan Yu withdrew her hand and replied, "Okay. The earlier you go, the earlier you'll be back." The general manager then added. Guan Yu walked out of the office, tidied up a little and then went to Wang's company. Wang's group office. Mr. Wang sat opposite Guan Yu with a smile on his face and poured her a cup of tea himself. Seeing this, Guan Yu's heart instantly rose to her throat. "President Wang, I can pour my own tea." Chapter 10 was obtained by unfair means. President Wang, however, insisted on serving her personally. She had come to deliver the plan and discuss cooperation. If the general manager found out that President Wang had served her tea, she was afraid that she would lose her job. Seeing her nervousness, President Wang immediately eased the atmosphere. "This is a newly launched tea, please taste it, it tastes good." "Thank you." After taking a sip, Guan Yu spoke with humility and sincerity to get to the point. "President Wang, this is the revised proposal. Please take another look and let me know if there is anything that needs to be adjusted." President Wang took the proposal, quickly scanned it, and then quickly signed it with a pen. "No need to make any changes. Just proceed with this plan." He pressed the intercom to summon his assistant. "You follow up on this project." Amazing, did that just happen? Guan Yu looked at the scene in front of her and felt incredible. Just as she was wondering, President Wang asked her with a smile, "Miss Guan, may I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Shaochuan?" Guan Yu came back to her senses and said, "We are just friends." "Friends?" President Wang's inquisitive gaze fell on her, trying to find a clue. "Good friends?" He emphasized the last word. If they weren't good friends, Shaochuan would never have stepped in for her so easily. "Yes, just good friends." Guan Yu didn't realize the point of President Wang's words. Compared to letting people know that they are husband and wife, being mistaken for friends is not a big deal, right? After all, she and Jin Shaochuan will divorce anyway. Saying they are good friends will also make it easier to get past this, and it will also reduce unnecessary misunderstandings after the divorce. Having received a definite answer, Wang's mind settled. The assistant returned with the stamped proposal and also handed over a check for the deposit for the cooperation. Guan Yu took it and thanked Wang. "Don't mention it, Miss Guan, if you have any problems in the future, just give me a call." Mr. Wang personally saw the person out. Guan Yu easily won the project, and as soon as she returned to the company, the news spread. Colleagues passing by congratulated her. "Guan Yu, congratulations. Guan Yu, you're amazing. The general manager even praised you for your great performance this time." Guan Yu smiled and responded to each one, and said that after she got the bonus, she would treat everyone to dinner. However, an unharmonious voice interrupted. "What's there to be smug about? Wang is notorious for being a womanizer in the industry. You can tell what kind of effort she made behind the scenes to get him to sign off." Xiaoli, who came in the same batch as Guan Yu and holds the same position, sneered at this. "Guan Yu, I don't think you're strong in business ability, but in other aspects." Xiaoli's tone was very disdainful, and it carried a serious hint. Everyone knows about General Manager Wang's integrity, otherwise this project would not have been assigned to Guan Yu. As soon as Xiaoli spoke, the colleagues who had just been full of congratulations looked at Guan Yu with an unspoken meaning in their eyes. Guan Yu's face fell. She also knew that General Manager Wang was not a good person, but this project was indeed signed through normal procedures. "I did not rely on unscrupulous means to sign this cooperation. If you don't believe me, you can go investigate." Who would be stupid enough to investigate such a thing? If the company's cooperation is ruined, won't you have to take the blame? Xiaoli sneered. Exactly. Everyone knows how Mr. Wang works, there's no need to investigate. Someone chimed in. In the workspace, a group of people were arguing, getting more and more excited as they spoke. "Guan Yu, after doing such a thing, what's there to argue about? You'd better resign voluntarily, so that no one will think that all of our team's achievements were obtained by improper means. You've been with the company for so long, and you've only signed this one contract. Who'd believe you didn't sleep your way to the top?" Exactly, if you're so capable, sign another contract to prove it. Someone else joined in the commotion, laughing with a sinister smile. Xiaoli's eyes flashed. "You're right, Guan Yu, if you dare to prove your innocence, then sign another contract for us to see." Guan Yu's hand was clenched in an empty fist by her side. "I will naturally sign another contract. How can just any contract reflect your abilities? You have to win this project for us to admit that you are truly capable. Xiaoli took out a document from her folder and handed it to Guan Yu with a smile. This contract is from the Jin Group, and it is absolutely high in value. If you can sign this contract, that will be really something. As soon as they heard the words Jin Group, all of their colleagues were taken aback. How could Xiaoli give such a good resource to Guan Yu? But then they understood. The Jin Group is such a big enterprise, and their standards and expectations are not the same as those of a small company like theirs. This project is impossible to complete. That's why Xiaoli gave Guan Yu this project. Not only is she making things difficult for her, she's also dumping a hot potato on her. What a way to kill two birds with one stone. Guan Yu, if this contract is successfully negotiated, you might even get a promotion. Xiaoli looked at Guan Yu with disdain. Guan Yu took the file, opened it and scanned it. Tianu? Isn't this the company where Jin Shaochuan works? What, are you scared? Xiaoli saw her look of confusion, her mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of secret joy crossed her eyes. If you're scared, just admit it. You slept your way to this deal. Everyone looked at Guan Yu. I will definitely follow up on this project with all my strength. Guan Yu stared at Xiaoli and agreed without hesitation, but Xiaoli, if I sign this project, you have to apologize to me in public. Her gaze was calm, and her tone was resolute. Xiaoli froze for a moment, and then laughed sarcastically. Okay, as long as you get it, I'll apologize to you in front of the whole company. Guan Yu can't be crazy. Does she really think that the door to the Jinsher group is that easy to enter, and that Tianu's project is that easy to get? She just waits to see Guan Yu come back in disgrace, and then resign without a face. Originally, the team leader was about to be promoted, and when the position of team leader became vacant, she was the person with the best prospects for promotion to team leader. But at this time, Guan Yu happened to take Wang's order, becoming the general manager's favorite. How could she not be angry? Okay. Guan Yu took the documents back to her workstation, referring to the information in the file bag, and began to collect information to rectify and supplement the plan. At this time, her colleague Aika, who was sitting next to her, came over. They are just deliberately making things difficult for you. Tianu company is owned by the Jin Group, and this contract is very difficult to sign. Even the general manager has come out in vain. Don't do anything rash. It's not too late to refuse. Aika whispered to persuade her. It's fine. There's always a first step. How will you know if you can do it if you don't try? Guan Yu smiled. I'm definitely going to take on more difficult work. Although she didn't take a different approach this time, this project was practically delivered to her door. She couldn't keep running into such good projects. Therefore, taking on more difficult work and becoming more professional was what she needed to do most at the moment. Thank you for your concern. Hey. Aika shook her head and went back to her work. Chapter 11 What's the big deal? He's not a scourge of the world. Guan Yu had heard a little about the Jin Group's requirements for the strength of their partners. With her current design capabilities, she really didn't dare to make any promises that she could win the project. But the way Xiaoli looked down on her made her determined to win. She had to win this project and slap her in the face with her strength. After taking a moment to calm her emotions, Guan Yu gathered her thoughts again. She picked up the recruitment information for the product advertising design for the Jin Group that Xiaoli had just handed her. The job was for high-end luxury cosmetics, and the design requirements were roughly to give a sense of creativity, novelty, and non-cliché, and preferably something that would dazzle people. Guan Yu suddenly had an idea, and she began to think of a plan while musing. Once she started thinking, it took her more than 2 hours. She kept writing and drawing with a pen while muttering to herself, and when Xiaoli saw this, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. She muttered, pretending to work. But Guan Yu didn't care at all, and she was single-mindedly working on the plan, working diligently. Until... Guan Yu, it's after work, why haven't you left yet? A voice interrupted Guan Yu's thoughts. She subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction of the sound. It was the head of the planning team. Their team leader is a sincere and generous middle-aged man who usually takes good care of her. Team leader, I'll leave later, I still have some things to do. You've been doing a great job lately, and you even won the Wang case a few days ago. Well done, young lady, keep up the good work, and you'll definitely have a bright future. The team leader smiled, and handed her a disposable cup filled with hot water to moisten her throat. Thank you. Guan Yu took it, her eyes slightly curved and the corners of her mouth raised. After a few casual greetings, the man left, and after looking at the time, Guan Yu got up and left as well. Back at the Tiandi Road apartment, Jin Shaochuan wasn't there, and the old man wasn't in sight either, so Guan Yu didn't care and put down the bag in her hands and went into the kitchen to start working. It was only until the meal was almost ready and the old man returned humming a little tune that Jin Shaochuan still hadn't made a sound. Guan Yu paused for a moment and decided to give her cheap husband a call. The phone rang for a long time before the man's cold and magnetic voice came over the line. Hello? Guan Yu suddenly felt a little nervous. I'm just asking you, when are you coming back for dinner? Hold on, I still have some work to do. The man sounded casual. From time to time, the sound of pages turning could be heard on the other end of the line. Okay, you go ahead. As soon as the words fell, Guan Yu heard the beep of the phone hanging up. The old man had watched the whole thing, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back by Guan Yu's helpless look. He spoke somewhat testily. Fine, don't come back. Here, granddaughter-in-law, let's eat. Guan Yu nodded busily. When Jin Shaochuan returned to the apartment, he heard a murmur as soon as he pushed open the bedroom door that was ajar. Looking up, he saw the girl sitting in front of the dressing table, staring intently at the computer screen. So serious? She didn't even notice him come in. The man raised an eyebrow and walked closer, keeping his footsteps soft. That's when he heard what she was whispering. To understand the needs of customers and understand their expectations. Guan Yu was frowning seriously, muttering to herself as she clicked the mouse. Jin Shaochuan felt a little amused, and was about to walk out when, unexpectedly, Guan Yu let out a sigh of relief, reached for her phone next to her and was about to check her messages when she glanced behind her and saw the man standing there. She was startled, but when she saw the man's stunning face, the words she was about to say just slipped back down her throat. When did you come back? How come you didn't make a sound when you walked? You're just too serious. The man's tone was wistful. Guan Yu. So she was startled, or was it her own problem? Why don't you go look in the study? This dressing table isn't big, and it looks a bit crowded with Guan Yu putting a computer on top. The man's gaze moved from the dressing table to her face, burning into her fair, rosy cheeks. Seeing that she was taking too long to answer, Jin Shaochuan leaned over. Huh? The sudden intimacy made Guan Yu feel uncomfortable all over. She simply didn't dare to meet the man's dark, ink-black eyes, and after a long time, she stammered, This place is more convenient. But that was just an excuse she made up, because in her heart she knew that this house belonged to Jin Shaochuan, and she was just a guest in his home, so she couldn't just take up residence in any room. Jin Shaochuan narrowed his eyes and nodded disapprovingly, then got up and walked towards the bathroom. When she heard the sound of the bathroom door closing, Guan Yu let out a sigh of relief, and looked up at herself in the mirror. Her face was as red as if it had been burned. This was so embarrassing. Guan Yu put her hands on her face, cursing herself for being so incompetent. She was afraid that if the man came out and saw her embarrassed state, she would be in trouble. So she hurriedly went to the balcony to let the wind blow on her and cool down. When Jin Shaochuan came out of the bathroom, Guan Yu reflexively walked straight outwards as soon as she heard his footsteps. She didn't even look away, not at all moved by the man's charms. I'll go heat up your meal. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly fled out of the house, stumbling all over the place. The exaggerated manner caused a teasing smile to rise to the corners of Jin Shaochuan's lips. What's the big deal? He's not a scourge of nature. He grabbed the towel on his shoulder and wiped his hair roughly, then flipped through the documents on the table with slightly downcast eyes before heading downstairs. Guan Yu was sitting at the dining table, staring straight ahead. It seemed like she was waiting for him, and she was sitting very upright. Yes, very upright, with a serious face and back straight. If you didn't know, you would think she was waiting for the coach during military training. Jin Shaochuan laughed again at this thought, shook his head and walked to the table. In fact, he had already eaten, but seeing her so attentive, he still gave her face and ate some. Seeing the man put down his chopsticks, Guan Yu immediately got up and said, I'll go clean up. Without waiting for him to reply, she quickly put the bowls and chopsticks in the sink. The speed was so fast that Jin Shaochuan felt that if she became a nanny, she would probably get 5-star reviews. Seeing her pick up the sponge and start washing the dishes, the man grabbed her slender wrist. No need, I'll have someone come over tomorrow to clean up. Wait, have someone come over to clean up? Guan Yu's brain didn't turn around. Literally. Huh? You mean hire a domestic helper to do the dishes? Guan Yu's tone rose, and she suddenly became a bit anxious. Their house still owed the bank a mortgage, and even though Jin Shaochuan had a stable job and a decent income, they still couldn't waste like this. Guan Yu's head shook like a rattle. No, I'll do it, it's just washing dishes. Seeing that she wouldn't listen to any persuasion, and even ended up saying with a determined look that she grew up washing dishes, she completely shut him up. Chapter 12 It's weird to be in bed with a gay person. Of course, Jin Shaochuan doesn't believe this nonsense from Guan Yu. He knows that the little girl just doesn't want to spend money. Watching her ramble about their mortgage and their living expenses, Jin Shaochuan suddenly felt differently. Even the way he looked at her softened. Guan Yu naturally had no idea what Jin Shaochuan was thinking. After tidying up the dining room, she went back to her room, where she found Jin Shaochuan had already entered before her. He was carefully looking at the documents on her desk. Without waiting for her to speak, he put them down calmly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment at having been caught peeking at someone else's things. He even asked with narrowed eyes, "Do you want to take charge of the product advertising plan for Tianu?" She nodded firmly. She knew that she still had a lot to learn, but she was a fast learner and willing to work hard, so she was confident. Jin Shaochuan raised an eyebrow and came over. Guan Yu was puzzled, but obediently walked over. She saw Jin Shaochuan pull out a chair from under the table and let her sit down, then take out a crumpled piece of paper from behind his back and spread it out on the table. Guan Yu was suddenly puzzled. What did this man mean? When she saw the words on the piece of waste paper, she was even more confused. Isn't this the draft paper she just threw away? It even had the introduction she had written on it. What's wrong? I've read it, and you've listed the 2 points quite well, but there are still some areas that haven't been fully considered. Jin Shaochuan was concise and to the point, picking up the pen on the side and crossing out the words on the paper. Guan Yu couldn't help but be drawn to the attention of the big hand with long, slender fingers and distinct tendons. Do you know what to change? The man tapped the pen on the table. Ah. Guan Yu came back to her senses, and when she turned her head sharply, she was instantly shocked. Their current actions were too intimate. Jin Shaochuan bypassed her back, completely surrounding her between the edge of the table and his arms. And she could not only clearly smell the faint fragrance of greenwood on the man, but also see his impeccable face up close. What are you thinking, blushing like that? The man's gaze was deep, and he reached out and lightly patted her forehead twice. Guan Yu suddenly came back to her senses. What the hell? She was so embarrassed that she had stared at Jin Shaochuan's face in fascination. Cough, I was a little distracted just now, could you repeat that? Jin Shaochuan looked at her as if she were a mosquito and didn't expose her, so he patiently repeated it again. Half an hour later. Guan Yu glanced at the time displayed on the computer and said apologetically, "Thank you, it's late, why don't we go to sleep?" The man nodded and naturally lay down on the big bed. However, Guan Yu looked at him with a face full of words she wanted to say but couldn't. What? Guan Yu paused. She couldn't say that she wanted to tell Jin Shaochuan to roll off and sleep on the floor, could she? Although he was gay and definitely not interested in her, she was after all a young and innocent girl who had never even been in a relationship. It was weird just lying in bed with a gay man. And this man liked to sleep naked. Guan Yu roared inside, but her face showed no emotion. After hesitating for a few seconds, she made up her mind and said, "I'll just sleep on the floor here." Reason. The man calmly said 2 words, staring at the young girl in front of him, curious about what shocking words she would say next. The women he had met in the past had all pounced on him like wolves and tigers as soon as they got the chance to spend time with him. But she, on the other hand, had avoided him like the plague as soon as she saw him. Staring at the man's burning gaze, Guan Yu suddenly blurted out something. "I like sleeping on the floor." Jin Shaochuan, okay. Watching the man's expression of incomprehension, Guan Yu furiously raised her hand in her heart. What on earth was she talking about? But thanks to her words, Jin Shaochuan didn't press the issue. And so she silently slept on her favorite floor. The next morning, when Guan Yu woke up, Jin Shaochuan was no longer there. She looked at the clock, 7 a.m. Without hesitation, she got up, washed up, tied her thick hair into a simple ponytail, and looked at herself in the mirror. She had a standard oval face with no makeup, fair skin, and superior features, making her a complete beauty. However, Guan Yu couldn't help thinking that her sister-in-law always took advantage of her face to get a bonus, wanting to exchange her face for a high bride price. Guan Yu's heart sank, and she shook her head to get rid of these messy thoughts. Hurriedly, she went downstairs, grabbed a piece of bread and went to the office. Once she arrived at her workstation, she automatically became invisible, focusing solely on her career. At this time, Aika, who was sitting next to her, moved over to her in a mysterious manner and whispered, "Guan Yu, let me tell you something." "Well, go ahead." Guan Yu's eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. "Yesterday you took on the case of advertising the Tianu Group's products, and now everyone in the company knows about it." Aika looked at her with a sympathetic expression. "Then what?" Guan Yu didn't quite understand what she was trying to say. "Then they were all waiting to see you fail, and Xiaoli even threatened that you would never pull this project off, unless." "Unless what?" Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Guan Yu turned her head and looked at Aika with a face full of questions. This attitude seemed to indicate that she didn't care what others thought of her, and she just wanted Aika to hurry up and finish so that she could introduce the plan. "Just forget it, it's nothing, I'll get back to work." Aika was at a loss for words for a long time, and finally just gave her a wink and a look to the right, before sliding her chair back to her workstation. Looking in the direction she indicated, it turned out that Xiaoli had come over. Guan Yu looked indifferent, just bowing her head and getting on with her work. Xiaoli, however, was furious. She felt that Guan Yu was deliberately ignoring her, and immediately began to mock her loudly, saying that someone was really presumptuous, still trying to take Tianu's project, and if she couldn't get it in the end, she'd see how it would end for her. "There are also some people who had better stand on the right team and not blabber on and on, otherwise when I become the team leader, the first one I'll cut will be you." This remark was almost as bad as calling her by her name. Aika suddenly felt her heart tighten, and she didn't even dare to turn around. It wasn't until Xiaoli had completely walked away that she carefully reassured Guan Yu, "Don't take her words to heart." "I didn't listen to her at all." Guan Yu smiled. Not dealing with stupid people was her motto in life. Because she had done a lot of work yesterday, Guan Yu quickly wrote out the plan. After calling to arrange a meeting with the person in charge of advertising planning at Tianu Company, Guan Yu deliberately arrived at the meeting place an hour early to wait. She thought this would show her sincerity, but she never expected to wait for more than an hour past the agreed time without seeing the so-called person in charge. Chapter 13 How can I leverage my advantage if I can't even meet the person? Guan Yu was not the least bit impatient, and she even expected the other party's behavior long before it happened. After all, Tianyu was a Fortune Global 500 company, while her own company was just a small local company that even had to fawn over President Wang, let alone Tianyu. It was not going to be easy to achieve the goal of cooperating with Tianyu, otherwise Xiaoli would not have given her such a big pie. Having figured it all out, Guan Yu remained calm and composed even though she was sitting on the bench. "Miss Guan, I'm really sorry, but our director Gu has a last-minute important meeting to attend to, so today's meeting has to be cancelled." The staff member in charge of reception pushed open the door and said apologetically. This was an expected result, and Guan Yu sighed inwardly, but her face showed no signs of discouragement. "Director Gu is a busy person, and I have disturbed him." She gave a faint smile, handed over the information in her hand, and asked, "Could you please give this proposal to Director Gu for his review?" The staff politely refused, "This is not convenient. I am only responsible for reception and cannot report directly to the higher-ups." Guan Yu glanced at the name tag hanging on the other person's chest and also smiled, "Okay, thank you for your reception today." After saying that, she simply left the company, which relieved the staff who had been worried that she would be persistent. Back at the office, Guan Yu sat down at her desk, and only then did she show some signs of fatigue. Yesterday, she stayed up late organizing data, then slept on the floor for a night, and today she had been running around all day, and finally got shut out. Even if she was full of energy, she was inevitably a little tired at this time. The heat on the subway seemed to still be surrounding her, and Guan Yu suddenly remembered how Jin Shaochuan drove. Having a car really does seem quite convenient at times. She shook her head and dismissed the thought. Buying a car? That's just crazy talk. She still owes 100,000 yuan. Guan Yu went to the pantry with her cup, ready to get a cold Americano to keep her going. "Hey, if it isn't our business elite, why are you so listless?" Hearing this strange question, Guan Yu didn't even bother to lift her head, and busied herself adding ice to her cup. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shelley couldn't hold back any longer and came up to her, kindly asking, "It seems that the elite didn't have a good business negotiation today, did they? Were they rejected? I guess they didn't even meet the person, did they?" Another colleague said coolly. Then someone said with a feigned surprise, "Oh, so can the contract still be signed? What's there to sign? If you can't even meet the person, how can you take advantage of that?" Xiaoli leaned against the cupboard and laughed, responding, She glanced at Guan Yu while she spoke, making it clear that she was relying on her body to get the contract signed. With a pop, a crystal clear ice cube fell into the cup, and the coffee splashed out. Guan Yu looked at Xiaoli as she hurriedly avoided it, and laughed lightly, saying, "Long-winded gossip. Who are you talking about? If anyone admits it, then they're the one." Guan Yu didn't back down. For a moment, the atmosphere in the small pantry was tense. What's going on? The team leader poked his head in, frowned, and surveyed the situation. Not working during work hours and gossiping here, do you think you can get full marks for performance? Seeing that the usually lenient team leader had expressed dissatisfaction, several people couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. After all, it's okay for colleagues to exchange a few strange words with each other, but it's not good if it gets to the leadership. Guan Yu spoke first. "Sorry, team leader, I'll get back to work right away." Once she spoke, the remaining few nodded in agreement and went back to their workstations with their cups in hand. Wait a minute. The team leader stopped Guan Yu, who was the last one to leave. After everyone had left, he asked gently, "Things didn't go well when you went to Tianu to discuss cooperation today, did they?" Guan Yu didn't hide anything and nodded. No one showed up, so there's not much intention of cooperation. Not only was there little intention, even if they met, they would probably politely refuse. The team leader naturally knows how difficult it is to cooperate with Tianu, but he can only comfort his subordinate. "Do your best, the general manager can appreciate your difficulties." Guan Yu accepts his goodwill, but is not prepared to give up. She has earned her achievements herself, and if she gives up when she encounters difficulties, she will only be a parasite for life. Back at her workstation, she pondered for a long time before sending another WeChat message to Director Gu. This time, she even sent the plan along. After doing all this, she looked at the time, packed her backpack and prepared to go off work. She had done all she could at this stage, and the rest could only be left to others to decide. She had to hurry home, as Jin Shaochuan's grandfather was still there. Since she had promised Jin Shaochuan to act like a granddaughter-in-law in front of his grandfather, she had to do her part as a granddaughter-in-law. After all, she not only lived in someone else's house, but also owed Jin Shaochuan a huge sum of money. Grandpa Jin had just taken a tour of Tianyu Group, checking up on the company's operations and meeting up with his old colleagues. Seeing his legacy thriving in his grandson's hands, he was more than satisfied with Jin Shaochuan. "You go ahead, I'll go for a walk. I haven't been back in so many years, I don't even know the way anymore." Grandpa Jin waved his hand, indicating that Jin Shaochuan should go to work and not worry about him. Jin Shaochuan did have an important meeting to attend to, so he had no choice but to ask his driver, "Uncle Lin, please take good care of Grandpa." Uncle Lin smiled and said yes. He had been with the old man for decades, so Jin Shaochuan felt much more at ease with him looking after him. After seeing his grandson enter the company, the old man said to Uncle Lin, "Let's go." "Where are you going, sir?" "Why don't we go back to the old house and take a look?" Uncle Lin suggested. The old man was about to say yes when his phone rang. It was Guan Yu. "Grandpa, I finished work early today and am on my way to the market." Guan Yu's lively and playful voice came through the phone. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll go buy it for you." "The market?" Grandpa Jin was suddenly interested. "My girl, wait for Grandpa. Grandpa will go to the market with you," he replied enthusiastically. Guan Yu was taken aback. She didn't expect Grandpa to be so interested in visiting the market. But she quickly agreed, "Sure, Grandpa, it's not too sunny today, so it's good for you to go out for a stroll." The two agreed on a meeting place and Grandpa Jin hung up. "Sir, it seems that this granddaughter-in-law your son has found really suits your taste," Uncle Lin said to his old master as he drove. Grandpa Jin didn't deny it, and said with a smile, "Shaochuan has good taste, this girl is a good one. At least she's much better than that little girl who worships foreign things." Uncle Lin secretly added in his heart, "Okay, it's just up ahead at the intersection. You can let me off here." Grandpa Jin gestured for Uncle Lin to stop. "You go home and take a look too. I'll call you if there's anything." Chapter 14 Intentional or Not. Guan Yu waited at the agreed place for less than 10 minutes before she saw Grandpa Jin slowly walking towards her with his arms crossed. "Grandpa, over here." She waved and quickly walked up to him. The old man and the young girl entered the bustling vegetable market not far away together. "Let's buy some tilapia, Shaochuan loves fish the most." Grandpa Jin personally selected a plump and fresh tilapia and handed it to the stall owner, saying that when he was a child, every time the cook killed a fish, he would cry softly, but when the fish was served on the table, he would eat it more than anyone else. Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud as she imagined the little Jin Shaochuan pouting and looking sad. However, she also carefully noted Jin Shaochuan's food preferences in her heart. As the two of them walked and talked, Guan Yu's hands were full of all kinds of ingredients without her noticing. "Girl, where did you park?" Once they left the market, Grandpa Jin looked around. Guan Yu smiled apologetically. "Grandpa, I don't have a car, I just took the bus here." Grandpa Jin was a little surprised, and then said, "It's not convenient to commute without a car, so let Shaochuan take you to pick one up tomorrow." While saying this, he inwardly complained that his grandson did not know how to be considerate, driving a luxury car himself while making his daughter-in-law take the bus. No, don't let Shaochuan go to any trouble." Guan Yu quickly refused. "You two are married and are family, so why are you being so polite with him?" Seeing a hint of doubt in the old man's tone, Guan Yu had no choice but to explain again the same thing she had previously told Jin Shaochuan. Grandpa Jin was beaming with joy at her words. Good, Shaochuan has married a good wife who can get along with him." Guan Yu's face flushed slightly, but she was worried for Jin Shaochuan. Judging from Grandpa Jin's attitude, he was unlikely to approve of same-sex love. No wonder Jin Shaochuan wanted to marry her as a shield. "These things are so heavy, Grandpa, let me help you carry some." As he spoke, Grandpa Jin reached out to take the vegetables from Guan Yu's hands. She quickly avoided it and coaxed, "Grandpa, this is not heavy at all. If you take it, the weight on either side of my arm will be uneven, and it will be even more tiring for me to carry it. In the past, at my brother's house, I did all the heavy work myself. Compared to that, the weight of these dishes is nothing." Seeing that she was adamant, Grandpa Jin had to give up. The old man and the young girl walked and talked together, and the trip home was much faster. When they arrived home, Guan Yu went into the kitchen and got to work. When Jin Shaochuan entered the door, he saw his grandfather sitting on the sofa watching TV, humming a little tune, with a plate of peeled and toothpicks inserted watermelon at hand, looking very comfortable. However, Guan Yu was nowhere to be seen. Putting down the bag in his hand, he first greeted the old man. "Grandpa, I'm back." Hearing the noise, Jin Shaochuan's head did not turn, and he just commanded, "Your wife is busy in the kitchen, go and help her." Jin Shaochuan had no choice but to turn his head and go to the kitchen. Standing in the kitchen doorway, he saw through the glass Guan Yu, with a small face and an apron on, carefully preparing the dishes. A sudden wave of tenderness welled up in his heart. He had surrounded himself with many women before, but most of them were delicate to the point of being hair-thin. How many of them were willing to cook in the kitchen themselves? I'm afraid that just hearing the word fumes would make them run away. "Hey, when did you get back?" Guan Yu sensed his gaze and hurriedly pulled open the door and walked out. Jin Shaochuan resumed his cold and indifferent appearance, but there was a trace of imperceptible tenderness. He had just returned. "Then go to the living room and chat with Grandpa, dinner will be ready soon." After saying that, Guan Yu didn't wait for his response and turned around and went back to the kitchen. Her fish was still stewing in the pot. Jin Shaochuan laughed. It seemed that neither the old nor the young needed him. Master Jin, who was rarely pushed out the door, rarely felt a little bit of a sense of helplessness. In order to prevent Master Jin from disliking him again, he simply turned his head and went to the study, wanting to take advantage of the gap before dinner to finish the work he hadn't finished. In the study, Guan Yu's bag was carelessly placed on the table. Not wanting to pry into other people's privacy, Jin Shaochuan moved her bag to the side, but in the process, he inadvertently saw the proposal she had placed on top. Had she not had time to send the proposal out, or had she deliberately left it there, wanting him to see it and thus give her some help? Thinking about his identity as a Tianu executive, Jin Shaochuan's gaze sank. Originally, he had been willing to give her some convenience in light of her cooperation and her efforts to cheer up her grandfather. But that was only if he was willing to give it. If she was trying to deliberately scheme, then that would be disgusting. Her existence would also no longer make much sense. After a moment's thought, Jin Shaochuan put Guan Yu's bag back in place and walked out of the study. On the other side, Guan Yu patted her own little heart that had been beating too fast. My goodness, no wonder they say that beauty is deceptive. Just now, Jin Shaochuan was only a little bit gentle, and she almost lost her temper. A man like him must be loved by everyone in the gay community, right? No wonder his lover is so attached to him, hugging him wherever they go. "Girl, is dinner ready yet?" The voice of Mr. Jin came from the living room. Guan Yu answered in a hurry, "It's ready, Grandpa, go wash your hands, we'll eat soon." Suppressing her own thoughts, she first took the fish out. Jin Shaochuan was standing next to the dining table, his hands on the table, talking to Mr. Jin. He had unbuttoned 2 buttons on his white shirt and casually rolled up his sleeves to just above his elbows, revealing his smoothly toned arms. Guan Yu couldn't help but swallow, once again sighing inwardly that beauty was a curse. Hearing her footsteps, Jin Shaochuan and the old man stopped talking and both looked at her. Guan Yu was nervous for a moment, her hands shaking, and the fish soup in her bowl tilting a little. Rotten kid, what are you looking at? Go help your wife with the bowl. Grandpa Jin slapped Shaochuan on the arm and urged him with a fake air of authority. Without any prompting, Guan Yu refused before her soup bowl was taken from her hands by Shaochuan. With his help, the family of 3 quickly sat down at the table to eat. Shaochuan, try this fish, but the girl made it especially for you. Grandpa Jin looked at Guan Yu with a smile, indicating that she should serve Shaochuan. Unable to withstand the old man's earnest gaze, she could only pluck up her courage and use the serving chopsticks to pick a piece of plump fish for him. Try it, I don't know if it's to your liking. If it doesn't suit you, I'll adjust it next time. The tender fish fell onto the emerald green porcelain plate, making it look even more delicate and delicious. Chapter 15 for the newlyweds. With Grandpa Jin keeping watch and the fish being so fresh and delicious, during the meal, Jin Shaochuan's chopsticks kept going back to the tilapia. Grandpa Jin beamed with joy. His grandson was a little stuffy and aloof, but he still loved his daughter-in-law. It seemed that his great-grandson was not that far away after all. After the meal, Grandpa Jin went for a walk in the park on the pretext of digesting his food, leaving the couple some space at home. When Guan Yu came out from washing the dishes, she saw Jin Shaochuan sitting on the sofa dealing with company affairs. The warm light shone on him, but not into his heart, and the whole person exuded an air of being unapproachable. The rimless glasses on his high-nose bridge added to his aloofness. Why don't you go to the study? Guan Yu placed the cut fruit on the table. It was originally intended for the old man, but who would have thought that he would run so fast that he went downstairs before she finished cutting it? Jin Shaochuan replied without looking up, it's a trivial matter, it will be solved soon. Guan Yu secretly admired him, no wonder he is a senior executive, his work efficiency is high. Seeing that Jin Shaochuan had no intention of chatting, she sensibly stopped bothering and was about to leave. Suddenly, she heard him ask behind her, what was the result of that proposal you worked on yesterday? Proposal? The one for Tianu? Guan Yu turned around and looked at him, saying nonchalantly, I don't know yet. I've arranged a meeting with the director at Tianu, and we'll see what happens after that. Jin Shaochuan's eyes flickered slightly when he heard her answer, and he said nonchalantly, do you need me to help you communicate in advance? After all, Tianu is a big company, and it may be difficult to reach a cooperation without some connections. Guan Yu was taken aback. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to smooth things over for her. But she quickly refused, no, I can't trouble you for favors. It's just a small thing. Jin Shaochuan stared at the computer, looking unconcerned. It's still not necessary. Unexpectedly, Guan Yu refused so categorically. He finally looked up at the little woman standing there. Why not? When he asked in a deep voice, Guan Yu inexplicably felt a little nervous, but she still explained seriously, I want to fight for it on my own, and only then can my strength truly prove me. Jin Shaochuan found this interesting and asked in return, and if you fail? Then I'll learn from my experience and use it as a reference next time. Guan Yu shrugged her shoulders and looked relaxed. She's quite open-minded. Jin Shaochuan snorted, about to say something to educate her about this kind of unmotivated thinking, when she was interrupted. But I think I'm capable of winning this contract. She stood in the light, her smile full of confidence. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Since they met, she had always seemed cautious and a little stubborn. To be honest, this kind of personality is not popular in the workplace. After all, the workplace is also a place of human relationships. Being overly cautious will only make others think you are too constrained and unable to succeed. But today, her confident appearance inexplicably makes people feel convinced. I have prepared comprehensive information, and with your guidance, I believe my plan will work. Guan Yu's words made the slight trace of defenses that had just risen in Jin Shaochuan disappear. He lowered his head and continued to deal with his work, while saying, try it first, and if you don't understand something, you can ask me again. This time, he did not mention the need to smooth things over, but simply said that he could provide support and assistance. Great, thank you in advance. Guan Yu felt that the coldness in him seemed to have disappeared even more, and although she did not know why, she still felt happy. Even if the two of them were only pretend husband and wife, it was better to be able to get along happily than to be cold and critical. Jin Shaochuan stopped talking and just focused on the problems at work. Guan Yu stuck out her tongue, stopped bothering him, and tiptoed back to the bedroom. She thought to herself, no wonder Jin Shaochuan's lover looks so passionate. With his cold demeanor, it's no wonder she can't accept him. The next few days were no different from the previous 2 nights. Jin Shaochuan was forced to stay in the master bedroom due to pressure from his father. Poor Guan Yu could only continue to sleep on the floor, which she loved. Are you sure you don't want to sleep in the bed? Before going to sleep, Jin Shaochuan lowered his voice to confirm again. Guan Yu gritted her teeth, hugged her quilt tightly, and insisted, no, I like sleeping on the floor best. It's cool. Although the soft bed was indeed attractive, the excitement of the naked hunk was just too much, and she didn't want to get herself into trouble. Seeing that she was stubborn, Jin Shaochuan was too lazy to say much, and rolled over to go to sleep. There was no word exchanged that night. The next morning, Guan Yu managed to squeeze onto the subway with her bag in hand when she received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, is this Miss Guan? This is she. Who is this? She struggled to free a hand to hold the phone, but because the signal was poor on the subway, she could only hear the other person's voice intermittently. But even so, her eyes lit up when she heard the words Tianu group. The signal here is not very good, so please hold on a moment. After a brief exchange with the other person, Guan Yu hurriedly got off the subway and called the number back. The other party was very polite. Director Gu read your brief yesterday and felt that the overall thinking was still good. We hope you can come to the company and we can learn more about your plan in detail. After learning that the other party was the assistant to Director Gu, she could hardly contain her excitement. After setting a time, she hurried to the Tianu group without caring about the high taxi fare. It was still the same meeting room as yesterday, but unlike yesterday, the staff member in charge of reception quickly took Guan Yu to a meeting room on the 5th floor. Miss Guan, please wait a moment, a colleague from the planning department will be here soon. Guan Yu nodded slightly and politely said, okay, thank you. Perhaps because of Director Ge's words, the planning department of Tianu came quickly this time. Before Guan Yu had finished going through her plan, the door to the meeting room opened and 5 or 6 young people came in one after the other. One of the older women shook Guan Yu's hand and introduced herself. Hello Miss Guan Yu, I am the team leader of the A-team in the planning department of Tianu Group, my name is Jin Haifei. Then she turned to introduce the people behind her. These are the members of our team, and we will be following up on this advertising project from beginning to end. Guan Yu also nodded politely to them. After everyone had taken their seats, without any small talk, Jin Haifei got straight to the point. Miss Guan, may I ask what dazzling achievements your company has that are sufficient to support your cooperation with Tianu Group? Chapter 16 The sadomasochistic love of childhood sweethearts. Dazzling achievements? Guan Yu was a little ashamed. Her company was just an average company with an average level of experience, and the biggest case they had taken was the advertising campaign for President Wang. But compared to Tianu, President Wang's company was really small, so how could they be considered dazzling? Seeing her silence, the people sitting across from her all looked a little uncomfortable. One of the young men couldn't help but sneer, I'm afraid not. But you've got a lot of nerve, coming to Tianu with no skills at all. Jin Haifei gave him a glance, and the man sulked and shut up. Before she could say anything else, Guan Yu spoke up, it's true that our company doesn't have any dazzling achievements. Jin Haifei's eyes darkened. She really did feel from the bottom of her heart that Guan Yu's courage was astonishing, and the briefcase ideas she had proposed were also impressive enough. But ideas don't mean ability. If the company behind Guan Yu doesn't have the ability to support her plan, then no matter how good the ideas are, they'll just fall apart. And this advertisement is a matter of great importance, she can't afford to gamble. Thinking about this, she politely said to Guan Yu, I'm sorry, Miss Guan. Our Tianu has certain strength requirements for partner companies. She didn't want to embarrass anyone else, and Guan Yu understood the meaning behind her words, that it would be best if she gave up herself. But I think my plan is enough to make up for our company's shortcomings. A firm voice sounded, surprising the crowd, who were about to disperse, and they looked up at her. Jin Haifei was also a little surprised by her boldness and confidence. Guan Yu's eyes were firm as she pleaded, please give me 2 minutes to briefly explain my plan. If after listening, you still don't think it's suitable, then I definitely won't insist. There was a short period of noise in the meeting room, and the members of Team A couldn't help but whisper to each other. In the end, Jin Haifei made the final decision, you have 2 minutes to convince us. As a woman, she knew how difficult it was for women in the workplace. If Guan Yu had backed down, she would not have said a word. But since she was not backing down, but was so confident, Jin Haifei was not stingy in giving her a chance. Guan Yu knew it very well, smiled at her, and began her intense preparations. 2 minutes later, there was a burst of applause in the meeting room. "Miss Guan, your plan is really excellent." The person speaking was the boy who had just mocked her. Now there was no trace of the contempt he had just shown on his face, replaced by admiration. "I have never thought of some of these ideas, even after working at Tianu for 5 years." He was exactly pointing out the area where Jin Shaochuan had given Guan Yu a hint. Guan Yu was embarrassed to take the credit for herself, and unable to say that it was Jin Shaochuan's credit, so she could only smile shyly. But to everyone else, her smile was a sign of her profound knowledge and her low-key and modest character. Jin Haifei's tone became even softer. "Miss Guan, your plan is excellent. I will report it to the director as it is. Thank you, Team Leader Jin, for giving me this opportunity." Guan Yu also smiled kindly. "That's all for today. Submit the plan, and I will contact you after the director has considered it and give you a precise answer." As she got off the elevator, Guan Yu's steps were relaxed and happy. Although it was only the first step, and there would be a lot of trouble pushing it through, it still couldn't stop her good mood. She was even already thinking about cooking something delicious today to thank Jin Shaochuan. Without his guidance, her proposal would not have gone so smoothly. Just as she was about to walk out of the hall, a soft female voice stopped her. "Guan Yu." Guan Yu looked back, but didn't see anyone she knew. And the voice didn't belong to anyone she knew. "It was me calling you, Miss Guan." A woman wearing Chanel's current couture and carrying a limited edition bag walked over and gave her a faint smile. "I'm sorry, I startled you." Guan Yu blushed a little. "Miss, you don't need to worry, but I really can't think of where I've seen you before." Hearing her words, Shen Yushua didn't look displeased, but instead laughed lightly. "You haven't seen me before, but I have seen you." "Huh?" Guan Yu was even more confused. Shen Yushua didn't explain, but instead handed her her phone. Guan Yu took it blankly, and after just a quick glance, she felt as if she had been burned and returned the phone to Shen Yushua. On Shen Yushua's phone was a photo of Guan Yu and Jin Shaochuan's wedding certificate with a red background. "This was sent to me by Shaochuan." When she mentioned Shaochuan, Shen Yushua's tone of voice carried a hint of intimacy. She extended her hand in a friendly manner. "My name is Shen Yushua, I grew up with Shaochuan and we are good friends. I have just returned from Europe." Guan Yu also politely shook her hand and understood in her heart. So this is Shaochuan's childhood sweetheart. Unfortunately, the sweetheart was no match for the heavens, and Shaochuan already had a lover, so she didn't know if the sweetheart had seen through the truth. Thinking this, she looked at Shen Yushua with a hint of pity in her eyes. Shen Yushua didn't notice her eyes, but continued to smile and say, "In the past, Shaochuan and I could tell each other anything, but I never imagined that now that he's married, I'm the last to know." "Married?" Guan Yu sensitively caught this word, and before she could say anything, she was taken by the hand by Shen Yushua. "Miss Guan, you won't blame me for not being able to attend your wedding, will you?" "Wedding?" Guan Yu's mouth twitched, and she nonchalantly withdrew her hand, slightly embarrassed, and explained, "I think you've misunderstood, Miss Shen. I have nothing to do with Jin Shaochuan, we're just ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends?" Shen Yushua obviously didn't believe her, so this photo must have been photoshopped by someone else. Maybe Jin Shaochuan lost a game, and that's why. Guan Yu had the urge to cover her face and run away. She couldn't even believe the lie herself. But Shen Yushua believed her. It must have been Dongshu who did this. The smile on her face suddenly became more genuine. He is just a child who never grows up. Dongshu? Dongshu Jin. Guan Yu suddenly remembered the young man who was smiling like a flower while hugging Jin Shaochuan. So it turns out that the three of them were childhood sweethearts. The girl loved the boy, but the boy had his heart set on someone else who was also a little boy. What kind of sad love story is this? Rich people play with flowers. So, the purpose of sending Shen Yushua the marriage certificate photo of himself and Jin Shaochuan was to provoke her? Upon thinking about this, Guan Yu looked at Shen Yushua with even more sympathy in her eyes. "You treat him like a younger brother, but he stole your boyfriend. Miss Guan, is there something wrong with me?" Chapter 17 A single sentence defined the relationship between the three of them. In response to Shen Yushua's puzzled gaze, Guan Yu smiled awkwardly. No. Without waiting for the other person to react, she quickly found an excuse and prepared to leave. Miss Guan is very interesting. I hope I can meet you again next time. Shen Yushua resumed her gentle appearance and smiled as she said goodbye to her. Goodbye, Miss Shen. Guan Yu quickly left the Tianu group building. She secretly prayed that the next time they met, it would not be in a hellish situation. Before leaving, she turned back, surprised to see Shen Yushua still standing in the same place, smiling as she watched her leave. They were both good looking, but why did they have to be stuck with this tree called Jin Shaochuan? Then she thought about Jin Shaochuan's face, which would be enough to crush the top stream in the entertainment industry, and she felt that it was understandable. On the other side, Shen Yushua's smile faded as she watched Guan Yu leave. She took out her phone and pressed a number that she knew by heart. The other party picked up quickly. Hello? Hearing the man's long-lost voice, even if it was just a tone word, made Shen Yushua's heart tremble. She quickly adjusted her state and replied softly, Shaochuan, it's Yushua, I'm back. The familiar voice and name made Jin Shaochuan momentarily stunned. But it was only a momentary moment, and almost in the next second, he came back to his senses. Well, it's good that you're back. Now where are you? After all, they had been childhood sweethearts for many years, and Shen Yushua caught the man's slight loss of composure. Her voice became even more gentle, with a hint of obvious intimacy. I'm downstairs at Tianu, waiting for President Jin to give the word to let me go upstairs. When he heard this, Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but frown. If this had happened in the past, he would have happily let her up, and it wouldn't have been out of the question for him to go down himself to greet her. But just wait a moment, I'll be right down. Jin Shaochuan didn't wait for her to refuse, and continued, telling Dongshu to come and give you a welcome dinner tonight. Shen Yushua naturally hoped that the two of them could be alone, but after not seeing each other for many years and with the barrier of past events, she understood even better that it was best to go along with the man's arrangements. So she answered with a big smile, okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. After hanging up the phone, Ken Shaochuan called his secretary and gave a brief summary of the matters at hand. Call me anytime if there's anything. After arranging everything, he hesitated for a moment, but then dialed a phone number. The other party picked up quickly. Mr. Jin, is there anything I can help you with? The polite address and unfamiliar tone of voice made Jin Shaochuan feel a little dissatisfied. But soon he found a suitable reason for this dissatisfaction. Guan Yu, if you address me like this in front of Grandpa, I'm afraid you'll give yourself away as soon as you open your mouth. Guan Yu on the other end of the phone was taken aback and didn't know where his displeasure came from. After a pause, she called out tentatively, Shaochuan? Well, I usually call you that too. Be careful, the old man is very shrewd. Jin Shaochuan deliberately ignored the strangeness in his heart and changed the subject. I'm having a get-together with friends tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Guan Yu nodded subconsciously while working. The man, who had not received a response for a long time, lowered his tone. Guan Yu? Oh, I see. Guan Yu then reacted, realizing that the other person could not see her movements at all, and hastily answered. Just as Jin Shaochuan was about to hang up, he heard her voice again. Jin, no, Shaochuan. It sounded like she was torn between two options. If you want to stay with your friends tonight, I can make up an excuse for you to tell Grandpa. Stay with friends? Jin Shaochuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Did this woman take him for a minor? Not only was she having dinner with friends, but they were also going to have a slumber party? No need. He coldly refused. You don't need to worry about it, I'll be home after the dinner. Without waiting for Guan Yu to say anything else, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Guan Yu on the other end could hear his displeasure, and she secretly grumbled to herself. She had clearly done it for his sake, wanting to give him a chance to spend a good night with his lover. But how did it sound in his mouth, as if she had become meddlesome? It's hard to please a senior executive. She couldn't help but mutter. She's being difficult again, isn't she? Aika, who was standing nearby, happened to hear her grumble, so she quietly came over to comfort her. Don't worry, this case is a big headache in itself. It's purely Xiaoli who is being difficult. Even if you can't get it done in the end, the boss won't blame you. Although she has already met with the planning department of Tianu, the case is not considered successful as Tianu is still considering it. Therefore, Guan Yu has not made a big deal about it, and everyone in the company just thinks that she has not yet set foot in the door of Tianu. At this time, Aika came to comfort her, and Guan Yu just smiled, accepting her goodwill. On the other side, after handling official business and calling Guan Yu to report, Jin Shaochuan hurried downstairs and saw Shen Yushua, whom he had not seen for a long time. She was admiring a painting hanging in the lobby. Fragmented sunlight spilled through the glass and happened to fall on her waist-length hair, adding a layer of luster to the already supple strands. The beauty tilted her head slightly to look at the painting on the wall, her expression so focused that no one would dare to disturb her. Jin Shaochuan was in a daze, as if he had seen the bright girl who had been with him day and night many years ago. "Shaochuan, you're here." The gentle voice of the woman brought him back to reality. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was smiling at him, he knew that she was obviously very familiar to him, but at the same time, she seemed a little strange. Was it because they were thousands of miles apart, or because 10 years had passed? Without thinking, Jin Shaochuan spoke to Shen Yushua with a hint of politeness. "Sorry, I need to arrange something at the company and I'm running late." Hearing the detachment in his tone, Shen Yushua's heart sank. It seems that her goal will not be so easily achieved. "When did you ever speak to me so politely?" She pretended to be relaxed and drew the two of them closer together. "Since you know you were wrong, you will be punished by being my driver tonight and taking me home." She quickly dissolved the distance between them with a few words, and with a smile, she took hold of Jin Shaochuan's arm. Unaware employees looked at them and thought they were a couple. However, Jin Shaochuan excused himself, saying he needed to call Jin Dongshu, and pulled away from her grasp. "Fine, Dongshu is good at eating, drinking, and having fun, tell him to show us the way." Shen Yushua was not embarrassed, and continued to act intimately, with just one sentence clearly defining the relationship between the three of them. She and Jin Shaochuan can be referred to as we, while Jin Dongshu is simply he. It's clear who is close and who is distant. Chapter 18. For more than 20 years, he has said the most vicious things. Guan Yu had no idea how Jin Shaochuan's party was, and she didn't care. After she got home from work, she first told Grandpa Jin that Jin Shaochuan would be home late, and then prepared dinner step by step. It was Grandpa Jin who took her side, and he kept complaining about it until dinner time. Seeing that he had no appetite, Guan Yu had to put down her chopsticks and persuade him. "Grandpa, Shaochuan is usually very busy at work, so it's nice that he has time to hang out with friends once in a while." But Grandpa Jin didn't think so. He usually works so hard, and when he has some free time, he doesn't even spend it with his daughter-in-law, but goes out fooling around. "If he goes on like this, when will I get to hold my first grandchild?" In the past 2 days, he has been talking about his first grandchild all the time. Guan Yu, who was initially shy and blushing, has now become very comfortable with the situation. She has automatically blocked out the old man's ramblings and is now serving him food while saying, "Did you lose the chess game to Uncle Lee from the building next door yesterday? I just passed by the small garden and heard him bragging about it to someone else." The old man has only been here for a couple of days, but he has already charmed his way into the hearts of many of the other elderly residents in the community. When he heard what Guan Yu had said, he refused to accept it. "He just likes to ramble on, but I'll go and have a chat with this old man Lee after dinner." Guan Yu's intention to change the subject was really obvious, but how could the old and wise Mr. Jin not see through it? It was just that his granddaughter was trying to protect her grandson, so the old man was happy to go along with what she said. It's 1 in the morning. Guan Yu is sleeping, but she feels like there's a gaze on her. A strong sense of unease makes her wake up. As soon as she opens her eyes, she sees a half-naked handsome man sitting on the bed, staring down at her. Guan Yu thinks of the phone call in the afternoon, and she quickly changes the subject. "Shaochuan, when did you get back?" Seeing that she's obedient, Shaochuan's expression becomes more relaxed. "I just got back a while ago." While he's talking, he adjusts to a more comfortable position. But as he moved, a strong smell of alcohol hit Guan Yu's face. "Sorry, it's late, I'm too lazy to take another shower." Seeing her frown, Jin Shaochuan apologized insincerely. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. Guan Yu shook her head. "Wait a minute." Then she tiptoed to the living room. Could it be that she was going to learn from TV dramas and make herself a cup of strong tea to sober up? If it really is strong tea, it's another matter whether it helps with the hangover, but it's certain that she won't be able to sleep tonight. Jin Shaochuan leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes slightly, and let out a soft laugh. The restlessness that had vaguely lingered in his heart was gone. Jin Dongshu was a master at eating, drinking, and having fun. The dinner parties he arranged were extremely appropriate, and there was even a second round of entertainment after dinner. However, Jin Shaochuan was constantly distracted. While eating the delicious food, he couldn't help but think of the home-cooked meals that Guan Yu made every day. "It's probably because I've been eating with my grandfather these past few days, and it's become a habit," he silently thought to himself. However, he deliberately ignored the other figure in the house. Before long, Guan Yu returned. "Here, eat this." She handed Jin Shaochuan a glass of water, and then spread open the other palm, inside of which lay a small capsule. Jin Shaochuan frowned. What kind of medicine is this? He would never take something without knowing what it is, let alone a medicine. Liver protection pills. Guan Yu slipped it into his hand. It does have some effect, but I feel it is more of a psychological placebo. Under the cover of darkness, she spoke more casually and easily. I didn't think you were into health. Jin Shaochuan teased, pinching the tiny capsule. Guan Yu sighed and said helplessly, there's no choice. Salespeople always have to entertain clients, and it's better to take the pills than not. She dares not get sick. Her sister-in-law already thinks she's a burden, and if she gets sick, she'll be kicked out of the house. But now it's not much different from being kicked out. I'm going to sleep, you should get some rest too. Jin Shaochuan was silent for a long time, drank the water in his cup, but didn't take the liver protection pills. The next day, as soon as she arrived at the office, Guan Yu was called into the general manager's office. I heard from your team leader that you met with Tianu's planning department? Since she signed Wang's contract, which brought the company considerable benefits, the general manager was always extra kind when he saw her. Guan Yu didn't dare exaggerate and honestly said, yes, I did, but Tianu said they still need to think about it. She didn't mention the other party's concerns about the company's strength. The general manager nodded and encouraged her, saying, go back and see them again. If necessary, it won't hurt to use some other means. Other means? Guan Yu's heart sank. After working there for a few years, she of course understood what the general manager meant by other means. Seeing her head down in silence, the general manager took her acquiescence. Work hard, the company won't treat you badly, an employee who works so hard. After a few more words of encouragement, the general manager told her to go back to work. Guan Yu left without saying a word. She would indeed work hard to win the case, but she would never use the tactics the general manager had mentioned. Seeing her come out, Xiaoli deliberately said loudly, we're nothing like someone else. They're the boss's favorite right now. That's right, it's not easy to get results from sleeping around, and the boss has to be more understanding. A colleague who was close to Xiaoli immediately chimed in a sarcastic tone. We're not going to make it, we don't have that body type or face, so we can only rely on our brains. Xiaoli sighed with pretended regret. She was domineering and there were rumors that she would soon be taking over as team leader. Although the other colleagues resented her harsh words, they dared not offend her for fear of being victimized when she took over. For a while, the office fell silent, with only the occasional keyboard clacking. Guan Yu ignored her and went straight back to her desk to get her bag, ready to make another trip to Tianu to find out what was going on. If you're meeting a client, you should change your outfit. Xiaoli scanned her from head to toe. She was dressed like an insurance salesperson, and no matter how pretty your face is, it won't help. Her repeated provocations finally angered Guan Yu. First of all, thank you for your kind reminder, but I believe that formal attire is a sign of respect for both parties to a collaboration. Second, I don't need to rely on my looks because my brain is much more useful than my face. And lastly, I also have to remind you to tidy up your face from now on, because you have no brain at all. After saying this, she no longer paid any attention to Xiaoli, who was beside herself with anger, and turned her head and left the company. It wasn't until her figure was blocked by the elevator that Guan Yu gently patted her chest. Having grown up without parents, all she had learned was to treat people with humility. I'm afraid those words were the most vicious she has ever spoken in over 20 years. Chapter 19 Has she overstepped the line? After sending a message to Jin Haifei and receiving a positive reply, Guan Yu took a taxi to the building where Tianu company was located. Team leader Jin, I've arrived at your company. Jin Haifei's reply came quickly. Okay, I'm in a meeting, I'll have a colleague pick you up. Guan Yu sat in the waiting area of the lobby, quietly waiting while she sorted out the communication strategy in her mind. Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the entrance of the lobby, followed by a polite greeting from the receptionist. Hello, Mr. Jin. It turned out to be the boss of Tianu. Guan Yu curiously turned her head to look, but she only had time to see a tall, straight back. The well-tailored high-end suit made the man look even more broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, tall and long-legged. The entourage surrounding him did not make him look tacky at all, but rather made him look even more distinguished. She was secretly amazed. She had heard from Ika long ago that the boss of Tianu was young and accomplished, not only outstanding in ability, but also blessed with good looks that were not inferior to those of the top celebrities in the entertainment industry, and was the dream lover of many rich young women. Unfortunately, we are not that lucky, Ika lamented. Guan Yu just thought she was exaggerating, and laughed, agreeing, yes, this crown princess status is not something we can hope for. However, it now seems that Ika's gossip is finally reliable for once. Hello, Miss Guan, our team leader asked me to come down and pick you up. A hearty male voice interrupted Guan Yu's wandering thoughts, and she snapped back to reality. Thank you for your hard work, Leo. Guan Yu stood up and went over to shake his hand. Leo was a little surprised. You remember my name? When she visited Tianu before, she mainly communicated with team leader Jin, and she only spoke to her a few words. Guan Yu smiled, of course I remember. She even remembered clearly what the man said that day. Who knows which cloud will bring rain? Therefore, being kind to others is an important principle for Guan Yu. Of course, a good memory is also an important helper for her to achieve this principle. Leo also smiled at her, his attitude more intimate than just now. Let's go this way. He led Guan Yu towards the staff elevator. The two of them, who were having a good time chatting, didn't notice that in the elevator for the CEO, which was located across from the staff elevator, a man was staring at them intently. Why does she smile so brightly at everyone? Could it be that she really fears herself? Jin Shaochuan associated the last scene in which Guan Yu met with Jin Dongshu with his own suspicions, and his face grew even more tense. No one dared to move in the elevator as he remained silent. The poor elevator operator thought he had done something wrong, and his fingers on the open button trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that they were going to be late for the meeting with the planning department, the secretary could only ask in a low voice, Mr. Jin, would you like to go straight to the meeting room or take a look at the planning department first? Jin Shaochuan pulled himself out of that strange mood and calmly ordered, go straight to the meeting room. If he remembered correctly, the meeting being held by the planning department today was related to the case Guan Yu had fought for. Given the strength of her company, it is indeed difficult to take on this case. However, since she is his wife in name only, Jin Shaochuan is not stingy in giving her a break. Guan Yu, who still didn't know that her husband planned to get her in through the back door, followed Leo to the small meeting room of the planning department without a problem. Jin Haifei was not there. Leo explained, team leader Jin is in a meeting, so we have arranged for a few of us to liaise with you. Guan Yu glanced around and saw that they were indeed all faces she had seen before. After the two sides sat down, the little girl from the planning department spoke first. Last time, Ms. Guan simply introduced your company's plan. Afterwards, we had a meeting to discuss the plan and we think that it generally meets our needs. Guan Yu heard her words and secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seems that the hard work she put in before was not in vain. However, before she could relax, the other party threw a curveball. There are just some doubts about the details, and we need Ms. Guan to answer them for us again. Okay. Guan Yu was most afraid that the other party would catch on to a point and directly shoot down her plan. But as long as they were willing to ask questions and be critical, then she would have time and an opportunity to explain her train of thought and correct the points that the other party was dissatisfied with. She answered each of the questions raised by Planning Team A. The two sides traded questions back and forth, and by the time it was over, they had a greater appreciation for each other. Miss Guan, with your abilities, you are a bit underutilized in this small company. Leo said half in jest and half in earnest. Guan Yu modestly said, you're too kind. I've also benefited a lot from discussing with you all today. She secretly sighed, this is the style of a big company. The employees are capable and have better qualities. After the discussion just now, she is confident that she can revise the plan to be impeccable. By the way, I have recorded the discussion in real time and sent it to our team leader at the same time. Leo briefly showed her the record and estimated that he would give you a final reply in a while. That's great. Guan Yu said with joy. After working hard for several days and staying up late into the night, the result was finally coming today. Whether it was good or bad, the improvement she had gained in the process was far more valuable than the bonus. Of course, the bonus was also very important. Looking forward to working with you. After politely saying goodbye to Leo and the others, Guan Yu was ready to leave Tianu. Before she could even walk out of the building's door, Jin Haifei's message came first. Miss Guan, congratulations on becoming our partner, and I look forward to working with you. The meaning of the words couldn't have been clearer. Guan Yu was so excited that she could have jumped for joy if she hadn't been in a public place. The joy of proving herself echoed in her heart, and she desperately wanted to share it with someone. Without even thinking, she took out her phone and quickly typed out a line to send. My proposal was accepted. Thanks to your help. Thanks. The large dialogue box above it clearly displayed the recipient's name: Jin Shaochuan. But after she calmed down, she looked at the text message, which had not been answered for a long time, and regretted sending it. He must be very busy, she thought. Had she overstepped the mark by sending this text? What if his lover saw it and misunderstood? Just as she was racking her brains for something to say to prove Jin Shaochuan's innocence, a text message popped up. Congratulations, you have proven yourself. The message was less than 10 words, but it made Guan Yu smile again. The man was congratulating her not on winning a prize, but on proving her strength. Her ability to be upright and innocent. Sitting in his office, Jin Shaochuan looked at the text message, which was clearly full of joy, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Chapter 20. What's there to be afraid of? It's fake. In fact, even if Guan Yu didn't send the text, Jin Shaochuan knew that she had succeeded. In fact, he knew even before she did. After all, he was there when the leaders of the company's planning department met to discuss it. The time was half an hour earlier. After watching the planning department argue endlessly over the two plans, Jin Shaochuan rubbed his forehead and asked his secretary to bring the two plans over. After looking through them, he understood why the planning department couldn't agree on a single opinion. Frankly speaking, the two proposals were of similar quality, neither was particularly perfect, but with a little improvement, they could be made perfect without major flaws. However, the company that Guan Yu worked for was inferior to the other company in terms of size and strength. Some people in the planning department were worried that this would affect the completion of the plan. But no one said that a small company could not complete it with high quality. Jin Haifei obviously favored Guan Yu's proposal more, and besides, they were only planning, and the specific implementation would still be led by our company. Jin Shaochuan's face remained expressionless, but in his heart he nodded, and what Jin Haifei said was not without reason. More importantly, he just wanted to seek a benefit for his nominal wife, so what was wrong with that? Let's just say that he was thanking Guan Yu for taking care of his old man these past few days. But just thinking about the conversation the two had in the living room that night, and the way Guan Yu had looked into his eyes, he hesitated again. I think. Just as he was about to speak, a lot of files suddenly popped up on the big screen in the conference room. Jin Haifei felt a little embarrassed, because the big screen was connected to her computer, and the one who had sent her the file was none other than her right-hand man Leo. Sorry. As she apologized, she quickly walked over to turn off the computer, but she froze after reading the file. I don't think we need to argue anymore, this planning case is definitely going to be awarded to Xingyu. After quickly scanning the content of the file, her face became relaxed. You've made up your mind? President Jin hasn't said anything yet. The other team leader was not convinced. Jin Haifei simply released the document. These are the answers and solutions that Guan Yu has provided to the questions we have raised. Anyone with a discerning eye can see from this document how much effort Guan Yu has put in. As long as we adjust according to the content of the document, the advantages of her plan will greatly exceed those of the other competing company. Okay, let's use the plan submitted by Xingyu. Jin Shaochuan's decision eased the slightly awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. When he signed the contract handed over by the secretary, he sighed inwardly, Guan Yu, you have finally proven yourself through your own hard work. But what he didn't expect was that she would send him a text message and give him a share of the credit. After a moment's hesitation, he called his personal assistant. Go to LV's store and pick out a bag suitable for a girl. After a pause, he added, it needs to be large and sturdy. After receiving the card, the personal assistant went out of the door blankly. Large capacity is understandable, as women have more things. But sturdy? LV is a high-end luxury brand, and no one will be carrying it on the subway, so how sturdy can it be? However, Mr. Jin Shaochuan's life assistant has been with him for many years and has seen it all. After a moment of adjustment, he drove to the high-end luxury brand store in the city center. His efforts paid off, and he finally managed to buy the bag that met his boss's requirements before sunset. In the evening, Jin Shaochuan returned home with the bag his assistant had picked out. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his grandfather shouting happily, Shaochuan is back, your wife has good news today. Grandpa, I know. Jin Shaochuan said helplessly, it's just a contract. When he first took charge of the group and signed the first 10 billion contract, he didn't see his grandfather so happy. Rotten kid, what do you know? Grandpa Jin slapped him on the back. Don't you know what Tianu is asking for? It's not easy for a young girl to get this far. After a pause, the old man leaned in and whispered in his ear, did you help with this? Jin Shaochuan shook his head, she fought for it on her own, I didn't get involved at all. Grandpa Jin was even happier to hear this. Our family is blessed, your granddaughter is wonderful. Then, he changed the subject. If you two give me another smart great-grandson, I'll be able to see him grow up. Seeing that he was about to change the subject again, Jin Shaochuan hurriedly excused himself to help Guan Yu and went into the kitchen. When did you get back? Guan Yu was startled by his sudden appearance. It's smoky in here, you'd better go to the living room and keep Grandpa company. Without waiting for him to say a word, she pushed him out without explanation. Afraid that the old man would nag, and being resented by Guan Yu, Jin Shaochuan could only turn helplessly and go into the study. After dinner, as usual, Mr. Jin went out for a walk to digest his food, leaving the couple at home to cultivate their relationship. Guan Yu went into the kitchen to wash and clean, and after a while came out, and placed a plate of fruit on the coffee table. Jin Shaochuan also rarely had no work to do, but instead relaxed on the sofa watching TV. Seeing that Guan Yu was about to mop the floor with a mop, Jin Shaochuan stopped her. Don't bother, just hire a maid to clean tomorrow. Guan Yu pursed her lips and refused firmly, no need, I've long since mastered these chores, why waste money? Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but laugh when he remembered what she said last time when she rushed to wash the dishes. Chores are boring and tedious, even if you have ancestral skills, you should be done with them. It's rare to have some free time, he teased with a smile. Guan Yu mopped the floor while replying to him, what's the fear of boredom? Besides, I can't afford to pay much of the mortgage, so I'll just give you all the pressure. It's only right that I do more housework. He didn't expect her to say that, and Ken Shaochuan was silent. In this way, the two of them, one doing housework and the other watching TV, felt a bit of the warmth of home. Ken Shaochuan's gaze at Guan Yu also became more tender without him realizing. After he finished watching a movie, Guan Yu finally finished her housework. Clinging to the sofa, she let out a long, comfortable sigh, and the fatigue of the day disappeared. Perhaps it was because her mood was so good today, or perhaps because they had spent more time together, she was less formal in front of Jin Shaochuan. At that moment, Jin Shaochuan took out the bag he had given her. Do you like it? Guan Yu took it and saw the large LV logo on the packaging at first glance. She quickly handed it back to Jin Shaochuan, I don't want it. This bag is too expensive for a working person like me. Although she doesn't own any luxury goods, she still knows the basic luxury brands. With her salary, she couldn't even afford this bag if she lived on air. Having long expected her reaction, Jin Shaochuan remained calm and said, don't worry, it's fake. Fake? Guan Yu took it and looked at the exquisite packaging, a little doubtful. Chapter 21 Results from Sleeping In. Guan Yu felt a little incredulous that a high-level executive earning millions of dollars a year would buy a fake Putian goods, made even better than the counter. Jin Shaochuan half-jokingly said that apart from the bag, which was real, everything else was a high imitation. Oh, I see, a face-saving project. It's like someone who rides a bike to bars, they should save and spend money wisely. Guan Yu happily unwrapped the package, and a famous quote slipped out. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had said and blamed herself for being quick-tempered. Why did she tell Jin Shaochuan all this nonsense, which would only annoy him? And her little emotional changes, which she thought were hidden, were clearly seen by Jin Shaochuan. He was a little puzzled. Did he really put her under so much pressure? Otherwise, why would she be so nervous about a casual joke? Guan Yu, you don't need to be afraid of me. He said lazily, this is your home too, relax. Guan Yu froze in her movements, and subconsciously denied, I'm not afraid of you. Oh? Not afraid of me? The man suddenly stood up in front of her, looking down at her with lowered eyes, so what were you nervous about just now? Guan Yu was at a loss for words. Jin Shaochuan leaned slightly forward, resting one hand on the back of the chair behind her, teasing, the way you are, Grandpa would think I've bullied you. The sudden closeness between the two caused Guan Yu's cheeks to quickly blush. It was so close that she could even smell the man's nice perfume with a hint of coldness. And his breath. Jin Shaochuan looked at the girl on the sofa, so petite that she was almost enveloped in his arms. She seemed to be blushing with shyness, her lips moving but no sound coming out. The blush on her face was like the sunset on a clear day, spreading from her cheeks to her neck, and even the tips of her ears were tinged with red. Ha! Seeing that she was not speaking, the man urged her again. His voice was low and mellow, with a slightly rising tone at the end, as if a gentle feather had fallen on Guan Yu's heart. She could clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. It was like beating drums. Haha, today the old manly downstairs was always defeated by me, let's see what he's going to be so arrogant about in the future. The heroic laughter of the old man Jin came. Guan Yu was startled and jumped up on the sofa. Thank you for the present, I really like it. Holding the bag, she hurriedly walked towards the bedroom. The redness on her face became more and more obvious. Jin Shaochuan stood up unhurriedly and watched her flee the scene. Grandpa Jin looked at his shy and embarrassed granddaughter and his composed grandson, and suddenly realized. I came back at the wrong time. He looked at his grandson teasingly. Jin Shaochuan sat back down on the sofa and casually said, No, you're thinking too much. Why is that girl's face so red? Grandpa Jin looked as if he had seen through everything and didn't say anything. It seems that I'm in the way. I'll move out in a couple of days. I can't keep the young couple from being in love. Grandpa. Jin Shaochuan said helplessly, If you want to live here, you can stay as long as you like. Grandpa Jin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. I also need to go back to the old house and take a look. On the other side, as soon as Guan Yu returned to the bedroom, she went into the bathroom. The cool temperature of the water falling from the showerhead finally brought some relief to her flushed cheeks. After calming down, Guan Yu couldn't help but curse herself for being so infatuated. No matter how handsome and outstanding Jin Shaochuan was, their relationship was nothing more than a contractual marriage. Once her grandfather left, the two would get a divorce. More importantly, he was gay and had a close lover. Why did she? She angrily patted her forehead. Staring at the mirror, she fiercely admonished herself, Guan Yu, don't be greedy, don't covet what doesn't belong to you. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, her pounding heart finally calmed down. As a result of this commotion, she had been delayed in the bathroom for more than an hour. Guan Yu quickly cleaned up the bathroom and prepared to let Jin Shaochuan use it. But when she went out, she saw that Jin Shaochuan had already finished washing up and was leaning halfway against the bed reading a book. When she caught sight of his puzzled expression, he said lightly, Sharing a bathroom is inconvenient. From now on, I'll always wash up outside. The house that Jin Shaochuan bought was not small. Apart from each bedroom being equipped with its own bathroom, there was also a shared bathroom on the living room side. In the past, he hadn't really felt anything about it, thinking that it didn't matter where he took a shower. But today, as soon as he entered the bedroom and heard the sound of water coming from inside, he suddenly felt a little strange. He attributed this strangeness to the inconvenience, and quickly found a solution. Oh, okay. Guan Yu nodded blankly in agreement. The unnatural feeling she had just experienced disappeared under her influence. She obediently wrapped herself in the quilt and continued to sleep on the floor. Wow, Guan Yu, you've changed bags. As soon as she arrived at the office the next day, the sharp-eyed Ika noticed the difference. Several female colleagues also gathered around, admiring Guan Yu's bag with envy. It was indeed a luxury item and looked great. Guan Yu, did you win the Tianu account? Otherwise, where did you get the money to buy such an expensive bag? Your boyfriend gave it to you, didn't he? We can't even buy such an expensive bag with our bonuses. The crowd chattered on and on. Guan Yu had no choice but to explain, the bag was a gift from a friend, but it's fake. Are you kidding? It's so high quality, how could it be fake? Some people didn't believe her. Really, haven't you heard? Tian products are of the highest quality and trustworthy. No matter how she explained, some people still thought she was being modest. They even pressed her, did you close the Tianu case? The boss came to the office early this morning, beaming from ear to ear. He asked several times if Guan Yu had arrived. If someone hadn't just been looking for him, Guan Yu would have been called into the office long ago. If the boss could be so happy, it must be related to Guan Yu, and that means the big Tianu case. There was nothing to hide, so Guan Yu admitted honestly, yes, the Tianu case was settled, and the contract could be signed today. Wow! It really happened. Guan Yu, you're amazing, you really have the ability to handle such a big case. While everyone was talking excitedly, a female voice suddenly interrupted, what's there to brag about, it's just the result of sleeping around. It's Xiaoli. Yes, she used to accompany President Wang, and this time, she is probably after someone else. From this perspective, Guan Yu has indeed worked hard. Seeing how the conversation was getting out of hand, Guan Yu became angry. But before she could lose her temper, Ika spoke up, shut up, all of you. Did you see Guan Yu working overtime to put together the proposal? You just spread rumors with your big mouths? You, Xiaoli, are so angry. What do you mean? I think EKA is right. Another colleague also stood up and said, I have seen Guan Yu's proposal, it is really excellent, she is capable of taking on the case. Yes, just because you are jealous of someone's ability, does that mean you should spread rumors and slander them? For a moment, everyone came to Guan Yu's defense. Chapter 22 Guan Yu really wanted to give her a crazy round of applause. After listening to everyone's defense of her, Guan Yu was first taken aback, and then her heart felt warm. Her persistence was correct, and hard work really can earn recognition from others. Suddenly, she felt her hand warm, and when she looked down, it was Aika holding it. Meeting Aika's concerned gaze, Guan Yu felt even better. Before she could say anything, the team leader returned from the boss's office first. What's all the noise? Is there not enough work to go around? He, who is usually so kind, gave her a cold shoulder and scolded her a little, before calling out to Guan Yu, the boss wants to see you, hurry up. Guan Yu answered, and, facing the various looks of envy, admiration and jealousy from the others, went to the boss's office. Here you are, sit down. As soon as she entered the door, the boss greeted her warmly, not only asking her to sit down, but also pouring her a glass of water himself. After a few polite words, he got down to business. You did a great job on the Tianu case, which helped our company reach a new level. With the reputation of having worked with Tianu, the company will only have more cases in the future. Guan Yu accepted her boss's praise with a calm face. Then, her boss took out a thick envelope and pushed it in front of her, indicating for her to open it. Guan Yu did as she was told, only to find a thick stack of cash inside. Normally, the performance bonus is not issued until the payment from Tianu is transferred. But in response to her puzzled look, the boss smiled and said, but this time you are a great contributor, so I have decided to make an exception and issue your bonus early. Thank you, boss. Guan Yu happily accepted it. She would not take it if it wasn't hers, but she would not be pretentious about it if she had earned it through her own hard work. After encouraging her a little more, the boss let her go. Back at her workstation, her colleagues, who had previously taken her side, congratulated her one after the other. Thank you all for your trust. How about this, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, let's have some fun. Guan Yu naturally understood the importance of having good relationships at work, and now that she had money in her hands, she was not stingy. Everyone cheered, and quickly selected an affordable and delicious restaurant. Today, we are all in Guan Yu's light, don't you think we should toast her? Guan Yu had to raise her glass for the nth time as her colleagues coaxed her and everyone responded. Fortunately, everyone was sensible, and the men drank low-alcohol beer, while the women all had fruit juice. Otherwise, at the rate they were drinking, Guan Yu would have been drunk long ago. Even so, she felt full after drinking all that fruit juice, and took advantage of the lively conversation to go to the bathroom. After she had taken care of her bodily needs, Guan Yu felt much more relaxed, and walked back with the colleague who had come to look for her, arm in arm. Guan Yu? A clear male voice sounded behind her. Guan Yu turned around and saw Jin Shaochuan. Do you remember me? Jin Shaochuan walked up to her in 2 steps. Guan Yu of course remembered, not only him, but also the rose he gave her. And someone's black face. Guan Yu, who is this handsome guy? The female colleague next to her was excited when she saw Jin Shaochuan's face, and the hand she was holding on Guan Yu's arm was quietly tightening. Hello, I'm Guan Yu's friend. Jin Shaochuan gave the girl a bright smile, showing off his 8 white teeth. He looked exactly like a young and handsome boy. The colleague was even more excited. Guan Yu casually pulled her arm out, and once again confirmed in her heart that Jin Shaochuan was just a disaster. The first time she met him, she was given a black face by Jin Shaochuan, and the second time she met him, she got herself choked. Guan Yu, ask your friend to have dinner with us, suggested a colleague who was dazzled by his good looks. Guan Yu was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to refuse this. Before she could say a word, a familiar figure appeared. Don't you, where is the room you booked? It's Jin Shaochuan. Brother, look who I met. Jin Shaochuan leaned slightly to the side and hooked over the man's shoulder. Without warning, Guan Yu and Jin Shaochuan stood face to face. With 2 handsome men of completely different styles standing in front of her, Guan Yu didn't need to look to know how excited her colleague would be. But at the moment, she had no time to care about that. Her mind was filled with the brother that Jin Shaochuan had just called her. Young lovers, you're having a lot of fun. You've had enough of playing the jealous scene, now you're doing role play? A bolt of thunder rolled through Guan Yu's heart, and the look she gave the 2 men across from her revealed a kind of admiration. Jin Shaochuan sensitively noticed that something was wrong with her, and his handsome brows furrowed slightly. He really couldn't understand her flights of fancy. Guan Yu, on the other hand, thought about the last time Jin Dongshu had sent flowers in his dark face, and reflexively pulled her colleague back a step. She was afraid that Jin Dongshu would, on a whim, send enough roses and then conjure up a lily. Ha 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 ha. Just as the atmosphere became a little awkward, Jin Dongshu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He leaned forward suddenly and pinched Guan Yu's cheek. Xiaoyu, why are you so cute? Guan Yu froze in place, not expecting him to do that. She lamented inwardly, I really don't want to be an instrument of the god of pure love. Dongshu. Guan Shaochuan's voice was light, but it implied a warning. Guan Dongshu naturally understood, but was not at all afraid. He smiled and took out a matte rose. He reached out and handed it to Guan Yu. Were you looking for this just now? Why a rose again? Where the hell did he hide the flower? Guan Yu didn't dare look at Jin Shaochuan's face, and resignedly took the rose, which she promptly stuck into Jin Shaochuan's suit. This series of smooth movements attracted the strange stares of the other three people present. It's late, let's hurry back. The colleague finally noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and that Aika and the others were still waiting. Guan Yu nodded quickly and prepared to slip away. However, she was unable to do so. Shaochuan and Dongshu, have you found a room? Shen Yushua came walking towards them, blocking Guan Yu's path. Isn't this Miss Guan? What a coincidence. She greeted Guan Yu gently, and I wondered why Shaochuan didn't respond for so long. It turns out he met a friend. Without waiting for Guan Yu to react, she took Jin Shaochuan's hand and complained, I told you to just go home and let your aunt cook something for us, but you had to go to all this trouble and come here. Her tone was more like a petulant whine than a complaint. Jin Shaochuan, whose arm she was holding, looked pale and his emotions were hard to read. This restaurant is not very big, but it wins out in terms of delicious food and fresh ingredients. Jin Dongshu smiled and said, my brother was afraid that what your aunt cooked wouldn't be to your liking, so he asked me to specially pick this place. Oh my god, what a battlefield, I actually ran into it. Guan Yu was dumbfounded, and she just felt that the scene was even more melodramatic than a romance novel. Shen Yushua's feelings for Jin Shaochuan could be described as deep and unchanging. She knew that his sexual orientation was different from the norm, but she still boldly pursued him. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Guan Yu really wanted to give her a crazy call. Chapter 23 The tenderness that he himself was unaware of. This was the perfect time to leave. However, Guan Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to gently remind Shen Yushua. Miss Shen, sometimes a dish is not at all what you think it is. She carefully chose her words. It may look delicious, but it tastes like chewing wax in your mouth. It's even a mirage, you can't even taste it. Jin Shaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If he understood correctly, was Guan Yu implying that Shen Yushua was all show and no substance? Jin Dongshu was also stunned, and then he understood. But he didn't point it out, just turned his face to the side and smiled sullenly. Shen Yushua's face changed slightly. What did Miss Guan mean? It means that when eating, you must choose what suits you. Guan Yu continued with a stiff face, saying that you can't just look at appearances, you have to think more about it, so that you don't eat something that doesn't agree with you and make you sick. Shen Yushua was infuriated. But Guan Yu was talking about the food in every sentence, and her expression was one of looking out for her best interests, so she didn't even have a good reason to lash out. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, and having seen enough of the drama, Jin Dongshu stepped in to smooth things over. Guan Yu, your colleague is still waiting for you, so hurry up and don't keep him waiting. After hearing his words, Guan Yu hurriedly walked down the stairs, grabbed his colleague's hand and left in a hurry. Shaochuan, look at your friend, what a nasty thing to say. After they had left, Shen Yushua pulled on Shaochuan's sleeve and complained discontentedly. Before Shaochuan could say anything, Dongshu interrupted, they were just trying to persuade you to finish your food and were worried that you might get sick, is that wrong? Shen Yushua wanted to argue back, but was interrupted by Jin Shaochuan, okay, hurry up and eat. I still have work to do after dinner. As soon as he spoke, the two of them had to give up. Jin Dongshu led the two of them to the private room that had been booked in advance. On the other side, Guan Yu led her colleague back to the previous room. What took you so long? Someone started a commotion, come quickly and drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. What? We just ran into Guan Yu's friend on the way here, a handsome guy. The door wasn't even closed properly, and my colleagues started gossiping with everyone, and this handsome guy is very attentive to our Guan Yu, and even gave her roses. Where are the flowers? Let everyone see them. Guan Yu had no choice but to say, of course there are flowers. They're pinned nicely on Jin Shaochuan's collar. She had no choice but to explain to everyone, those are my two friends. There's nothing like that. Don't let people misunderstand. If he's not your boyfriend and he gives you flowers, then he must be your suitor. The colleagues wouldn't let her off the hook. If he becomes your boyfriend in the future, remember to bring him to us and let us have a look. There won't be a boyfriend. Guan Yu said resolutely, I want to devote my life to my great cause. Find a boyfriend? Not to mention my married status, just my sister-in-law's vampire-like appearance, she won't even bother other good boys. I think you're dedicating your life to money. Ha 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 ha. Laughter continued in the private room, and no one noticed the figure that flashed by the door. You guys go ahead and eat, the company has something urgent that needs my attention. Jin Shaochuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and lightly commanded. Shen Yushua was taken aback and quickly pulled him back. What urgent matter can't wait until after dinner? We're already here. What's the point of having dinner with Dongxu by yourself if he's leaving? Urgent matter. Jin Shaochuan didn't intend to explain, and after dinner, let Dongxu take you home. His expression wasn't good, and even Shen Yushua didn't dare to pester him too much, so she could only helplessly watch him leave. Still eating, Miss Shen? Jin Dongxu leaned against the wall and asked her lazily. Shen Yushua never had a good temper with him, you eat by yourself. Then, goodbye. As for the arrangement by Jin Shaochuan to send someone home, Jin Dongxu didn't care at all, and drove away alone. He left Shen Yushua sulking at the door. After a while, she made a phone call, help me check out the company Xingyu, and ask their boss to contact me by the way. The dim light shone on her pale cheeks, leaving only a dark shadow. This night seemed like an ordinary night to Guan Yu, and it didn't leave any turmoil in her heart. She went to work as usual and signed several more contracts. Seeing her savings grow made her feel much more at ease. If things continued like this, she would be able to pay back the money she owed to Jin Shaochuan in about 3 years. Guan Yu, the manager wants to see you in his office. Guan Yu thought that her boss had another work assignment for her, so she quickly went to the office. As soon as she entered, she was hit square in the face by the folder the boss threw at her. Look at the plan you made yourself. What the hell is this shit? The boss pointed at the document and yelled, people have complained to me, saying you're not dedicated to your work. Guan Yu didn't react for a while. Seeing that she was silent, the boss's anger grew. What, you think you're awesome just because you signed a few contracts? Trying to cope? I'm not. Guan Yu denied it. Can you tell me what happened first? Don't you know what happened? The boss's hand was about to poke her nose. Guan Yu, you'd better figure it out. The company has given you resources. If you leave the company, you'll be nothing. Get out and think about it. Write a plan for the next step and give it to me. If you can't do it before work tomorrow, you're fired. Guan Yu was a little at a loss after being inexplicably scolded. She tried to think back over the past few days of work, but really couldn't find any problems. She pulled up the dialogue boxes with each client and checked each one to make sure she hadn't offended them. Why was the boss so angry? While Guan Yu was at her wit's end, her manager was secretly observing her. After making sure she wasn't up to anything, the manager made a phone call. Hello, I've taken care of things. I'll find a reason to fire her tomorrow. You've done a good job, and I won't forget you. The voice on the other end of the line said nonchalantly that she would definitely take care of you in the future. That's fine. Guan Yu's reflection didn't lead to any results until she got home from work. Instead, her distracted appearance caught the attention of Jin Shaochuan. What's going on? When Guan Yu threw away the watermelon and left the rind on the plate, Jin Shaochuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked coldly. Guan Yu was taken aback, and then she realized what she had done, so she hurriedly apologized. It was my fault. I got distracted and wasted a perfectly good watermelon. Seeing her hastily trying to clean up, Jin Shaochuan grabbed her and led her to the sofa to sit down. I'm not blaming you, I just want to know what happened. His tone was still light, but there was a little more helplessness in it. There was also a trace of tenderness that he himself didn't even notice. Chapter 24 Jin Shaochuan, she is determined to win. Since the day of the dinner gathering, Jin Shaochuan has been cold and indifferent, keeping people at a distance. Guan Yu didn't know why, But she felt as if she had returned to the days when they had just received their marriage certificate. As a result, he also became taciturn, rarely speaking except with Grandpa Jin. Now that Jin Shaochuan's attitude had taken a proactive and softer turn, coupled with the grievances she had suffered during the day, her tears fell unconsciously. "Why are you crying?" Jin Shaochuan's eyebrows twitched, and he took out 2 paper towels and stuffed them into her hands. "If there's something you want to say, just say it, don't cry." His tone was normal, and his actions were not gentle. But Guan Yu still understood the kindness in his words. She had no intention of hiding anything, so she told Jin Shaochuan everything. "Please help me analyze it. What did I do wrong?" Guan Yu stared at Jin Shaochuan, wanting him to give her some advice. He is a senior executive and part of the leadership, so he must be able to understand the subtext of the leaders better. After listening to Guan Yu's words, how could Jin Shaochuan not understand? Looking at the tearful girl in front of him, his heart felt like it had been pricked by something, not painful but uncomfortable. He attributed this feeling to his desire to protect her. After all, Guan Yu is now his nominal wife, and he is of course unhappy when she is bullied. Guan Yu was still waiting for him to give her some advice, but seeing that his face was not good, she did not dare to rush him and got up silently. "Where are you going?" Jin Shaochuan snapped back to reality and called out to her. Guan Yu hung her head in disappointment, to write a self-reflection. What is the point of talking about a plan when it is actually just a self-reflection? Fine, I will write it, since I am living under someone else's roof. Jin Shaochuan raised his eyebrows, a little angry at her lack of enthusiasm. "You didn't do anything wrong, so why write a self-reflection?" "But our boss." Guan Yu was a little hesitant. "Your boss is incompetent and only gets angry with his subordinates." Jin Shaochuan scoffed, "And he definitely wouldn't fire you even if you didn't have to write it." "Really? If you can, who wants to grovel? You don't believe me?" "Of course I believe you." Guan Yu answered almost reflexively. "As for tomorrow, we'll just deal with it as it comes." Seeing her return to her usual carefree self, Jin Shaochuan's mouth curled into a smile. However, his face quickly fell. The owner of Xingyu had suddenly become aggressive, apparently getting a signal from someone, and specifically targeting Guan Yu. Then whose hand was reaching so far? Why, find out for me who has been in contact with the owner of Xingyu recently. No matter who it is, this time he will teach this hand a lesson. Although she had the guarantee of Jin Shaochuan, when the time came, Guan Yu could not help but feel nervous. "If I haven't done anything wrong, I don't need to admit it." She muttered this twice in silence, and her confidence grew. Prepared to argue with the boss, she began to focus on her work. She could be angry, but she could not delay making money. As a result, she waited all morning, but did not wait for the boss to talk. Instead, a team of movers came and cleared the boss's office completely. Everyone was a little nervous, worrying if something had happened to the company. They wanted to ask the team leader for news, but they discovered that he hadn't come to work either. Guan Yu became unsettled by the mood of the others and simply stopped what she was doing to take a break. Fortunately, the team leader appeared soon after. He had tried to maintain his usual composure, but he couldn't help but show a hint of excitement and elation. "Our company is currently undergoing restructuring, and the situation is a bit complicated." He cleared his throat and briefly explained the situation at the company. After listening to him, Guan Yu was stunned. Yesterday, the boss who threatened to fire him was fired today? And the company was also acquired by someone else? Our new boss has other things to do, so he won't be stationed here full time. At this point, the team leader's excitement was hard to hide, so I will be the deputy manager and be responsible for the day-to-day affairs of our company. It's not surprising that he's not feeling very composed, as the leap from team leader to deputy manager is quite a big one. Wow! A cheer goes up, and Guan Yu comes back to her senses and offers her old boss her sincere congratulations. In addition, the positions have been adjusted according to everyone's daily work situation. For details, please see the email copy to HR. After explaining everything, the team leader leaves. As the new guy in charge, he still has a lot to do. Everyone opens their emails to check the position list. Sure enough, Guan Yu became the new team leader thanks to her outstanding work performance. Congratulations, Guan Yu. You're the team leader now. Guan Yu laughed in response to everyone's teasing, and they made plans to celebrate by having dinner together during their vacation. After the commotion, she finally had time to send a message to Jin Shaochuan. Our boss was fired before me, but I was promoted instead. I hope you're right. You're really amazing. I'll thank you with a delicious meal. A senior executive really knows how to read people's minds. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but smile as he read the 3 messages that had popped up one after the other on his phone. She really should thank herself. After all, she was her new boss. Compared to Guan Yu's complacency, Shen Yushua smashed everything on the table. Who do you think bought Starry Night? Her tone was tinged with disbelief. Her assistant was taken aback by her sudden outburst and dared not add fuel to the fire. How could it be him? Why him? She sat down on the sofa and muttered to herself. Just friends? If they were just friends, why would he stick up for that woman? And even knowing it was her own idea, he went ahead and did it mercilessly? She was sure she was the one behind it all. Shen Yushua didn't want to believe that there was no longer any place in Jin Shaochuan's heart for her, and could only put the blame on Guan Yu. She called her assistant and gave her some quiet instructions. The assistant hesitated. What if she got caught? It was just a prank, so what's the big deal? Shen Yushua gave her a glare. As long as she paid the money, even if she got caught, she could just say it was a prank. Seeing that the assistant was uneasy, she reassured her gently, I just want to get back at him. It's not a big deal, and it's not dangerous. The assistant had no choice but to do as she said and go out to find someone to do the job. Shen Yushua was left alone, sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the broken glass all over the floor. She didn't understand. She had only been away for a few years, and they hadn't lost touch, so why had people's hearts changed so quickly? Thinking about the good old days, her eyes hardened. Whether it was about people or money, and no matter what the price, the position of the young wife of the Jin family could only be taken by herself. Jin Shaochuan, she was determined to get him. Chapter 25 Looking at a used electric bicycle. The next day, the assistant came to report to Shen Yushua. They found a few thugs, but the price was a bit high. Just pay them whatever they want. Shen Yushua didn't care at all, and just kept applying her makeup in the mirror. As long as she kept her mouth shut, money was no problem. The assistant was still a bit worried, but seeing her carefree appearance, he swallowed his words. If I keep persuading her, I'm afraid she'll lose her temper again. After she left, Shen Yushua threw down the eyebrow pencil in her hand and snorted, coward. It's just asking someone to fix a flat tire, how much trouble can it cause? Even if someone is caught red-handed and the police are called, the police won't care about such pranks, and at most they will let the 2 parties negotiate. This time, I have to teach you a lesson. Thinking about Guan Yu's rude words to her in the restaurant, she felt a burst of anger and had to let off some steam. As for Jin Shaochuan's side, direct hits didn't work, so let's try a curveball. I heard that Mr. Jin has also returned to China. Shen Yushua is trying every means to take Jin's wife's place, while the real Jin's wife is still working hard as a laborer. Since being promoted to team leader, Guan Yu's work has become busier and busier. Getting off work on time has become a dream. Fortunately, her new boss is more humane, and after she had worked overtime for a week in a row, he forced her to leave work at 5 o'clock. In order to avoid attracting attention, he specially instructed the personnel department to notify all employees of the company to leave work early. But under what pretext? The head of the administrative department carefully asked on the phone. Although leaving work early is a benefit, there has to be a reason, right? That's a question you need to think about. After a while, all the employees of Xingyu received a notice from the administration. Family Day? EKA wondered when our company had such activities. Doubtful as it was, being able to leave work early was certainly a good thing. You're not leaving? She looked at Guan Yu, who was still working. Guan Yu didn't even look up at her and replied, I'll work a little longer. I'll finish this project soon. It was quiet in the office, which was perfect for her to concentrate on her ideas. When she finally finished her work, she rubbed her stiff neck and looked up at the clock. It was 7 o'clock. Not bad, 3 to 4 hours earlier than usual. Why not stop by the supermarket on the way home to buy some groceries and cook something delicious to reward yourself for all your hard work? Maybe even make some kelp soup? Guan Yu hummed a little tune as she walked downstairs, and only when she got to the back of the carport did she realize her misfortune. My tire is flat. 10 minutes later, the property management arrived on the scene, briefly inspected the situation, and apologized. Miss Guan, I'm sorry, but it looks like your tire has been punctured. If you want, you can go to the surveillance room to check the surveillance footage and find out who did it. Guan Yu looked tired. Forget it, it was probably punctured on the way to work. It was early enough for her to finish work, and she didn't want to waste time on such nonsense. The property management left after apologizing again and again. After a moment of hesitation, Guan Yu decided to take the bus home. After getting off work, Jin Shaochuan returned home to an empty apartment. Grandpa Jin had returned to the old house 2 days ago. And the girl who had left work early and should have been home long ago was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she had gone out to meet up with friends? Ignoring the faint sense of dissatisfaction in her heart, Jin Shaochuan went straight to the study to get back to work. Within half an hour, Guan Yu also arrived home, tired and dusty. Seeing the light in the study, she knocked gently on the door. "Enter." The man's deep voice came from the room. Guan Yu pushed open the door and saw the man sitting at the desk, working intently. Even when she came in, he didn't even glance at her. "If there's something to say, just go out." Hearing this, Guan Yu didn't dare to disturb him anymore, and tiptoed out. She guessed that Jin Shaochuan hadn't eaten yet, and she was a little hungry herself, so she simply went straight to the kitchen. It wasn't until the aroma of the food drifted into the study that Jin Shaochuan came back to his senses in the midst of his busy work. So he was at home. Then who just knocked on the door and came in? He walked out of the study and saw Guan Yu carrying a meal to the dining room. "Are you done? Hurry up and wash your hands and eat." Guan Yu was wearing an apron, and the thin bag hung loosely around her waist, making her waistline look even slimmer. Holding a rice bowl in her hand, she looked like a virtuous wife when she urged him gently. "It seems like it's getting more and more like home here." Jin Shaochuan was startled by his own thoughts, his eyebrows jumped, and he shifted his eyes, giving an unnatural grunt. At the dinner table, Jin Shaochuan asked casually, "Why did you get off work so early today?" Speaking of getting off work, Guan Yu was full of grievances. "I could have come home even earlier, but my car got a flat tire, so I had to take the bus." "A flat tire? Do you know who did it?" Jin Shaochuan knows that she bought a battery-powered car especially for commuting to work, and it had only been 2 days since she started riding it. Guan Yu shook her head. "Never mind, maybe I punctured it myself accidentally on the way." "Then I'll drive you to work tomorrow?" Without thinking too much, these words just came out of her mouth. Guan Yu looked at him curiously, feeling that he was a little extra concerned about her today. But soon she dismissed this thought from her mind. "Are you kidding? He has a lover, and besides, their sexual orientations don't match." She secretly despised herself for being so self-absorbed. "You've returned your boss's car again?" Guan Yu shook her head and refused. "It's better not to give me a ride, in case my boss thinks you're showing off and gets into trouble. In fact, there is a garage at home." It's just that Guan Yu doesn't have a car, and every day, when Jin Shaochuan drives back, he parks the car in the garage, so she doesn't know about it. So far, she has thought that Jin Shaochuan only occasionally drives the boss's car. "Tomorrow, I'll get off work early and go to a used car store." "Buying a car?" Jin Shaochuan frowned slightly. "If you're buying a car, you might as well get a new one, it's safer." Guan Yu laughed. "Of course I'm not buying a car, I'm going to look at a used electric car. My car is almost new, so I might not even have to pay extra to get a used one." She was happily calculating, completely unaware of how cute she looked in her man's eyes. "You should get a car," Jin Shaochuan suddenly suggested. Although riding an electric bicycle is faster than taking public transportation, it's not a good feeling to be exposed to the wind and sun every day. "You should have a driver's license, right?" He actually knew that Guan Yu had a driver's license. Everything about Guan Yu was clearly recorded in the information that he was given at the beginning. Even the fact that she had received several awards in elementary school was detailed. He knew the answer, but he didn't want to make the little girl on her guard. Chapter 26. What's there to celebrate? "Yes, but I don't have my driver's license with me," Guan Yu replied. "And I haven't driven a car once since I got my license. I was able to take the test because I worked part-time at a driving school during the summer after high school graduation, and used the salary to pay for my tuition. Even so, my sister-in-law complained about it for a long time, thinking she was wasting money. Not to mention driving. The only car in the family is treated like a treasure by my sister-in-law, and she won't let her touch it easily." Jin Shaochuan knew where the driver's license was after a little thought. "In your sister-in-law's hands?" "Well, she said that the license can be sold for points. 1 point is 100 yuan. Guan Yu said it very calmly, not looking the least bit aggrieved, and it was clear that she was used to her sister-in-law's ways. Jin Shaochuan didn't ask any more questions. The two of them finished dinner in silence. I thought that the company's family day, where you can leave work early, was considered a benefit, but I never imagined that as soon as I started work the next day, Aika would tell Guan Yu some good news. Adjusting to 2.5 days off per week? Guan Yu was puzzled. Is the company's business so good now? While companies of all sizes are implementing 996 or even 007 working hours, her own company is going in the opposite direction? It is said that the decision was made by the top boss, and since he has no shortage of money, it will be implemented this week. EKA is beaming with joy, as it means she will get 2 extra days off a month. What's more, her salary will not be reduced. Guan Yu shakes her head and stops chatting with her. Since she can have the day off this afternoon, she will hurry up and finish the work on hand. That way, she would have enough time in the afternoon to go to the second-hand market. But it seemed that her good luck was not over for the day. In between tasks, Guan Yu went to the pantry to make tea when she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? She held the phone to her ear and asked while filling up the cup. What did you say? Oops. She was so excited that the hot water in the cup spilled over. Fortunately, Guan Yu reacted quickly and retracted her hand in time, thus avoiding a burn. Miss Guan, are you okay? A voice came from the other end of the line, sounding anxious. If Guan Yu had been paying attention, she would have heard that the other person's anxiety was a little unusual. But she was so excited that she didn't care about that. I'm fine. Could you repeat what you just said? Hearing that she was fine, the person on the other end of the line seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then returned to a polite tone. Miss Guan, congratulations on becoming the grand prize winner of our Yonghui Supermarket's 10th anniversary celebration. 200,000. In cash. Hearing it again, Guan Yu still felt like she was dreaming. But I didn't enter any lucky draw yesterday. Calming down, she still thought of a key question. Although she did buy groceries at Yonghui Supermarket last night, she remembered that there was no promotion for any lucky draw, and she didn't enter either. This one of ours is conducted in secret. The other party was obviously well prepared and patiently explained, because we don't set up lucky draw boxes, but randomly select winners by capturing faces in the video. Guan Yu understood as soon as she was explained. The secret process was probably to prevent someone from maliciously scanning their face to increase their chances of winning, right? If it is convenient for you, you can come to Yonghui Supermarket this afternoon to collect your prize. The other party continued, but for the safety of your property, we can also choose to pay online. After a pause, they added, please be assured that all your personal information will be kept strictly confidential. Let me think about it. Can I give you an answer before 12 noon? Yes. After the other party hung up, Guan Yu turned around and looked up the official phone number of Yonghui Superstores to ask if there was such an activity. After getting a positive reply, she finally felt at ease. It's not that she was being overly cautious, but there are all kinds of tricks out there. With the little money she had, she really couldn't afford to be fooled. On the other end of the line, the life assistant who had hung up looked at Jin Shaochuan, who was sitting at the desk working. Mr. Jin, Ms. Guan said she needs to think about which method to use to claim the prize. Then you go to Yonghui Supermarket with the cash and wait. Jin Shaochuan gave the order without looking up, remembering, don't blow your cover. The assistant promised, and quickly drove to Yonghui Supermarket. But she couldn't help wondering, who is this Miss Guan, and why is she so important to her boss? She was also curious about Miss Guan's appearance. After confirming that she had really won the lottery, Guan Yu quickly called the other party and decided to claim the prize by online transfer. It was a bit dangerous for a girl to carry a large bag of cash. Okay, then please give me your card number. The poor personal assistant had just driven halfway and had to turn around and go back. Guan Yu found a bank card, transferred all the money in it, and sent him the card number of the empty card. Even if she was cheated, she couldn't take a penny from her. While waiting for the money to be transferred, she had already figured out how to spend it. First, she would give half back to Jin Shaochuan, and the rest will be deposited in the bank to earn interest. In this way, at least she can pay a little more on the mortgage every month. Being able to solve a large debt made Guan Yu immediately feel a lot more relaxed. In no time, 200,000 yuan was transferred to her card. The attentive life assistant even called to confirm it, and only hung up after making sure there were no mistakes. Although it was a bit of a pity that he couldn't meet Miss Guan in person, the assistant was also relieved that the work had been completed successfully. You have to know that Mr. Jin is not an easy boss to please. When he got home that night, Jin Shaochuan noticed that dinner was particularly sumptuous. There were even a few fresh abalones. What was there to celebrate? He raised an eyebrow and looked at Guan Yu, who was busy preparing dinner. Guan Yu, who had been smiling since she received the money, didn't hide it and told him happily, "I won the lottery, 200,000 yuan." Seeing her sparkling eyes, Jin Shaochuan felt that the money he had spent was not in vain. "Oh, so what are you going to spend it on?" He was going to guide her to use the money to buy a car, which would be convenient for commuting to work. Guan Yu placed the last dish on the table and, without sitting down, fished out a bank card from her high-end Louis Vuitton bag. She pushed the card in front of Jin Shaochuan. "What do you mean?" Jin Shaochuan frowned, a little puzzled. "There are 100,000 yuan in this card, which is to repay you." Guan Yu explained her plan to him. "I've deposited the rest of the money in the bank, and in the future, we can split the mortgage payment equally every month." "You mean you're not going to cook for me anymore?" Jin Shaochuan laughed out loud at her stroke of genius, and deliberately asked her back. The 100,000 yuan was nothing to him, and he had long since forgotten about it. He hadn't expected that Guan Yu had been keeping it in mind all along. In fact, the driving force behind her efforts to make money was to pay off the debt. Chapter 27. It's really hard to be a laborer. No. I'll still provide meals. Mistakenly believing that she really meant it, Guan Yu hurriedly denied it. "As long as you come home for dinner, I'll cook for you." As soon as these words came out, the two people at the table froze. At first, Jin Shaochuan would never eat here, let alone stay overnight. It wasn't until the old man Jin returned to China and moved in that Jin Shaochuan would come home every day on time, just to be able to eat with the old man. But then he gradually got used to the feeling. Even now that his grandfather has moved out, he still comes home every day. Why does he come back? Is it habit? Jin Shaochuan silently asked himself. An awkward and slightly ambiguous atmosphere slowly flowed through the house. Guan Yu was a little at a loss, always feeling that she had said something wrong. At a loss, Jin Shaochuan decided not to think about it anymore, and just treated it as if he had hired a nanny to cook. Instead, he suggested, "Let's go pick up a new car tomorrow." "Pick up a car? Let me drive it?" Guan Yu couldn't wait for something to change the current strange atmosphere, so when Jin Shaochuan spoke, she didn't rush to reject him. Jin Shaochuan nodded. "It is inconvenient not to have a car. The bus is too crowded, and riding a tram is too tiring. You don't need to hurry to pay me back. Cooking and doing the housework every day can offset some of it." "Really?" Guan Yu looked up sharply, asking with a tangled heart, "Will that not be too much of a sacrifice for you?" "I don't need your money." Jin Shaochuan pointed out the obvious. "But you, without a car, it's not convenient to go out when Grandpa comes back." He used Grandpa Jin as an excuse, and it really made Guan Yu take him seriously. Guan Yu thought about the last time she went shopping with Grandpa in the market. "Well, it seems like buying a car is really necessary. But I haven't driven for a long time, I'm afraid." It's not just been a long time, to be precise, she hasn't touched the steering wheel since she got her license. This is not a problem at all in Jin Shaochuan's eyes. "After you pick up the car, I'll tell him to change his mind in time, and I'll take the time to practice with you for a couple of laps after work." "That's embarrassing. I saw that there are coaches on the internet who specialize in practice partners. I can find one." Thinking about a strange man practicing driving with her every day, Jin Shaochuan inexplicably felt a little upset. Private practice is expensive, starting at 200 yuan an hour. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. Sure enough, she quickly changed her mind. "Then I'll trouble you for a few days." "Well, then you can go pick out a car tomorrow, and you can pick it up on Monday after you get your license." Jin Shaochuan was always decisive and unflagging. Guan Yu naturally had no objection. When Jin Shaochuan came home from work the next day, he saw Guan Yu sitting neatly at the dining table waiting for him. And on the table, in addition to the delicious food, there was also a brand new set of car keys. "You picked up the car?" He was a little surprised. He didn't think Guan Yu was that fast. "Well, the salesperson said that I could drive with an electronic license, and I can get a paper one later." Guan Yu felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time she had bought a big item for herself, and she was really impatient. Jin Shaochuan nodded to indicate that he understood. Guan Yu hesitated and asked, "Can I use your parking space?" "I'll pay rent." Jin Shaochuan paused for a moment when he was serving the food, then said nonchalantly, "No rent is required, you can park directly." "What about your car?" "The company has a car to shuttle me around, I don't need to drive myself." Jin Shaochuan replied without batting an eyelid. Guan Yu believed him and looked at him enviously. It's good to be a senior executive, you don't even need to drive your own car. Please help me get another bowl of soup. Jin Shaochuan handed Guan Yu the bowl. Seeing someone enter the kitchen, he took out his phone and sent a message to his assistant, asking him to contact the property management company to buy another parking space as soon as possible, and to get the contract by tomorrow morning at the latest. Also, could you come over here now and take my car away? The assistant didn't dare to delay after receiving the message, and immediately took a taxi to the property. Before Jin Shaochuan accompanied Guan Yu downstairs to practice driving, he had already driven away the eye-catching Maserati. Guan Yu nodded, a little uneasy. I'm not very good at this. But I'll get the hang of it. With Jin Shaochuan by her side, she really felt a lot more at ease. Even though it had been a long time since she had driven, the muscle memory from learning to drive was still there. So Guan Yu quickly became proficient. Good, watch out. Suddenly a small car appeared from an intersection. The distance was too close and the other car was going too fast, so Guan Yu simply couldn't react in time. She was obviously flustered. Jin Shaochuan held the steering wheel with one hand, while instinctively covering Guan Yu's forehead with the other. Fortunately, they had not left too early, and there was little traffic on the road. They had managed to avoid the car with the ghostly-looking bumper, and no harm had been done. It was just that Jin Shaochuan had hit his wrist hard while trying to protect her. It's all my fault, my lack of skill has caused you to get hurt. Sitting on the sofa, Guan Yu held the first aid kit and carefully applied the plaster to his wound. Her gentle breath fell on Jin Shaochuan's skin, tickling like a feather, and the tingling sensation spread to his heart in an instant. In the end, Guan Yu was still a little worried. It would be better to go to the hospital just in case the injury had damaged a bone. He is not that delicate. Jin Shaochuan refused. Guan Yu then proposed, then I will sleep with you in the master bedroom tonight. As soon as the words came out, she realized that this was really ambiguous, and her face instantly turned red. She stammered and explained, that's not what I meant. I just don't want you to be inconvenienced, so I want to lend a hand. I'll sleep on the floor, don't worry. Since Mr. Jin moved out, Guan Yu moved to the guest room and left the master bedroom to Jin Shaochuan. No, I just sprained it, not high paraplegia. Jin Shaochuan couldn't bear to see her look of sadness, so he simply got up and went back to his room. That night, in addition to Guan Yu tossing and turning, unable to sleep and worrying about Jin Shaochuan's injury, Shen Yushua was also sleepless and exasperated. What kind of useless person did you find? You can't even do such a trivial task properly. The assistant stood before Shen Yushua, obediently listening to her reprimand for the 31st time. I told you to inflate the tires, but you punctured the tires of the electric car. What's the point? Can't she afford the few dollars it costs to repair the tire? After losing her temper for a long time, Shen Yushua finally grew tired and sat on the sofa glaring at the assistant. The assistant also felt aggrieved. It's true that Miss instructed to inflate the tires, but that person doesn't drive to work at all, but rides an electric car. If you don't do it, you'll be scolded by Miss, and if you do it, you'll still be scolded. It's really hard to be a worker. Chapter 28 The relationship between Jin Shaochuan and Jin Dongxiu? On Monday, Guan Yu took a half-day leave from work and successfully got her driver's license back. After getting her license, she sent a message to Jin Shaochuan first. I'll pick you up after work today and treat you to a big meal. Do you have time? Jin Shaochuan, who was in a meeting, didn't see the message. When he finally got out of the long meeting, it was already nighttime. He simply called, "Where are you now?" "Right outside your office." Guan Yu was not at all impatient. I guessed you would be busy, so I came early and waited. What if I don't have time to eat today? Jin Shaochuan laughed lightly and asked deliberately. Then I'll go home. I have the car, it's not a problem. There was no early invitation, so it's normal that he doesn't have time. Okay. After saying that, Jin Shaochuan hung up the phone. Guan Yu was a little confused. Did he mean yes to the invitation, or did he mean to let her go home? To be on the safe side, she decided to wait a little longer in the car. 10 minutes later, her window was tapped. Open the door. It was Jin Shaochuan. He had taken off his suit jacket and was wearing only a dark black shirt. The sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his smoothly toned arms. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt while pulling open the car door. Guan Yu's heart was beating a little faster. Maybe it would be safer if you sat in the back? She looked at the man who had opened the door and was about to sit in the passenger seat and suggested apologetically. But Jin Shaochuan just sat down. There was an airbag in the passenger seat. His words were concise, but Guan Yu understood them miraculously. Just as they were about to leave the parking lot, Jin Shaochuan threw her a card. Guan Yu took a moment to glance at it, and it was a parking card from the Tianu group. Stick it on the front and you can park for free. There is a huge parking lot under the Tianu building, which is free for employees, but outsiders have to pay to park. And what Jin Shaochuan gave her was an employee card. What about you? Thinking that she wouldn't be able to come here many times, Guan Yu subconsciously wanted to refuse. I'm a chauffeur, I don't need a parking card. Jin Shaochuan simply did it himself and stuck the card in the lower right corner of the glass. When she left, she was indeed able to drive smoothly all the way. Fortunately, after 2 days of practice, Guan Yu had recovered her driving skills and drove quite steadily. Before long, the two arrived at the restaurant. This is a restaurant recommended by my colleague, and I have also searched online, and they have quite a lot of good reviews. Guan Yu was a little embarrassed. I have limited abilities and I can't treat you to a big meal, but today you can order whatever you like, and I will pay for everything. Seeing her heroic appearance, a smile crossed Jin Shaochuan's eyes. Then I'll let you spend a lot of money. Once they entered the restaurant, Jin Shaochuan really didn't hold back with her and ordered a table full of dishes. This was the first time Guan Yu had been so extravagant when eating out, and she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But when she thought about the help Jin Shaochuan had given her and the good luck he had brought her since they met, she quickly let go of this feeling. Jin Shaochuan was sitting across from her, naturally taking in all her expressions. He suppressed a smile as he watched Guan Yu's painful expression as she tried to comfort herself. Having seen many celebrities living with a delicate mask, he can increasingly perceive the true charm of Guan Yu. Here, try this dish, it's said to be the signature dish. Jin Shaochuan has limited mobility in one hand, so Guan Yu takes the trouble to use the serving chopsticks to serve him. Good. He also accepts everything, and tastes each dish carefully. Although the two rarely talk, the atmosphere is exceptionally harmonious. Until... Shaochuan? What a coincidence, you're here too. A familiar voice came from the distance, causing the two people eating quietly to look up together. It was Shen Yushua. Hello, Miss Shen. Guan Yu greeted her politely. Shen Yushua, however, was atypical, not as enthusiastic as usual, and just nodded lightly, Miss Guan. Guan Yu guessed that she might still be angry about what happened last time. In hindsight, Guan Yu felt that although she had really been well-intentioned in her advice, she had somewhat offended her, and it was normal for Shen Yushua to be angry. So she didn't seek trouble and obediently lowered her head to eat. Why are you here? Asked Jin Shaochuan. Shen Yushua sat directly down in the empty seat next to him, a little aggrieved, and said, I had a date with a friend to eat here, but she had a sudden emergency and stood me up. After saying this, without waiting for Jin Shaochuan's reaction, she smiled and said to Guan Yu, Miss Guan, do you mind if I share a meal? Guan Yu, who was concentrating on her meal, was suddenly called on and was taken aback for a moment before she replied, No, Miss Shen, let's eat together. But the second she froze, Shen Yushua saw it as a sign of reluctance. But what's the point of being reluctant? Jin Shaochuan won't let you go. Shen Yushua was confident. Then thank you, Miss Shen. She took Jin Shaochuan's arm and smiled sweetly. Shen Yushua's reasons were not convincing to a single word. Although the restaurant was doing good business, it was positioned for the middle-income crowd. According to Shen Yushua's previous spending standards, she would never have dinner here with friends. She would even feel that it was an insult to eat here. Waiter, please add a set of tableware. Taking this opportunity, Jin Shaochuan quietly withdrew his arm. Shen Yushua didn't care. With her joining, the atmosphere at the table gradually became a bit awkward. Shen Yushua took over the job of serving Jin Shaochuan. She also frequently started conversations between the two of them, to which Jin Shaochuan responded with him more yes. He did respond to each of them. Guan Yu, on the other hand, treated herself as an invisible person and kept her head buried in her rice. Shaochuan, this is your favorite kelp soup, try it. Shen Yushua attentively served the man a bowl of soup. I used to hate kelp. She began to reminisce about their past together. But as long as you make the kelp soup, I love it no matter what. You also said that as long as I like it, you will make soup for me every day in the future. Shen Yushua looked at Jin Shaochuan expectantly, would you like to come to my house someday? I haven't had your cooking in a long time. It turns out that Jin Shaochuan can cook. Guan Yu was a little surprised. He is really multi-talented. I haven't cooked in many years and my hands are rusty. Facing the expectant gaze of the beautiful woman, Jin Shaochuan only responded ambiguously. Without waiting for Shen Yushua to say anything else, he stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. As she watched the man leave, the sweet smile on Shen Yushua's face disappeared without a trace. She picked and tasted a few bites of the dish, then put down her chopsticks and didn't move again. Guan Yu glanced at her in passing, and after much patience, she finally spoke. Miss Shen, I dare to ask. Ha? Shen Yushua raised her eyebrows, looking at her with confusion. Do you know the relationship between Jin Shaochuan and Jin, don't you? Chapter 29 What can 100,000 yuan do? Of course I know. Shen Yushua was a little confused by Guan Yu's question. Her frank admission had left Guan Yu a little speechless for a moment. Miss Guan, what do you mean? Shen Yushua was a little displeased. You've misunderstood. I meant no harm. I was wrong to offend you last time. Guan Yu looked around to make sure that Jin Shaochuan had not returned before speaking cautiously. Miss Shen, I know you like Jin Shaochuan, but he cannot give you happiness. You will be very tired being with him. She sounded quite earnest. Shen Yushua was even more unhappy. How do you know he cannot give me happiness? Because your basic conditions are mismatched. One is female and likes males, the other is male and also likes males. How can you be lovers? Hearing her words, Shen Yushua's face suddenly turned cold. Miss Guan, you two are really not a good match. I advise you not to get any ideas. Shaochuan and I have been in love for many years, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. After saying this, she looked down at her phone. Obviously, she was not going to talk to Guan Yu again. Guan Yu understood that she had annoyed someone again, so she just kept quiet and continued to show off her cooking. Soon, Jin Shaochuan returned. As if he hadn't noticed the strange atmosphere between the two, he asked Guan Yu, have you finished eating? After getting a positive reply, he got up and said, let's go, then. Shen Yushua naturally took his arm and said coquettishly, Shaochuan, I haven't been to a bar in a long time, will you accompany me? I'll go first, and I hope you have a good time. Before he could reply, Guan Yu tactfully walked away. Go ahead, I promise it'll be over in no time. Shen Yushua shook his arm and added fuel to the fire. What if I get drunk if I go by myself? Finally, Jin Shaochuan was convinced. After Shen Yushua had had her fill of fun, Jin Shaochuan arranged for someone to take her home. Shen Yushua was reluctant, but she didn't dare to go too far because of his gloomy expression. Jin Shaochuan, on the other hand, took a taxi directly back to his house in Block B, Tiandi Road. When he opened the door, the house was pitch black, except for the night light on the balcony leading to the master bedroom, which was still on. The door to the guest bedroom was closed, and it seemed that Guan Yu had already gone to bed. Even so, Jin Shaochuan felt a sense of relief. It seemed that this was home. The next day, Guan Yu drove to work. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got out of the car, she was accosted by a few colleagues. Hey, did you buy a new car? Guan Yu admitted with a smile, yes, I picked it up the day before. Several colleagues congratulated her. It's still more convenient to have a car. She's already in management, so buying a car is no big deal. A snide comment came out of nowhere, and everyone turned around to look. It was Shelley and a few colleagues who usually got along well with her. Yes, the salary of a management staff is not the same as that of an ordinary employee. The words implied that Guan Yu had taken advantage of her position to benefit herself. Some of the colleagues were angry and wanted to stand up for Guan Yu, but she stopped them. Don't spread rumors if you don't have any evidence. Her face was slightly cold. I bought this car with the prize money after winning the lottery, and it has nothing to do with work. Wow, Guan Yu, you won the lottery, how much did you win? Her colleagues looked at her enviously. 200,000. Guan Yu felt a little embarrassed, so I'll buy everyone milk tea for lunch today. Yes. I have to pat Guan Yu on the back, she's a real lucky charm. Me too, I've only ever won 5 yuan in my life. Several people hugged Guan Yu and walked away giggling. Only Shelley and a few others gritted their teeth in secret. Guan Yu, don't get carried away, there will come a time when we get you back. Not long after she started her new job, Guan Yu received a text message. Her quarterly performance bonus had arrived. There was no doubt that she had received an A grade. With her monthly salary and performance bonus, she would receive more than 30,000 yuan. This was a considerable sum of money for Guan Yu. However, she was unable to enjoy it for long, as her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her eyebrows furrowing as she quickly walked towards the stairwell with her phone in hand. "Hello, sister-in-law." Reluctantly, she answered the phone. The other person spoke in a grumpy tone. "What took you so long to answer the phone?" "I was working." "What do you want?" Guan Yu didn't want to talk to her. "Did you get paid today? Transfer me 2,000 yuan. Sure enough, her sister-in-law's first words were about money. Over the years, she had been like a bloodsucker, jumping on any opportunity to get her hands on money. Guan Yu didn't want to indulge her anymore, so she said coldly, "I already gave you 100,000 yuan. After holding back her temper for so long, she swallowed her words and refrained from being greedy. Yelling at her would not solve anything, but would only make her sister-in-law more unrelenting and cause endless trouble. "What can you do with 100,000 yuan? Your brother and nephew need to eat and live, don't they? I have supported you for so many years, and you are dismissing me with just 100,000 yuan? If you hadn't stolen a man and married him, the bride price would have been 500,000 yuan. My sister-in-law was cursing and swearing on the phone, as if she wanted to go over all the accounts from all these years. "What have you done for me?" Guan Yu finally couldn't hold back anymore. "I've worked hard since junior high school, haven't I paid for all my own tuition and living expenses? You think you can fly the coop just because you got married? Do you believe I'll go to your in-laws and tell them everything, and no one will be happy? Go ahead and say what you want, I won't stop you." Guan Yu didn't want to get into a messy argument with her, and hung up after saying that. "Want to complain to Jin Shaochuan? Let's see if you can even get in the door at Tianu first." Guan Yu put the phone away and returned to her workstation, continuing to focus on her work. However, she had no idea that her conversation had just now been overheard in its entirety. Less than half an hour later, the receptionist called Guan Yu. "Guan Yu, a lady claiming to be your sister-in-law is here to see you." "What do you mean by claiming to be?" "I am her sister-in-law." The sister-in-law's loud voice came through the phone, with a strong sense of rudeness. Madam! You can't just enter our company." Guan Yu rubbed her forehead tiredly and had to compromise. "Tell her to wait for me in the reception room, I'll be there in a minute." If she didn't show up and let her sister-in-law make a scene in the company, she would lose face completely. Taking a deep breath, she took off her name tag and walked towards the reception room. Since her sister-in-law wanted to settle accounts, she would accompany her to the end. But if it came to money, she would never pay. After thinking about it, before leaving, Guan Yu sent a message to her brother. "Brother, my sister-in-law is causing a scene at my company. If you still consider me your sister, come quickly." Chapter 30. She was so ashamed that she didn't even dare admit it. Guan Yu quickly arrived at the reception room. The receptionist was standing by the door and greeted Guan Yu as soon as she saw her. "Your sister-in-law seems to be in a bad mood." This was already a very euphemistic way of putting it. After all, her yelling had just now alerted most of the company. Even now, some people were deliberately passing by the reception room just to watch the fun. Guan Yu was a little embarrassed and quickly apologized to her. "My sister-in-law is really very sorry." "It's okay, I understand." After watching the receptionist leave, Guan Yu pushed open the door of the reception room, facing the curious stares of the others. Su Lingyu was sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs, leisurely watching videos. When she saw Guan Yu come in, she was furious. She scolded her, "You little bitch, you've got some nerve. You've made a lot of money and you didn't tell your family. Have you no conscience? What money have I earned? I earn 3,000 yuan a month, I have to live, don't I?" Guan Yu was shocked. Had her sister-in-law found out about the lottery win? But she put on a look of bewilderment and grievance. Su Lingyu didn't believe her at all. "Don't pretend, I know all about your lottery win. I heard you bought a car too? Give me the keys later, it'll be convenient for your nephew to get to school. Transfer the rest to my card, I don't want the interest." After calculating that the prize money was not enough, she started thinking about her monthly salary. "You've been promoted to an official, so your salary should increase, right? As usual, you keep 1,000 yuan each month and send the rest home." She laughed angrily at her plan, which was as good as Joe's. After calming down a bit, Guan Yu interrupted her ranting. "Sister-in-law, there's no way I'll give you the money." "What did you say?" Su Lingyu, who was immersed in her dreams, was suddenly enraged when she was poured a bucket of cold water over her head. Little bitch, without me, could you have gone to university and found such a good job? Now your brother and nephew need your help, and you still dare to refuse? I think you've fallen for some hooligan out there. Seeing that she was getting more and more abusive, Guan Yu had to cut her off. Sister-in-law, I've told you before, since junior high school, I've earned my own tuition and living expenses through hard work and thrift. In the past few years at work, I've given my family more than 80,000 yuan, if not 100,000. Add to that the 100,000 you asked for the other day, which is no small sum. She looked up, her gaze burning as she stared at her sister-in-law, and said clearly, word for word, I won't give you another penny. I won't give you any money now, and I won't give you any money in the future. Su Lingyu had never seen Guan Yu act so tough before, and she was momentarily overwhelmed by her sister-in-law's imposing manner. After a while, she forced a smile and said, we're family, so let's not beat around the bush. If you don't try to take advantage of me, we can still be family. Guan Yu was completely unsympathetic. How could you call it taking advantage of me? Su Lingyu tried to brainwash her, saying, look, you had a shotgun wedding, so who knows if this guy is reliable. If you give your sister-in-law the money, she will just save it as her own private stash. If you need the money in the future, I will just give it back to you. Guan Yu sneered, unmoved. This trick had already been used by her sister-in-law 5 or 6 years ago. At the time, she had used the excuse that she was young and afraid of spending money recklessly, and she had taken all the money she had earned that summer working hard and saving. However, after the start of the school year, she refused to pay her own tuition fees. Not to mention providing any living expenses. Seeing that this trick didn't work, Su Lingyu's eyes blinked and tears fell. Xiaoyu, I know I've been bad to you, and you're right to hate me. But your brother and nephew, they are your blood relatives, and you can't bear to see them suffer, can you? This was a move to play the family card. When she mentioned her brother, who had raised her with so much difficulty, Guan Yu's heart softened. But my brother can't make money or support a wife and child. That's his own fault, he deserves it. She hardened her heart and said these words that were almost heartless. She felt sorry for her brother, so she would secretly subsidize him, but she would never give his wife another penny. Good, you finally said what's on your mind, right? Su Lingyu's face changed, and she lunged forward to tear at her. So, at the moment she reached out, Guan Yu quickly stood up and avoided it. However, there was only a sofa and table in the reception room, and the space was limited. Guan Yu didn't want to make too much noise and be laughed at by her colleagues. Therefore, she was also in a very awkward position when she avoided it. Su Lingyu had been spoiled at home and was used to being pampered, so she ran out of strength after a few moves and continued to swear at her with her arms crossed. Just then, Guan Yang arrived. The thick walls could not block the sound of his wife's scolding. Even before he entered the door, his face was red. Not only from shame, but also from anger. Enough! Listen to what you're saying. Do you sound like a sister-in-law? He took his wife's hand and was about to take her outside. Stop it, come home with me. I don't sound like a sister-in-law? So she's a good thing? Su Lingyu pointed angrily at Guan Yu. You don't know what your good sister just said. Guan Yang subconsciously turned his gaze towards his sister. At this glance, he couldn't help but freeze. The last time he saw Guan Yu was the day she returned home to deliver the 100,000 yuan. At that time, Guan Yu was thin and haggard. It was less than a month ago, and although she still had that slim figure, she had become full of spirit. She was more confident and stronger. When she met Guan Yang's gaze, her lips moved a few times, but in the end she didn't say anything. See, she's so ashamed that she doesn't even dare admit it. Seeing her silence, Su Lingyu's arrogance grew even more rampant. Shameless thing, after getting married, your whole heart has gone to the philanderer. That's enough. Look at yourself in the mirror. Guan Yang finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily. In the past, he had always taken everything lying down, no matter how Su Lingyu behaved. His sudden anger really subdued his wife. He turned to comfort his younger sister. You just live your own life, don't worry about the family. Before she could finish, his wife was slapped hard in the face by Su Lingyu, who had come back to her senses. Pa! The 3 people present were stunned by the loud slap. Guan Yu walked a few steps forward to take a look at her brother's face. However, she was stopped by Guan Yang. He covered his face with one hand and held his shocked wife with the other. I will take your sister-in-law back first. Don't worry, as long as I am here, she will never bother you again. Guan Yu silently watched as Guan Yang led Su Lingyu away. She felt bitter in her heart. If her brother could control his sister-in-law, why would she have to suffer so much? Chapter 31 will take out his anger on his brother. Su Lingyu caused a scene at the company, attracting onlookers from among her colleagues. Before the afternoon was over, all kinds of rumors were spreading through the company. Guan Yu had no desire to explain, but she was also unable to concentrate on her work. Therefore, as soon as it was time to go off duty, she hurriedly left. Her mood was depressed, and Guan Yang's days were not peaceful either. At first, Su Lingyu felt guilty about the slap she had given her husband. But when she saw that her husband was as useless as ever, she regained her arrogance. How did you know I went to the girls' company? Did she report to you? If I don't go, do you want me to just stand by and watch you make a fool of yourself? Guan Yang felt a little tired, both mentally and physically. He knew that his wife loved money, but this was really too much, embarrassing her sister and embarrassing himself. Hearing her husband's accusations, Su Lingyu flew into a rage. Me being too much? Who am I doing this for? She raised her hand and smashed a glass, rebuking him loudly. I have supported her all these years, taking care of her food and drink. Do you think I let her eat and live for free? Besides, am I not doing this for the family? How can you say that to me? Do you have a conscience? Guan Yang felt helpless as he listened to his wife's barrage of questions. I know it hasn't been easy for you over the years. Even he felt that this sentence was somewhat insincere. But for the sake of his younger sister, he had to persuade her patiently. Xiaoye is already married, and she won't cause you any more trouble in the future. So, you should stop looking for trouble. Guan Yang dared only to mumble these words in his heart, but never dared to say them out loud. However, Su Lingyu had lived with him for so many years that she knew him like the back of her hand. How could she not know what he was thinking? She suddenly sneered, What, are you ashamed of me? She tapped her finger against her husband's forehead. You treat people like a treasure, but they treat you like a weed. What does that mean? Guan Yang was puzzled. What does that mean? Your good sister won the lottery, 200,000 yuan. Su Lingyu sneered, Did she tell your good brother? Guan Yang drew a breath, 200,000 yuan? Yes, 200,000 yuan. Su Lingyu looked at him askance, If you can hide it from me, does she still see you as a brother? You think I'm treating her badly, but don't you think about what kind of life we lead? She earnestly persuaded her husband, 200,000 yuan, she'll give us half, and the down payment for the house will be made. I don't care, but can you bear to see your children not go to a good school? Su Lingyu put on the airs of a virtuous wife and good mother, determined to win her husband over to her side. Guan Yang was slightly swayed. That was a house that the couple had liked a long time ago. The 3-bedroom apartment was not small, and it was in an excellent school district. Moving there would ensure that their children would have a place to go to primary and middle school. Before, she had been asked to marry my colleague's younger brother, and the bride price was 500,000 yuan. If she hadn't disobeyed, we would be living in the new house by now. Thinking about this, Su Lingyu felt a burst of anger. Marry someone? Guan Yang came to his senses. Forget about Xiaoye's money. His tone was harsh. When she got married, we as her brother and sister-in-law didn't buy her anything. There wasn't even a wedding. If she hadn't disobeyed and married someone else, would she have gotten nothing? Su Lingyu was completely out of patience and slapped the man on the back. I don't care, if you don't get the money, you can just get out and live. Dare to keep the kids from going to school, we'll get a divorce. This farce quickly reached the ears of Jin Shaochuan. Wei asked if he needed to intervene himself. No need, I know what I'm doing. In the evening, at the house on Tiandi Road, he saw the listless Guan Yu. Sorry, I'm a bit tired today, so I just made a simple meal. Guan Yu apologized listlessly, without the slightest trace of the excitement of the previous 2 days. Jin Shaochuan didn't mind, he didn't have high demands when it came to food. But when Guan Yu used her chopsticks as a spoon for the 3rd time to ladle soup, he asked, Are you worried about something? It was a simple question, but it made Guan Yu's nose run. No, I'm just tired. She didn't want to trouble Jin Shaochuan with her family's problems, so she held back her tears while she ate with her head bowed. If the person involved didn't want to talk about it, Jin Shaochuan wouldn't pry. He wasn't interested in meddling. For a while, the two of them had nothing to say and each ate in silence. It wasn't until Jin Shaochuan was about to get up and leave after finishing his meal that Guan Yu suddenly stopped him. Mr. Jin, I want to ask you a question. Since the old Master Jin moved away, she had changed her address back. Jin Shaochuan glanced at her and sat back down. Go ahead. Guan Yu carefully chose her words, omitted her name, and simply recounted the whole story. You have a confused friend. Jin Shaochuan naturally knew exactly who she was talking about. But seeing her pitiful appearance, he ultimately took care of her pride. Ha! Repaying kindness with malice, how can you repay kindness? Jin Shaochuan patiently explained that the wicked must be tempered with, and it is useless to give in. Would anyone consider the idea of a soft persimmon? Guan Yu pursed her lips, her eyes flickering a little. She understood that what Jin Shaochuan said was correct. It was just that every time her sister-in-law failed to achieve her goal, she would take out her anger on her brother. She pitied her brother, so she could only let her sister-in-law do as she pleased. Jin Shaochuan saw the changes in her expression and knew that she had heard what he said. If your friend's brother really cared about you as a friend, he would not let her suffer so much. Those words struck at the weakest point in Guan Yu's heart. So what should she do? When she spoke, she already had a lump in her throat. After all, he was her own brother, and she couldn't just ignore him. When Jin Shaochuan looked at her like this, it was as if he saw her before, when she had humbly asked him to lend her 100,000 yuan. A sense of annoyance crossed his mind. It was very simple. Just be firm, like he had done today. When your friend becomes powerful enough, her sister-in-law will also be afraid to offend her and will treat her brother better. Think about who you are living for in this world. Leaving behind his last words, Jin Shaochuan turned and left. Guan Yu is smart and perceptive, and she won't fail to understand this truth. The demon in her heart can only be broken by herself. The next morning, when Jin Shaochuan got up, he didn't see Guan Yu. There was a note from her on the table. Thank you for your advice, I've figured it out. I have to catch up on work today, so I'll go first. Breakfast is in the kitchen, reheat it before eating. The signature was a curved moon. The words on the note were written with a flowing, elegant hand, and it seemed that she had really understood. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but smile, and he put the note in the nearby grocery cabinet. Chapter 32 Miss Guan, long time no see. In the coffee shop, a man looked around. After making sure that no one was staring at him, he took out a USB drive and pushed it to the person across from him. Miss Shen, this is all the information on the person you asked me to look into. Shen Yushua rolled her eyes. Can't you just give it to me? You look like you think this is something extraordinary. It's just my job. Sorry. The man laughed. Their kind of private detectives mostly do work like secretly protecting the husbands of rich wives. Since it's private, they can't be too conspicuous. Okay, the money has been transferred. Shen Yushua paid the balance happily, remembering to keep it confidential. The private detective glanced at the transfer information on his phone and gave her his word. He's seen plenty of cases like this, investigating love rivals. The first thing Shen Yushua did when she got home was turn on her computer and check the contents of the USB drive. The first half was background information on Guan Yu, from an ordinary working-class family with no big supporters. She scanned it and then stopped paying attention. The second half was the private detective's tracking of Guan Yu over the past few days. 2 points, 1 line, home and work. Boring. Shen Yushua was about to close the file when a photo of a man reaching out to protect Guan Yu caught her attention. Zooming in for a closer look, the man was clearly Jin Shaochuan. She suddenly remembered seeing the plaster on Jin Shaochuan's wrist a few days ago. At the time, her inquiry was brushed aside by his casual comment that it was nothing. Now comparing it with the photo. It turned out that it was because of her. Shen Yushua snapped shut the computer and called her assistant directly. Go to the property management office on Tiandi Road and retrieve the surveillance footage. No matter what you have to do, you have to get me a copy of the footage. The assistant was used to Shen's occasional fits of temper these days. This time, she didn't even bother asking why, and went straight to work. After all, Shen's money could solve most problems. In the afternoon, this valuable surveillance footage appeared on Shen Yushua's computer desktop. Look, is this Shaochuan? She pulled her assistant over to identify him. The man in the video was not hiding at all, and his handsome face was clearly captured. It's Manager Jin. The assistant was a little confused, not understanding why she was asking such an obvious question. Tiangong Road, Block B. According to the information in Guan Yu's file, her current address is exactly this place. The string in Shen Yushua's mind called reason completely snapped, and the anger in her heart was difficult to suppress. With a wave of her hand, everything on the table spilled onto the floor. Call the driver, I want to go to Tianu. Shen Yushua rushed all the way to the Tianu building and went straight upstairs without paying any attention to the inquiries of the receptionist and security guard. The secretary here had just received a call from the security office when Shen Yushua appeared at the office door. Miss Shen, you can't go in, Mr. Jin is working. He hurriedly came to stop her, but due to Shen Yushua's identity, he didn't dare to have any physical contact. Get out of the way, or you can forget about your job. Shen Yushua, who had always been gentle, stunned the staff and the secretariat with her domineering manner. Miss Shen is joking. My work is directly managed by General Manager Jin. The implication was that she was not qualified to fire herself. You. Shen Yushua was infuriated. When the standoff was at a stalemate, Wei appeared. He almost very forcefully invited the person to the waiting room. Miss Shen, Mr. Jin asks you to wait in the meeting room for a moment. He will come and see you when he is done. After saying this, Wei left. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Shen Yushua was at her wit's end and could only obediently wait in the meeting room. Half an hour later, Jin Shaochuan arrived. Shaochuan, you've gone too far. As soon as she saw him, Shen Yushua's eyes brimmed with tears from her grievances. Together with her reddened wrists, she was very appealing. However, Jin Shaochuan did not have the time to comfort her. Wei's actions were a bit rough, I will punish him later. He acted in an official manner, almost coldly, saying, You came to see me about something? Shen Yushua choked, not expecting him to have such an attitude. If you're not busy, you can go back first. The CEO's office of Tianu is not a place you can just barge in. The president's office contains the most core business secrets of Tianu, and it is not a place where others can just barge in. Shen Yushua's actions completely stepped on his mind. Seeing that the man was about to leave, Shen Yushua suddenly asked, Why didn't you tell me that you were married? Jin Shaochuan's hand on the door stopped for a moment, and he turned his head to meet her gaze. I asked Dongshu to send you a photo. The ID photo with a red background? Shen Yushua questioned him, It's just a photo, how am I supposed to believe that? Whether you believe it or not is your business, but I am really married. Shen Yushua's teeth clenched her lower lip, her eyes red and about to tear. But I came back for you. Jin Shaochuan interrupted her, I asked Dongshu to send you the photo so that you wouldn't come back for me. We ended a long time ago. On the day you flew to Europe. A trace of sadness crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. So what are we now? Asking this question exhausted all of Shen Yushua's pride. The knuckles of her hands holding onto the chair back were already turning pale. Friends. Jin Shaochuan's voice was flat. It's been too long. You should have your own life. Me too. I have a meeting, so I won't accompany you. Go home early. After saying this, he no longer looked at Shen Yushua and turned to leave. This time, Shen Yushua did not try to stop him. Wei was waiting at the door. Tell someone to bring up a brand new set of toiletries and cosmetics. Also arrange for someone to escort Miss Shen home to ensure her safety. After a pause, Jin Shaochuan added, Delete her fingerprints from the elevator. Yes. 15 minutes later, Shen Yushua left the Tianyu building. She had already tidied herself up. The only thing that betrayed her recent emotional outburst was the redness around her eyes under her sunglasses. Miss Shen, Mr. Jin asked me to escort you home. The chauffeur, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward, but Shen Yushua refused to go home. No, I've arranged to meet a friend at a cafe. Take me directly there. The chauffeur smiled and nodded, then turned to send a message to Wei. Wei replied almost immediately. I'm at your service, Miss Shen. With that, the chauffeur wasted no time and drove directly to the most expensive cafe in the city center. That's fine, you can go back. My own driver will be here soon. After dismissing the driver, Shen Yushua scanned the cafe with her eyes and quickly found the person she had an appointment with. She walked straight over and sat down, meeting the woman's searching gaze. Miss Guan, long time no see. Chapter 33 fully meets the requirements of Jin Shaochuan. Guan Yu was very surprised when she received a call from Shen Yushua. Hearing that Shen Yushua wanted to meet her in person, her first reaction was to refuse. Miss Guan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm calling you because I want to talk to you about Shaochuan. Shen Yushua gave an address. I hope to see Miss Guan in half an hour. Without waiting for a response from Guan Yu, she hung up the phone. This attitude of clearly not accepting refusal made Guan Yu feel very helpless. Do all celebrities have such a short temper? Since she had finished her work, Guan Yu decided to go on the date. When she arrived at the cafe, Shen Yushua was still on her way. Guan Yu sat down in a quiet corner. Hello, what would you like to drink? The waiter politely handed her the menu. Guan Yu took the menu and scanned it casually, but was shocked by the prices. What? A cup of coffee costs 280? She was shocked. A cup of coffee would cost more than a week's worth of her food expenses. I'd like a glass of water, please. That was the only drink she could afford. It cost 15 yuan. Okay, just a moment. The waiter's face did not change, as if he had seen it all before, and he went to prepare it with a smile. Before her glass of water arrived, Shen Yushua arrived first. Miss Shen. Guan Yu also politely smiled at her. The two of them had not had many pleasant encounters, and she really didn't understand why Shen Yushua had insisted on inviting her out. Shen Yushua, however, was unruffled. She first called the waiter over to order her usual coffee. What would Miss Guan like to drink? Order whatever you like, I'll pay. No, I'm fine with just water. Guan Yu was unembarrassed, not feeling that there was anything to be ashamed of drinking water. It's not shameful to be poor, but it is more shameful to pretend to be generous when you are poor. Shen Yushua didn't push it. After the waiter left, she came right out and said what she wanted. Miss Guan is also a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope you can stay away from Shaochuan. Shen Yushua deliberately didn't point out Guan Yu's relationship with Jin Shaochuan. She still clearly remembered what she told herself when she first met Guan Yu. Jin Shaochuan and I are just friends. So let her truly retreat to the position of a friend now. Stay away from him? Guan Yu was at a loss for words. Emotionally, the two were just contractual spouses, and in the absence of Mr. Jin, they were practically strangers. In reality, she was living in Jin Shaochuan's house, so she couldn't just not let him go back to his own home, could she? Right. Shen Yushua's expression was sincere. I grew up with Shaochuan, and if it weren't for that misunderstanding back then, we would have probably gotten married by now. She thought she was being sincere, but Guan Yu felt that her mind had really gone. You've known each other since childhood, and you don't know his orientation is different from the norm? What's the point of a rich girl crying and screaming about wanting to be a wife? But since the last two times she tried to persuade her had the opposite effect, Guan Yu decided to stay out of it this time. Mission: if you like Mr. Jin, you should confess your feelings to him. Instead of confessing your feelings to yourself. Besides, Mr. Jin and I are really just ordinary friends, not even friends. You said to stay away from him. I'm sorry, I really don't understand. Her words, when they reached Shen Yushua's ears, were a resounding rejection. Miss Guan, don't blame me for being blunt, but you and Shaochuan really don't suit each other. You're not even from the same social class. She tried to impress Guan Yu with reason. If it's about money, name your price, I can give it to you. Saying this, she took out her phone and was about to transfer the money on the spot. Guan Yu was so shocked by her actions that she couldn't speak. Inside, she was already screaming with excitement. Here it comes. The most exciting scene in the drama of the rich and powerful. Give you money and leave this man. Only now the person who is going to give herself money is not Jin Shaochuan's mother, but his admirer. Miss Shen, I think you have misunderstood. Guan Yu hurriedly explained, I am not greedy for money, but what you said I really don't understand. Sighing, she repeated once again, Mr. Jin and I are just ordinary friends, and I don't have any improper thoughts about him. I still have to go to work, Miss Shen. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll be going now. Afraid that she might say something else outrageous, Guan Yu grabbed her bag and slipped away. She left Shen Yushua sitting on the sofa sulking. After a while, she made a phone call. Mr. Zhang, I heard that you want to find an advertising agency to collaborate with? Coincidentally, I have a friend who works in an advertising agency. It's not a big agency, but it has worked with Tianu before, so you can trust their abilities. My friend is called Guan Yu, and she is in charge of Tianu's projects. You can just go straight to her. On the other side, Guan Yu had just arrived downstairs when she received a call from someone claiming to be Mr. Zhang. The caller said that a friend had recommended Starry Sky. After listening to her introduction, I have a very positive view of your company. After a short conversation, the caller expressed a willingness to cooperate. Guan Yu was naturally happy to have business come to her door. She said politely, "Don't worry, we are a professional company, and you will be satisfied with our capabilities and prices. Okay, I will send you the relevant information, and you can give me a simple proposal to look at first." Mr. Zhang was very agreeable and quickly sent the information to Guan Yu's email. After roughly looking at the other party's requirements, Guan Yu replied to Mr. Zhang. "I can give you the brief proposal in about 3 days." "Okay, then come to our company with the proposal in 3 days." With new business coming in, the client didn't seem difficult. In a good mood, Guan Yu put Shen Yushua's words behind her and plunged into her work. When she looked up again, it was already dark. Oh no, it's already 8 o'clock. She hurried home with her computer in hand. It seemed that she would have to eat a simple dinner tonight. When she arrived home, Jin Shaochuan had already finished work and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Sorry, I was working overtime today and didn't pay attention to the time, so I'm home late." Guan Yu apologized as she changed her shoes. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I'll go cook." Seeing how busy she was, Jin Shaochuan just said, "Keep it simple, it's too late to eat oil and it will cause indigestion." "How about noodles? I make a delicious braised dish." "Whatever." Demanding something light, but saying whatever. The demands of the rich are really troublesome. Guan Yu muttered as she put on her apron and went into the kitchen. She was quick and deft, and in a matter of moments the kitchen was filled with the aroma of braised food. "I made 2 kinds, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, so you can add whatever you like." The noodles are very thin Yangchen noodles, which are boiled and then rinsed in cold water. They are chewy and refreshing in the mouth, and you can taste a kind of sweetness when eaten alone. The vegetarian sauce on the side is leek and egg. The leeks have a slightly spicy taste, which, accompanied by the fresh eggs, makes people's appetites open. Compared with it, the meat sauce has an additional rich fragrance, but it is not greasy. It fully meets Jin Shaochuan's requirements. Chapter 34, Classmate Guan often daydreamed in class. The two quickly finished their dinner. Guan Yu tidied up and went straight to the bedroom to prepare to work on the outline of the plan. However, when she took out her computer, she realized that she didn't have a power adapter in her bag. Her computer had been with her through thick and thin, but the battery had long since died, so she couldn't use it without a power adapter. She must have forgotten it at the office in her haste. She took the car keys and prepared to go to the company to get the power supply back. Before leaving, she thought about it and went to the door of the master bedroom. Guan Yu knocked on the door and explained through the door, "I forgot something at the company, I'm going back to get it now." "Wait." There was a rustling sound from inside the door. Then, Jin Shaochuan, wrapped only in a bath towel, opened the door. "What is it? Is it important?" Guan Yu suddenly found herself facing his muscular chest, and she blushed. Jin Shaochuan asked again, with patience. She stammered, "No, it's not important. It's just a power adapter." "Then don't go, it's late." Seduced by his good looks, Guan Yu was about to agree. Halfway through nodding, she suddenly snapped out of it, "No, I can't work overtime without a power adapter today. The battery in my computer is dying, so I need to plug it in," she explained. "Then use mine." Jin Shaochuan simply let her into the study, so that in future she wouldn't have to carry the computer back and forth, she could just use this one. Guan Yu hesitated a little. "Is this convenient? Will it cause you trouble? What if there are any confidential files on the computer, and if I accidentally see them, I could get into trouble? This is a spare computer, and I will erase all traces every time I use it." Guan Yu was once again shocked by the wealthy. It turns out that a spare machine can also refer to a computer. "You go ahead." After writing down the password to turn on the computer, Jin Shaochuan left. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Guan Yu seemed to understand why Shen Yushua loved him so crazily. Putting aside the factor of money, Jin Shaochuan is handsome and good-looking, and he is also considerate. Who wouldn't want such a high-quality boyfriend? Shaking her head, she dismissed her distracting thoughts and threw herself into her work. At 3 a.m., Jin Shaochuan got up to drink some water in the living room and noticed that the light was still on in the study. Is he working so hard? He knocked on the door of the study, but there was no response, so he simply pushed the door open. There was no hard-working woman as he had imagined, only a sleeping beauty lying on the desk. On the computer was the framework for the project that was about to be completed. "Wake up, don't sleep here." Jin Shaochuan gently nudged Guan Yu. "Ah, teacher, I wasn't asleep. Guan Yu was dreaming of her high school days. In the stuffy classroom, the political teacher was ranting on the podium, while the students below were all dozing off. She was suddenly woken up, and unable to distinguish between reality and her dream, she thought she was still in high school. A smile flashed in Jin Shaochuan's eyes. "It seems that classmate Guan often daydreams in class," he teased. Hearing the man's voice, Guan Yu slowly woke up from her nap. Seeing that Jin Shaochuan was standing in front of her with a smile, her face turned red again. "No, I just had a dream." As she tried to cover her mistake, Guan Yu simply shut up. Jin Shaochuan found her dejected appearance extremely interesting. Such a lively girl is rare. "Okay, go to bed early, staying up late will reduce efficiency." Before leaving, he couldn't help but give her another piece of advice. "Guan Yu didn't move, I'll sleep after this little bit is done." Seeing her buried in thought, Jin Shaochuan simply came over and leaned down to look at the computer. "Where is it stuck? Let me take a look." At such close range, Guan Yu could even smell the aroma of the shower gel on him. Her heart suddenly pounded so fast it was ridiculous. "Ha!" The man's voice was low and slightly hoarse, and when it fell on Guan Yu's ears, it made her heart beat even faster. She pretended to be calm, pointed to the part she was about to finish, and quickly repeated the question. "I just glanced at it, and you did a good job up to now, except for the connection in the middle." When it came to work, Guan Yu quickly focused her mind and listened attentively to what Jin Shaochuan was saying. "Have you ever thought about comparing it with competing products?" Jin Shaochuan's question gave her inspiration. Guan Yu thought about it. "But if you don't do it well, the effect will be counterproductive." Seeing that she had a plan, Jin Shaochuan gave her a final reminder and then left her alone. Guan Yu had no time to be distracted by him. She quickly tapped her fingers on the keyboard, revising her plan. It wasn't until after 5 a.m. that the framework of the plan was complete. With the faint light of dawn, Guan Yu fell into a deep sleep. Ding dong ding. At 8 a.m., the alarm clock rang on time. "This is annoying, do I have to work this shift?" Guan Yu muttered under her closed eyes as she reached around the bed and felt around. Finally, she found her phone in the gap between the bed sheets. She was wide awake now. She had no choice but to get up and get on with her day. Guan Yu walked out of the bedroom and saw Jin Shaochuan, dressed in sportswear, walking in the door. He was carrying soy milk and fried dough sticks. This was a far cry from his usual image as a career elite. It seemed like he had suddenly become more down to earth. "Come and eat." Jin Shaochuan put down the breakfast in his hands, turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he had tidied himself up, he was dressed in a suit and looked like an elite again. "Aren't you going to eat?" Guan Yu was still dithering at the dining table. She saved a lot of time today by not having to make breakfast. "No, you eat it yourself." Jin Shaochuan was still more used to a Western-style breakfast. The consequences of staying up late came as expected on this sunny afternoon. It was already the 5th time Guan Yu had gone to the pantry to make coffee. "What's wrong with you? Your dark circles are terrifying." Aika came over to her and expressed her concern. "It's nothing, I stayed up late yesterday working on the frame." As she said this, Guan Yu yawned loudly again. "You shouldn't work so hard, your health is more important." Aika earnestly advised her, "No matter how hard you work, you're just making money for the boss, and he doesn't care if you get tired. So we have to work hard and strive to become our own boss." Guan Yu winked mischievously at her. "Then I can go to your company and play hooky?" "No, work?" Aika teased with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange a special position for you to play hooky." Guan Yu reached out and put her arm around her shoulders, and the two of them giggled as they returned to their workstations. With the general framework in place, Guan Yu's proposal went very smoothly. The next afternoon, she called Mr. Zhang. "I didn't realize your company was so efficient, Miss Guan is really talented." Mr. Zhang praised her on the phone. Guan Yu always felt that Mr. Zhang was a bit too enthusiastic, which made her feel awkward. She simply skipped over the pleasantries and invited him to meet the next day. "Sure, I'm free tomorrow afternoon, Miss Guan can just come by then." Chapter 35. She was obviously in a bad mood. Guan Yu found Zhang's company according to the address he gave her. Hello, I have an appointment with Mr. Zhang to discuss the plan this afternoon. After calling to verify, the receptionist politely led her to the elevator. Just as the elevator door closed, she seemed to see a trace of compassion in the receptionist's face. I guess I've been working overtime these past 2 days, and this is the first time I've met this person. Guan Yu shook her head and threw these chaotic thoughts out of her mind. Ding! The elevator arrived. Zhang's secretary had been informed and was waiting at the elevator door. As soon as she arrived, she took her to the reception room. Please wait a moment, our boss will be right here. Thank you. After taking the tea from the secretary, Guan Yu did not drink it immediately, but looked around the reception room. There was a large, soft sofa, exquisite art decorations everywhere, and even a complete home theater system. The floor was also ingeniously covered in carpet, so that when someone walked on it, they couldn't hear a sound. Rather than a reception room, it was more like General Manager Zhang's private lounge. Perhaps this was the preference of the rich. Even so, it didn't calm the strange feeling that crossed her mind. Miss Guan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. General Manager Zhang will be here shortly. Compared to General Manager Wang, he was much slimmer, and the whole person looked smart and capable. If appearance is the only thing to go by, he is a charming middle-aged man. Guan Yu quickly stood up and went over to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Guan Yu. After the two sat down, the host and guest, they got straight to the point without any excessive pleasantries. Mr. Zhang slowly went through the proposal that Guan Yu had brought with her, and from time to time he would ask a few questions. Guan Yu carefully explained from the side. She had to say that Mr. Zhang's serious attitude made her feel a lot more at ease. She soon got into a professional working state. I have a general idea of Ms. Guan's thinking. After a while, Mr. Zhang finished reading the entire proposal. But the company is not just mine, and I am not that professional, so I will have to let the professional department take a look at this proposal. Guan Yu was not surprised. Indeed, working with a formal company requires many processes. This is only to be expected. If there are any questions, Mr. Zhang can contact me, I am always available. Then why don't I have someone send the documents down now, and Ms. Guan can wait here? That won't delay everyone from leaving work, will it? She looked out the window, and the afterglow of the sunset was about to disappear. No, our company's planning department is very efficient. Seeing that Guan Yu was a little hesitant, he explained again, if possible, the contract can be finalized today, and Ms. Guan will save herself a trip. In that case, I'll just bother you for a little while longer. It would of course be best to sign the contract today. It's just that it will delay her getting home from work to cook dinner, and she'll have to find time to send a message to Mr. Jin Shaochuan to report on it. Ms. Guan is really responsible, no wonder your company values you. Mr. Zhang was full of praise for her work ability and attitude. No, Mr. Zhang is too kind. Guan Yu blushed at his praise. Hey, I was so busy talking about cooperation that Ms. Guan's tea got cold. Mr. Zhang waved his secretary in. Go and get Ms. Guan a new cup. He turned his head and asked Guan Yu, Coke? Coffee? Just some tea, please. Working away from home, Guan Yu doesn't really like heavy, strong drinks. What if she's in the middle of a business meeting and can't stop hiccuping after drinking a Coke? Miss Guan is really self-disciplined, no wonder she's a leader in her field. Mr. Zhang starts chatting with her. But the conversation is full of industry insider information and professional knowledge. Guan Yu gradually lets her guard down and listens to him talk. It's already 7 o'clock and the planning department still hasn't submitted their review. As fellow workers, Guan Yu didn't want to rush them, for fear of causing them trouble. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, but I need to make a phone call. She spoke with an apologetic tone. It's okay, you go ahead. After saying this, Mr. Zhang thoughtfully asked her to stay, and he left the room. Guan Yu then sent a message to Jin Shaochuan. I'm at Lu Yuan Company to discuss a contract, and I may have to work overtime. I'm sorry, but you'll have to prepare your own dinner. Not long after sending the message, Mr. Zhang returned, holding a cup of new tea in his hands. Miss Guan's tea has already cooled down. Herbal tea is not good for the body, so you should drink it hot. How can I trouble you to personally bring me tea? Guan Yu quickly went over and took the teacup and placed it on the table. The two sat down and continued chatting while waiting for the result. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang is very knowledgeable and is full of witty remarks when chatting, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Guan Yu sighed inwardly, no wonder the business is so good. With the attitude of the boss, customers also like to work with him, right? This tea doesn't suit Miss Guan's taste? Mr. Zhang suddenly asked. I've noticed that Miss Guan hardly drinks any water this afternoon. In order to avoid any urgent physical situations, Miss Guan tries not to drink or drink as little as possible. However, this is not a good reason to explain to Mr. Zhang. No, Mr. Zhang's tea is intoxicating just by the smell. I just don't like drinking water very much. Guan Yu lifted her teacup to drink, but the door to the reception room was suddenly opened. Mr. Jin, our boss is busy, you can't. Zhang's secretary chased after him panting, but was stopped by Wei behind him, not allowed to come forward. Seeing the tall and handsome man at the door, the two people in the room stood up at the same time. Mr. Jin? Guan Yu was very surprised and couldn't understand why he had suddenly appeared. Jin. Zhang was also surprised, but this surprise was tinged with fear. She could hear the tremor in his voice and looked at him in surprise. Was Jin Shaochuan really that intimidating? The strange feeling she had been suppressing came back in full force. Jin Shaochuan ignored Zhang and raised his chin at Guan Yu. Come here. Guan Yu didn't understand, but she obediently stood next to him. Wei? Guan Yu understood. He took 2 steps forward, picked up the tea that Guan Yu had wanted to drink before, and put a little bit in his mouth with his hand. Guan Yu was confused by his actions. But judging from the man's cold and indifferent expression, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. She wisely kept her mouth shut and didn't dare to ask any questions. A moment later, Wei nodded to Jin Shaochuan. Jin Shaochuan's eyes darkened, and the look he gave to Director Zhang revealed a strong sense of hostility. You listen to my explanation. President Zhang's legs weakened, and he almost knelt on the ground. Abby next to him reached out and grabbed him, almost throwing him in front of Jin Shaochuan like a dead dog. I didn't. President Zhang still wanted to explain something, but was stopped by the man who had possessed him. Jin Shaochuan placed a finger against the other person's mouth, easily stopping all his sophistry. Chapter 36 Waiting for her sentence. You didn't not want to, it's just that you haven't had time yet. The coldness in Jin Shaochuan's eyes made Zhang's body weaken even more. You should also be grateful that you haven't had time yet, otherwise. He left the sentence unfinished, leaving room for imagination. Zhang guessed what he was thinking, and it was probably terrifying. He could no longer support his body and fell to the floor. I'm taking my man away, do you have any objections? Seeing how spineless he was, Jin Shaochuan snorted, straightened up, and pulled Guan Yu away. Guan Yu, who had been in a daze the whole time, finally came to her senses after Wei tried the tea. Thank you, you saved me again. She hung her head, quite disheartened. She had clearly sensed the strangeness, but she had foolishly walked into someone else's trap. If it hadn't been for Jin Shaochuan this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't be silly, you did nothing wrong. Jin Shaochuan's gaze swept past the girl next to him, who was both terrified and relieved, and his voice softened a little. She'd had a lot of shocks today, and the issue of education could be left until another day. He took her wrist all the way to the parking lot, and after shoving her into the passenger seat, he got into the driver's seat. I'll drive. Guan Yu, who had come back to her senses, suggested carefully. No, you're not in a fit state to drive, and I want to stay alive. Jin Shaochuan struck her expressionless. It wasn't until the car smoothly exited the parking lot that Guan Yu's tense nerves completely relaxed. The feeling of surviving the ordeal slowly swept over her body. How did you know that President Zhang would do that? Guan Yu couldn't bring herself to say the rest, but she couldn't help but ask. Jin Shaochuan glanced at her for a moment, relieved to see her face regain its rosy hue. However, this news was kept under wraps by President Zhang. Apart from the senior management of various companies, almost no one knew about his despicable nature. So when he received Guan Yu's text message, he immediately told Wei to turn around and race against time to get there. This wasn't the first time for him, was it? Guan Yu exclaimed in shock. No wonder that reception room was so comfortably and luxuriously furnished. It was all prepared for his lustful and beastly heart. Where in the world are there so many clear-cut lines between black and white? As if sensing her depression, Jin Shaochuan understood. Don't look at her like a strong woman at work, but she is young after all, and has seen too little of the dark side of society. Without substantial evidence, those girls are not willing to report to the police, and it's useless for you to be upset. Relentlessly puncturing Guan Yu's illusions, Jin Shaochuan stopped talking and concentrated on driving. Guan Yu's depression continued until she arrived home. Don't think about it, it's not something you can change. If shouting for justice helped, there wouldn't be so many unspoken rules in the workplace. It's so hard for women to survive in the workplace. Guan Yu felt a wave of exhaustion. Thank you, without you today, I would have definitely been in trouble. If Jin Shaochuan hadn't arrived in time, then she couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Didn't you just say thank you? Jin Shaochuan looked at her with her shoulders slumped, looking pitiful, and his heart softened. If you really want to thank me, invite me to dinner when you get your bonus. Bonus? Lu Yuan's contract? Guan Yu's mind was a little confused, and it took her a second to react to what he meant. Of course you have to pay the price if you do something wrong. Jin Shaochuan's lowered eyelids concealed the ruthlessness in his eyes. Anyone who dares to touch him will be flayed alive. Sure enough, the next day Guan Yu received a contract from Lu Yuan. This time, a female secretary came forward. Miss Guan, Mr. Zhang has given me full responsibility for this business transaction. If you have any questions, just contact me and I'll be right over. The secretary was polite, not like Party A, but rather Party B. Thank you. We'll communicate if there are any follow-up questions. Guan Yu politely sent the person out the door. When she returned, she slumped down in her workstation. Great, you've also got Lu Yuan under control. Ika nudged her with her elbow, her face full of envy. Guan Yu forced a smile. Luckily, it wasn't Manager Zhang who came today, or she might really lose control. Why aren't you happy? This is a big order. Ika was a little puzzled. I'm just a little tired, I stayed up too late the past 2 days. Guan Yu gave her a random excuse. She couldn't tell her that this contract was actually her own mental damages. Meanwhile, Shen Yushua also received a call from President Zhang. When she heard him say that Jin Shaochuan had come forward to vouch for Guan Yu, Shen Yushua's face completely darkened. With a pop, her newly done manicure was broken off by her own hands, and blood fell to the floor through her fingers. The assistant watched from afar, wanting to go up to her to bandage it, but afraid of her anger. In the end, she decided to play it safe. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yushua sat there for a long time before she came back to her senses. Go contact the owner of Xingyu. But Xingyu was acquired. The assistant next to her reminded her carefully in a voice like a mosquito. She admired her spirit of never giving up. How many times has this happened? How come she keeps getting stronger after repeated defeats? Then contact their new boss. Go! Shen Yushua's voice was shrill and piercing, and her gentle image of the past was long gone. The assistant quickly backed out, afraid that if she took one step too slowly, she would be scolded again. However, no matter what she did, she could not get in touch with the new boss of Xingyu. In fact, she didn't even know who the new boss was. Miss Shen, I really can't help it. I've used all the connections I can, but I can't find their boss. The assistant handed her a piece of paper with the number of the deputy manager of Xingyu on it. It was said that their boss usually doesn't show his face, and it is this person who is responsible for the daily affairs of the company. After saying that, she looked at Shen Yushua uneasily, waiting for her verdict. Then contact this deputy manager and have him fire Guan Yu. Shen Yushua didn't even look at the piece of paper. A deputy manager of a small company wasn't worth her contacting personally. Fire? Last time it was just a hassle, but this time it's a complete career ender? What did this Miss Guan do to offend her that she's being targeted again and again? What reason is there? Do I need a reason to dislike someone? Does their boss need a reason to fire an employee who doesn't listen? Shen Yushua glared at her unkindly. Do I need to fire you first to set an example for their manager? The assistant was startled. No, that's not necessary. I'll contact the manager of Xingyu right away. Although Shen Yushua is a difficult person, she is generous most of the time. Plus, the salary is high enough. Even if she will suffer some grievances, the assistant doesn't want to lose this job. Chapter 37. He already had a suspect in mind. Soon after starting work the next day, Guan Yu received a message from HR asking her to come and talk to them. It must be about your promotion. Your boss must have noticed your recent good performance. Ika looked at her with envy. She was pretty, had a kind personality, and was also very capable at work. God had blessed her with all the best things. I hope you're right. If you get promoted, I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. That being said, Guan Yu felt a vague sense of unease. She quickly adjusted her mood and went to the Human Resources Department. HR had been waiting for her in the small conference room. Hello, Miss Guan. HR greeted her with a smile. Guan Yu responded politely. After sitting down, she noticed that HR had a document on hand. However, the document was held down by a clip, and the title was not visible. Guan Yu's heart sank. If it was a promotion, as Aika had said, the contract wouldn't need to be hidden like that. Unless it was a separation agreement. HR began chatting with her about her recent work situation. Guan Yu answered every question truthfully. She believed she had done her best at work and had no regrets in that regard. HR didn't seem to find anything wrong either, so they simply abandoned their humanistic care and went straight to the point. Miss Guan, the company leadership feels that you have been slack in your work, and we have comprehensively considered these performances and the company's requirements, and there is a certain deviation. Therefore, the company has decided to dismiss you. Even though Guan Yu had been mentally prepared for this, she couldn't help feeling aggrieved when she heard the reason for dismissal. I was slack. Over the past few months, I have worked longer hours than anyone else in the company, and I have exceeded my workload. And my performance is there for everyone to see, and it is impossible to have done so much work when I was slack. This reason is really ridiculous. Guan Yu couldn't accept it. We have evidence for this. HR obviously came prepared. She opened the computer at hand and played a video. It was the day Su Lingyu caused a scene at the company. The video in the reception room truthfully recorded everything that happened. You handled personal matters during working hours for an hour without asking any leader for leave, which should be considered as absenteeism. And this one is a video of her joking with Aika in the pantry 2 days ago. The company believes that your words have revealed your intention to leave, and this kind of thinking is very detrimental to the stability of the company. Guan Yu was infuriated. She admitted to the first one, and that day things happened suddenly, and she did not ask for leave. But the second video is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Has the company resorted to any means to fire her? If the company wants to fire me, what about the follow-up compensation? After calming down, Guan Yu decided to resign. It was clear that if she stayed, nothing good would come of it. It was better to negotiate with the company now. Unexpectedly, the compensation the company was willing to offer was unexpectedly generous. In view of your previous contributions to the company, the severance package is 2N, plus the full bonus and performance for this quarter. The HR representative pushed the documents in front of her. It was indeed a severance agreement. After going through it carefully and making sure it was okay, Guan Yu cheerfully signed her name. After the handover today, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, do I? She was so happy about it, and HR was also relieved. Yes, thank you for the handover today. Guan Yu took the agreement and went back to her desk. EKA wanted to congratulate her on her promotion, but instead she got the news that she was leaving. This is so unfair. EKA felt aggrieved for her. Without you, our company's performance would be half as good. You should keep quiet. Guan Yu held her back. I have already got some clients interested in cooperating with us, and I have already put together a framework for the plan. I will leave it to you now. Usually, Aika is the one she gets along with the most. Guan Yu is really worried that if she leaves first, Aika will be fired next. That won't do, these are the results of your work, I can't take advantage of them. Aika shook her head like a rattle. I don't know where I'll go in the future, and these clients are useless in my hands, so I might as well give them to you to boost your performance. Without the company behind them, it's hard for clients to accept personal planning. With these results, the company won't touch you for a while. Even if I speak up for Aika in return. Forget it, they can fire you, let alone me. Aika pouted, then embraced her reluctantly. In the future, when you start your own company, remember to hire me. Don't talk nonsense, just work hard. Guan Yu thought of the video that HR had broadcast, and the coldness in her heart still could not be stopped. After 3 years in the company, her personal belongings were pitifully few, and a cardboard box was enough to carry them away. While hugging the cardboard box and waiting for the elevator, she met the deputy general manager, who was also the former team leader. Guan Yu. In just half a month, the originally honest and steady man seemed to have changed. Fame and wealth intoxicate the heart. No one is immune. Guan Yu nodded politely to him. The two stood together, the atmosphere a little stiff. You are very capable, and even if you go elsewhere, you will definitely be able to make the most of your abilities. The deputy general manager awkwardly looked for a topic to chat about. I hope that's true. Guan Yu was grateful for his previous help and cultivation. But she would never believe that the decision to fire her had not been made with his approval. So, they could be polite, but there would never be the respect that a junior employee has for a senior employee again. Fortunately, the elevator arrived quickly, and the current awkwardness finally came to an end. The news of Guan Yu's dismissal also quickly reached Jin Shaochuan's ears. Dismissed for slacking off at work? His eyebrows furrowed, and he was very puzzled. If Guan Yu was considered slacking off at work, then there would not be a single hardworking employee in the entire Xingyu. Who meant it? After learning that it was the temporary whim of the deputy general manager, Jin Shaochuan understood. He instructed Wei, someone behind him must have given the order, go find out. In fact, he already had a suspect in mind as to who was behind it. He just wanted to prove his suspicions with evidence. Wei also guessed what was on his mind and went out to investigate silently. The power of the Jin group was far beyond that of the Shen family. Therefore, Shen Yushua's assistant's little actions were quickly placed on Jin Shaochuan's desk. But the real driving force was obviously not a small assistant. Away, prepare the car and go to the Shen family. After Jin Shaochuan gave the order, he hesitated for a moment, but still sent a message to Guan Yu. Work overtime tonight, don't wait for me for dinner. Guan Yu almost replied in seconds. Do you need me to save you dinner? This simple question soothed most of the anger in Jin Shaochuan's heart. If it's not a bother, can you cook a little extra for me? The noodles were good last time. Chapter 38 Why don't you move back home? That night, a Maserati drove quietly into a villa area on the outskirts of the city. Soon after, it sped away. The Shen family's chaos had just begun. Go get Shen Yushua for me. Master Shen instructed the family nanny. But Mrs. Shen stopped him. Yushua has been crying all day. You're not letting her rest. What's the point? She complained to her husband. How dare she cry? She's disgraced the entire Shen family. Go get her for me. Seeing that Madame Shen was no longer stopping her, the nanny went upstairs to get yushua. What's going on? Why is she so angry? Seeing that her husband looked upset, Madame Shen sat down next to him and asked him questions while pretending to massage his shoulders. Unexpectedly, her husband brushed her off. He didn't even give her a single explanation. Madame Shen couldn't believe it. She and Master Shen were an old married young wife combination, and her husband usually obeyed her blindly. It seemed that her daughter had caused a serious problem. Dad, what did you want to see me about? It's so late, what can't wait until tomorrow? After a moment, Shen Yushua reluctantly went downstairs. As soon as she saw Master Shen, she complained coquettishly. Master Shen remained silent. Her mother, who was standing nearby, had to step in to smooth things over. Your father must have called you for an important matter. Say sorry to your father quickly. Say sorry? I can't bear to see you make a mistake, Miss Shen. Master Shen spoke slowly, his tone no longer the loving one of the past. Dad. Master Shen. That's too harsh. Don't call me. Look at the mess you've made. Master Shen slammed a stack of documents in front of her. Shen Yushua was at a loss. She picked up the documents and flipped through the 2 pages. Her face completely turned pale. This is the guy from the Jin family personally delivering it. He said he would take care of the aftermath for the Shen family. But what has he actually done? Master Shen snorted, starting today, you are not allowed to go out again. And fire that assistant. Dad, it's obvious that this woman is in the wrong. She seduced. P. A loud slap resounded, and redness quickly appeared on Shen Yushua's cheeks. Mrs. Shen screamed and threw herself at her daughter. Master, what are you doing? Yushua is a big girl, what can't she talk about properly? Would she listen if I did? Doing such despicable things for a man. Master Shen was furious. Do you know that if the Ken family gets hold of this, it will be detrimental to us? Once it is made public, your precious daughter will no longer have a place in the industry. Don't say it's the woman's fault. As long as the Ken family's boy can stand up for her, it means you shouldn't have touched her. If you did and you didn't achieve your goal, it means you're incompetent. After saying this, Master Shen left without looking back. Outside the door, one could faintly hear him telling the security guard to keep an eye on Shen Yushua. Guan Yu, I will not let you go. Shen Yushua let Mrs. Shen tend to her wounds, but the hatred in her eyes grew stronger. After that night, she focused on recuperating at home. Her obedience made the Shen couple feel a little more at ease. On the other hand, when Jin Shaochuan returned home, he was able to eat his favorite dish, noodles with minced pork, as he wished. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa watching TV for once. You don't have to work overtime today? Jin Shaochuan asked knowingly. I haven't had to work overtime for a while. Guan Yu let out a long sigh and told him the whole story about why she had been laid off. Next time, I'm going to try my luck at a startup company and see how far I can get without relying on connections. After the depression, she was still full of confidence. If there is anything I can help with, just let me know. Guan Yu is like a weed on the edge of a cliff. She has encountered big and small troubles on the road to growth. But after each ordeal, she can regain her confidence and courage and optimistically embark on the next journey. Jin Shaochuan admires her attitude towards life, which is always full of vitality. Naturally, he is willing to lend her a hand. Then I'll thank you in advance. Guan Yu accepted his kindness without any false modesty. But before she could find a job, trouble came knocking. Guan Yu, you little brat, you got fired from your job? Su Lingyu's voice came through the phone, becoming more and more shrill. Guan Yu immediately realized that her sister-in-law had gone to Xingyu to find her again. She didn't want to keep gossiping about her resignation, so she had to compromise. You go home first, I'll go back too, and we'll talk face to face. Perhaps she had been given a hard time at Xingyu, because Su Lingyu agreed very readily. Before long, Guan Yu returned to the Su family. Guan Yu, you've grown up and been fired. Why didn't you tell your family? As soon as she opened the door, she was faced with Su Lingyu's scowling face. What's the point of saying anything? Can my family find me a job? One sentence made Su Lingyu shut up. Not to mention finding a job for Guan Yu, she herself was in no position to do so. Isn't today Wednesday? You don't have to work, do you, sister-in-law? Guan Yu was a little puzzled. Surely she didn't take the day off just to cause herself trouble? Alas, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Su Lingyu suddenly changed her expression, looking miserable, which made Guan Yu frown. What's going on? Could it be that something's happened to my brother? Panic rose in her heart. We're both sisters-in-law, sharing the same misfortune. Now I've also lost my job. Su Lingyu pretended to wipe away non-existent tears and began to cry about how her boss was inhumane. So you resigned of your own accord? Guan Yu pointed out the problem straight away. What does it matter if I did it of my own accord? Anyway, now I don't have a job, and we have a child to raise at home, so you have to find a way to help the family. Su Lingyu's face fell. Seeing that Guan Yu had no intention of sympathizing with her, she simply stated her purpose directly. I'm unemployed too, so how can I help you? Guan Yu was at a loss. In the end, she still wanted money from her own family. So you should go to the company and make a scene. You worked there for 3 years, so you can't just listen to whatever they say. Su Lingyu urged. Seeing that she didn't seem to know about the compensation she was entitled to, Guan Yu felt slightly relieved. She turned her head and refused. No, I've already left, so it's useless to make a scene again. It's not enough to be humiliated. So what are you going to do about your family if you're unemployed and don't get a salary? Su Lingyu was relentless. She had already figured it out. Her husband and sister-in-law would go to work to support the family, and she could just relax at home. But now that her sister-in-law no longer had a job, her plan was about to fall apart. I've been thinking about it too. How can we live without a job? Guan Yu let out a sigh and said, testing the waters, why don't I move back home, so we can save on living expenses? No way. Su Lingyu rejected it out of hand. Chapter 39, sooner or later, she will have to leave. Just kidding. After her sister-in-law got married and moved out, she let her son move into her sister-in-law's room. This way, she and her husband finally had some privacy. Now that you're moving back in, there's no room for you at home. Su Lingyu's attitude was very firm. Guan Yu laughed to herself, but put on a look of disappointment. If that's all, I'll be going now. I have an interview with another company. Su Lingyu was at a loss for words for a moment and could only watch her leave. She secretly resented in her heart, ever since her sister-in-law got married, she has become more and more like a slippery eel. Wait. Get married. How did I forget about that? It doesn't matter that my sister-in-law has no money and no job, I still have a brother-in-law that I have never met. The girl is already married into the family, it is only reasonable to help out her brother and sister-in-law, isn't it? Su Lingyu quickly got up and went after Guan Yu. Unfortunately, Guan Yu was walking really fast, and she could only watch as she drove out of the community. Driver, follow the white car in front. Gritting her teeth, Su Lingyu hailed a taxi. The taxi driver thought it was some kind of drama about a mistress, and suddenly put on full power. The soaring cost made Su Lingyu feel a pang of pain. Unexpectedly, after following for a while, Guan Yu's car entered an upscale community. Naturally, the taxi could not enter. Su Lingyu could only pay the fare and get off the taxi, then walk over there herself. However, she was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Madam, without an access card, you cannot just enter the community. The conscientious security guard did not even open the gate for her. Then, can you help me check which building Guan Yu lives in? It's the owner of the white car that just went in. Su Lingyu tried to save the situation by speaking indirectly. The security guard still refused. Sorry, we don't have that authority. You. After fruitlessly pestering him, she could only leave in a huff. As she looked at this upscale residential area before leaving, Su Lingyu secretly made up her mind that she must get more from her brother-in-law. As she looked around, she had an idea. On the other side, Guan Yu let out a long sigh of relief after calculating her own stash of money. Luckily, she hadn't listened to Jin Shaochuan. Based on her current daily spending, her savings would be enough for a year. The prize money from the lottery accounted for the bulk of it. If she had spent the entire sum on a car, she would be destitute by now. She was used to careful planning and always left herself a way out. In a great mood, she was a little more lenient when she received a WeChat message from Su Lingyu. It was only 200 yuan, not 2,000. Out of respect for her brother, she didn't want to fall out with her sister-in-law. At dinner, when she saw that Jin Shaochuan was not affected by the news of her dismissal at all, she couldn't help but feel curious. Of course I'm also anxious, but anxiety won't solve the problem. Guan Yuesheng handed him a bowl of soup. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, after we finish eating, could you please take a look at my resume? She felt that Jin Shaochuan was a senior executive and must interview employees from time to time. If he could help her vet her resume, her chances of getting the job would be much higher. I charge a lot. Jin Shaochuan did not refuse outright. Guan Yu found this perfectly normal. After hours extra work of course comes at an extra cost. No problem, do you charge by the hour or by the session? She was already calculating how many times her piggy bank could support the consultation fees. One session of noodles and soup for one session of guidance, do you think it's a good deal? Jin Shaochuan interrupted her. Guan Yu was taken aback, and only then did she realize that he was joking with her, and she was a little flattered. And a little. Her heart beating faster. The moment the words left his mouth, Jin Shaochuan was also a little surprised. Spending time with Guan Yu, he always found it easy to let his guard down and become extraordinarily relaxed. It's worth it. Guan Yu suppressed the pounding in her heart and pretended to be relaxed, but if you just make luo men, you'll be the one who loses out. So what other dishes can you cook? Jin Shaochuan asked in return, following her lead. It depends on whether you like sweet or salty flavors. 4 sweet flavors. Guan Yu rattled off a list of dishes. The man looked at her radiant face, and a hard corner of his heart collapsed. After dinner, as promised, Jin Shaochuan helped Guan Yu revise her resume. Personal experience, here you have to learn to filter what to write, and what is not important. Just as he was analyzing, Guan Yu's phone rang. After glancing at the caller, she flipped her phone upside down on the table and didn't intend to answer it. But she was obviously distracted. Jin Shaochuan left the study room on the pretext of getting a drink. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment, but then she called Su Lingyu back. Xiaoyu, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Your brother is worried sick. Su Lingyu habitually made Guan Yon take the blame. I didn't hear it just now. What do you want, sister-in-law? Although Guan Yu was surprised that she didn't yell at her this time, she didn't want to get into too much trouble with her. It's nothing. Your brother wants to meet his brother-in-law and has asked him to come over for dinner. Brother-in-law? It took a moment for Guan Yu to realize that Su Lingyu was referring to Jin Shaochuan. What do you want to see him for? She instinctively refused. Marriage is a big deal. How can you live with him without meeting him at least once at home? Su Lingyu advised with all the sincerity in the world. Guan Yu found it funny. Not at ease? I've been married for over a month now. If I really wasn't at ease, what would I have done? To express concern at this point is purely to get something else. Xiaoyu, your sister-in-law is genuinely worried about you this time. The person on the other end of the line switched to Guan Yang. Although he was also puzzled by his wife's friendly behavior this time, he was more than happy about it. His wife finally didn't dislike his sister. You bring him home for dinner, I'll take care of your sister-in-law, don't worry. After all, he is her own brother, so Guan Yu could only coax him gently. Brother, I don't need you to worry about me, and I'm about to divorce him. So there's no need to meet up. Divorce? You little girl. Su Lingyu, who had been listening the whole time, couldn't hold back any longer, and snatched the phone away from her to start scolding. Tired of listening to Su Lingyu's petty calculations, Guan Yu hung up the phone directly. And she switched the phone to silent mode. You want to divorce me? An indifferent voice came from the other end of the line. Guan Yu looked up sharply. Jin Shaochuan was leaning against the doorframe of the study, his lowered eyelids concealing all his emotions. Guan Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed, not knowing how much he had heard. He had led the way in the contract marriage, and she had simply taken advantage of him for nothing. As a result, she had even heard him mention divorce. It was just a casual remark in response to my sister-in-law. The more she tried to cover it up, the messier it got, so she simply shut up. You're right, sooner or later we'll get a divorce. Jin Shaochuan's expression was his usual cold one, and Guan Yu couldn't tell his mood. I'm tired, I'll stop here for today. Leaving those words, Jin Shaochuan turned his head and went back to his room. Guan Yu sat in the study, sighed. Okay, Manager Jin is really angry. Chapter 40 Your sister-in-law is also well-intentioned. Jin Shaochuan is really angry. For many days in a row, Guan Yu did not see his shadow at home. She wanted to send a WeChat message to ask. But she was torn because she didn't have the right identity. Should I send the WeChat message or not? She threw herself onto the bed, and for the first time, she felt that even the most difficult customer would be easier to deal with than Jin Shaochuan. In the meantime, Guan Yang and Su Lingyu had both called Guan Yu several times. Guan Yang was genuinely concerned about her sister. There had been no arguments and no physical violence, but they had just realized that their personalities were incompatible and wanted to separate. Guan Yu patiently explained to him. How could you get divorced after such a short time? After getting married, you need to work things out, you can't do it out of anger. You have been stubborn since childhood, but stubbornness alone is useless in marriage. Men like gentle and considerate women. Guan Yang advised his sister earnestly. However, Guan Yu was silently criticizing him in her heart. Rubbing against each other? You have been rubbing against each other for almost 10 years, but you are still the same as you were at the beginning, listening to Su Lingyu on everything. Like gentle and considerate? Su Lingyu loses her temper at the slightest thing, and you never say anything. Xiaoyu, did you hear what I said? Guan Yang felt a wave of powerlessness. In the past, he had let his sister suffer a lot, so it was only natural that she didn't want to listen to him now. But he really wanted Guan Yu to approach marriage with caution. I heard you. I'll think about it. Guan Yu reassured her brother before hanging up. She also wanted to be cautious. But marriage was originally a transaction, not a sentimental entanglement. And now the first party in the deal is angry and has disappeared. There is no chance of easing the relationship. Before Guan Yu could adjust her state of mind, Su Lingyu's phone rang again. She simply wanted money and to find out some news in the meantime. She asked for 5,000 yuan right away. What was the reason this time? Guan Yu frowned slightly. This month, her sister-in-law had borrowed a lot of money from her for various reasons. It's not as if it's your nephew, demanding to learn taekwondo. Su Lingyu let out a fake sigh. Learning taekwondo is too dangerous, you have to find a good coach. If it's dangerous, don't learn it. Guan Yu shut her down with a single sentence. Without Su Lingyu getting angry, she continued, I'm unemployed, and I'm getting a divorce soon. It's just selling misery, who can't do it? Then ask your husband for money. Su Lingyu suddenly perked up and gave her pointers over the phone. Compensation for emotional distress, compensation for loss of youth, and monthly living expenses. Oh, yes, and the marital assets should be divided equally, right? You should also get half the title to the house. Her mental arithmetic was rattling away. Guan Yu was laughing out loud at her. After 1 month of marriage, she was still asking for compensation for loss of youth? In terms of appearance, she should be the one paying. And she wants half the house? Does she really think the marriage law is just for show? Sister-in-law, you really are an education dropout when it comes to the law. She didn't feel like arguing with her anymore, so Guan Yu simply hung up. She had been so lucky a while ago that even the heavens couldn't bear to see it, right? Otherwise, why had she been so unlucky the past couple of days? Guan Yu gave the heavens the finger in her heart and got up to continue sending out her resume. Men can be dispensed with, they are not hers anyway. But work is indispensable. Fortunately, hard work does pay off. She received several interview invitations from different companies. One of them is very satisfied with her. After learning the basic information about the company, Guan Yu also feels that it is very suitable for her. But when it comes to signing the contract, Su Lingyu calls again. After being hung up by Guan Yu, she persistently calls a second and third time. Miss Guan can answer the phone first, there's no rush to sign the contract. HR kindly showed her the way to the stairwell. After thanking her, Guan finally answered Su Lingyu's fourth call. You little brat, why didn't you answer the phone? Without waiting for Guan to explain, she then dropped a bombshell. Come back quickly, your brother is injured and lying at home. My brother is injured? Guan's face lost all its color in an instant. Without thinking, she hurriedly left the company where she was interviewing and drove towards the house. When the panicked Guan Yu pushed open the door, she saw her sister-in-law leaning on the sofa, looking sad and weak. Su Lingyu was a fierce and strong-willed person, so for her to look so fragile. Where is my brother? Is he seriously injured? Guan Yu's last shred of doubt disappeared, and she was anxious to see how Guan Yang was injured. Hey, he's resting, keep your voice down. Su Lingyu quickly pulled her back and sat her down on the sofa. What's the point of lying around at home if you're injured and not going to the hospital? Tell him to get up, I'll go with him to the hospital. Guan Yu simply couldn't sit still, her anxiety rising higher and higher. What's the point of going to the hospital and not being able to afford treatment? The family simply doesn't have any extra money. Su Lingyu's tears fell, landing on the back of Guan Yu's hand. You don't have any money, but I do, I'll pay for any shortfall in medical expenses. She is the only relative I have left in this world. No matter what the cost, Guan Yu wanted to keep him. Hearing her say that she had money, Su Lingyu's eyes flashed, but she still pretended to say, You're unemployed and getting a divorce, so how much money do you have in your hands? Guan Yu, who was concerned and confused, didn't feel anything wrong at all. Seeing that Su Lingyu kept refusing, she just thought that she didn't want to spend the money, so she simply took out her phone and wanted to transfer the money. Su Lingyu pretended to push a few times, and only then, looking like she had no choice, opened the QR code for receiving money. She kept emphasizing, this money is like we're lending it to you. When your brother gets better, we'll. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by another voice. What's wrong with you guys? What are you arguing about? It was Guan Yang. He rubbed his eyes with one hand while pushing open the bedroom door with the other and walked out. Guan Yu's hand holding the password suddenly stopped. Brother, are you okay? She rushed forward and grabbed Guan Yang, looking up and down at him. What are you saying, girl? I'm fine. Guan Yang couldn't help but laugh as he let his sister examine him. He turned his head and saw his wife's red, tear-stained eyes. Then he looked at Guan Yu, who also had bloodshot eyes. What is this? He was a little puzzled. Su Lingyu secretly resented the fact that Guan Yang had woken up at the wrong time. If it had been a minute later, or even a few seconds, Guan Yu would have gotten her hands on the money. At this point, Guan Yu also completely understood. Sister-in-law, what the hell is going on? Her face fell, and she took 2 steps forward to question Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu was in the wrong, and her lips moved twice, but she didn't say anything. Xiaoyu, why can't you just say what's on your mind? Guan Yang took her hand and sat down to one side. Your sister-in-law is just being kind. Chapter 41 pulled her into his arms. Here we go again. The familiar lines, the familiar feeling. What? Your sister-in-law is not easy, your sister-in-law is only looking out for your best interests. Over the years, my brother has repeated the same lines over and over, and Guan Yu can recite them all by heart. In the past, she tolerated his words and swallowed her anger because she respected him. But today, she suddenly didn't want to hold back anymore. Brother, she lied and said you were seriously injured in order to get money from me. Is this for my own good? Guan Yu asked quietly, calming down. Guan Yang was taken aback and looked at his wife. You asked Xiao Ye for money again? What did you promise me before? Although it was a question, the tone was not strong, more like a complaint. Su Lingyu shrugged. She has money, we lack money, why can't I ask her for it? If I hadn't lied to Guan Yu today, that bitch would still be stubbornly saying she has no money. The problem is not that you want money. Guan Yu suddenly flew into a rage. I'll give you the money, but you can't lie to me and say something happened to my brother. She had received a higher education, was not superstitious, and had no religious beliefs. But she could not accept Su Lingyu cursing Guan Yang like that, even if she was lying. You'd better pray that my brother has no pain or illness in his life, or I'm not finished with you. Her tone was gentle, but the ruthlessness in it was chilling. Su Lingyu was stunned, and then she threw herself at Guan Yang. Guan Yang, look at your good sister. I only told a lie, and she can't wait to eat me alive. This time, the tears were much more genuine. Guan Yang rarely saw this side of her, and patted his wife's back in sympathy. When he looked up at Guan Yu again, his eyes clearly held reproach. Xiao Yu, what your sister-in-law did was inappropriate, but she did it for the good of the family, right? Guan Yu calmly took over what her brother was about to say. Guan Yang was suddenly at a loss for words. Brother, I'm really disappointed in you. On the way here in the car, Guan Yu had imagined countless scenarios for the future. Some good, some bad. But none of them involved giving up. Instead, after confirming that her brother was okay, she kept having the thought of completely severing ties with them. From now on, I'll give the family 1,000 yuan every month. Even if it's to repay you for raising me all these years. But I won't come back unless there's a birth, death, illness, or accident. And you should stop looking for me. Guan Yu picked up her phone and quickly transferred 1,000 yuan to Su Lingyu. This month's payment is already in your account. She turned to leave, but Su Lingyu stopped her. 1,000 yuan? You think that's enough to pay a beggar? No way, at least 3,000 yuan a month. Tears were still on her face, but her words bore no resemblance to weakness. It was obvious that her earlier tears were just an act. Only Guan Yang would fall for it. Guan Yu was tired of arguing with her and turned to look at his brother. That's enough, don't push your luck. Guan Yang couldn't stand it anymore and took 2 steps forward to pull back his wife. Xiao Yu, the family is also in difficulty. He felt his face burning hot and didn't know what to say for a moment. In the past, when his wife worked, his younger sister would also pay 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. So Guan Yang's financial pressure was not great. Now that his wife had quit her job and Guan Yu had left home, his burden had suddenly increased. Brother, I think it's good that you became a mason. Guan Yu suddenly broke into a smile. Seeing her sister's attitude soften, Guan Yang also let out a sigh of relief. Even though he didn't understand why his sister had suddenly suggested that he change careers, he subconsciously asked, why? Because you're really good at mixing mud. After saying that, Guan Yu ignored Su Lingyu's abuse and left without looking back. Tears blurred her vision. Damn it, what's there to cry about? In the future, as long as I give her money regularly, how much trouble will it be? Guan Yu kept reassuring herself. But the bitterness in her heart lingered. She decided to deal with her sadness in an adult way. As night fell and the lights of the city came on, the bar's curtain rose. Under the colorful neon lights, there were men and women letting go of themselves to the music. Even the air was full of the sense of self-abandonment. Is this your first time here, miss? Would you like something to drink? As soon as Guan Yu sat down, a bartender came to serve her. Just make a recommendation. Guan Yu came to drink to relieve her sorrows, and she wasn't in the mood to make a selection. Then try our new product, Jasmine Hill, which is more suitable for elegant girls like you. The bartender's lips seemed to be coated with honey. Unfortunately, Guan Yu had no intention of flirting, and she nodded slightly to agree to his recommendation. Miss, are you in a bad mood? When our dance floor opens later, you can go dance for a while to relax. The bartender mixed the drink while chatting with her. Before long, a cocktail with a hint of tea was pushed in front of her. Enjoy. Guan Yu drank while absently watching the swaying men and women on the dance floor. Soon, the drink was empty. But her inner restlessness had not diminished. She frowned in dissatisfaction and called out to the bartender with a raised hand, "Bring me another Long Island iced tea." "Are you sure?" The bartender gave her a strange look. Of course. Guan Yu felt slightly tipsy, just the right amount to get her going. Drink more, sleep it off and forget your troubles. Soon, the Long Island iced tea was in front of her. "Hello, miss. Are you here alone?" A handsome man sat down next to her and smiled, striking up a conversation. "Mm." Guan Yu answered sullenly, her mood getting worse and worse. This bar is so stingy, the glasses are so small that they are emptied in 2 sips. Her appearance of not wearing any makeup is exceptionally pure, and her pouty expression looks even more innocent and harmless in the eyes of the man. "It's no fun drinking alone, why don't I take you to the dance floor for a while?" The man looked sincere as he enthusiastically invited Guan Yu to dance together. Dance? It seems that the bartender also suggested this to her just now, maybe she can really relax. So she accepted the man's invitation. Guan Yu, who was feeling tipsy, didn't notice that the music in the store had long ago changed from passionate to lingering and sentimental. Most of the people on the dance floor were also hugging each other, releasing deeper desires in the darkness. "Let's go." She followed the man to the dance floor, swaying slightly drunk. She almost fell without noticing. "Be careful." The man was about to reach out and embrace her. But a pair of slender hands reached out and clasped around Guan Yu's waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Who are you? Do you know the rules of first come, first served?" The man who had been snubbed angrily questioned the other party. "Sorry, I don't really understand." Jin Shaochuan looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms, his tone growing even colder. "But I'm taking my wife now, do you have a problem with that?" Chapter 42 Don't go. The man didn't dare to object. Because the man who followed him, Wei, was looking at him coldly. He believed that if he said he had an objection, he would be thrown out without mercy. "Wei, go and explain to the person over there that I have to go because of an emergency." Leaving these words behind, Jin Shaochuan picked up the girl, who was already drunk and unconscious, in his arms and left quickly. It was purely coincidental that he would meet Guan Yu in the bar today. After the two had parted on bad terms that day, he had been living in his premarital house, occasionally returning to the old mansion. Tonight, it was only because his partner had invited him that he had appeared in the bar. "Let's go to the back, there's a separate place in the back that's quiet." The partner enthusiastically showed the way. People in their position would never hang out in such a chaotic place. Jin Shaochuan nodded slightly. As he casually glanced at the bar, he saw a familiar figure. "Away, go and see if that's Miss Guan." After whispering these words, Jin Shaochuan still followed the crowd to the back bar. After a while, Wei returned and whispered a few words in his ear. "Sorry, Mr. Qi, I saw an acquaintance, I'll be right back." He got up and politely explained to the people present. "It seems to be Mr. Jin's confidant, go quickly." Although he is the youngest, everyone knows his strength and iron-fisted approach. No one at the party dares to look down on him, and naturally they won't make things difficult for him. "I'll drink a toast to myself." Then he hurriedly left. Even heroes are vulnerable to the charms of a beautiful woman, and General Manager Ken is no exception. Someone laughed and teased. When Ken Shaochuan arrived, he just in time saw Guan Yu staggering into the dance floor with a strange man. His face suddenly turned dark, and before the man could take advantage of her, he grabbed the man in his arms. His face looked much better when he realized that the girl was drunk and had not intentionally approached the man. When they left the bar, the cool night breeze helped to dispel some of the alcohol. Mr. Jean. Guan Yu looked at the man holding her with drunken eyes. "Oh no, I have to call you Shaochuan, otherwise you'll get angry again." She was obviously very drunk, and her memory had long since become confused. Jin Shaochuan was angry and amused, and helplessly watched her act crazy in his arms. It wasn't until Wei arrived in the car that he shoved her into the back seat and then sat down next to her. They went to the house on Tiandi Road. Perhaps she was tired from the previous night, because on the way there, Yu was unusually well behaved. Her forehead was pressed against the car window, and she was snoring softly. Even when Jin Shaochuan carried her all the way upstairs, she didn't wake up. As he watched her lying on the bed, defenseless, Jin Shaochuan's anger flared up even more. With your drinking capacity, you still dare to get drunk? He was so angry that he reached out and gave the girl a little tap on the forehead. Don't move, let me sleep for a while before going to work. Guan Yu waved her hand impatiently, mumbling like she was swatting a fly. Even though he was still angry, there was nothing he could do, so he could only wait until she sobered up the next day to educate her. He had thought that he would be able to get through the night peacefully. But when Jin Shaochuan came out of the shower and saw Guan Yu standing next to his bed, he suddenly realized that he had been too optimistic. Why are you awake? He wrapped his towel around himself and walked over to ask. Unexpectedly, Guan Yu suddenly raised one hand and reached straight for his face. Squeeze. Jin Shaochuan was taken aback, and before he could scold her, he heard her mutter. That's good, you really came back, I thought it was a hallucination. Guan Yu looked up, her clean, moist eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the man in front of her. Her pale hands also came off his cheeks. Instead, she stuck out her finger and poked the man in the chest. I cook a lot of delicious food every day waiting for you to come back. But you don't come back every day, and you don't tell me. I'd been eating leftovers for days. Poke, complain. The voice was soft and endearing. No matter how angry Jin Shaochuan was, he was poked apart by these few words. He imagined the girl sitting alone every day, guarding a large table of food, and a feeling of pain spread through his heart. It wasn't heavy, but it was persistent. Okay, I'll come home every day from tomorrow onwards and eat with you, okay? This was the first time that Jin Shaochuan had coaxed someone so gently. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Humph, liar, you men are all liars. You? Jin Shaochuan's brows furrowed at once. The information didn't mention that Guan Yu had a boyfriend, so who are you referring to? Before he could ask, the drunk girl volunteered the confession. You lied to me, and my brother lied to me too. He told me that even if we got married, he would never leave me. But now I have no home. By the end of her sentence, her voice had already begun to crack with sobs. Jin Shaochuan understood. It seemed that she had suffered some wrongdoing at her brother's house, and that was why she went out and got drunk. The drunk girl leaned closely against his chest, sniffling and crying. A soft, warm jade in the arms is something that makes a man's heart restless. But with Guan Yu crying so miserably in his arms, there was not a single thought in Jin Shaochuan's mind, only a heart full of pain. You have a family, and this will be your home from now on. He cooed gently, wrapping his arm around Guan Yu and gently patting her back with his other hand. Really? Guan Yu's wet eyes stared at him intently, and for the first time, she asked him for a promise. Really? Jin Shaochuan stroked her long, silky hair. Lie to me and I'll be a puppy. Her tender, young fingers poked at his chest again. Together with the look of total dependence in her eyes as she lay in his arms. Jin Shaochuan suddenly felt that the weather was a little hot tonight. I'll agree to whatever you say, so why don't you go to bed first? The president of the prestigious Ken group was being so gentle and considerate, which was a first. Guan Yu was obedient, okay. She said, and left her man's embrace, staggering towards the guest room she was staying in. It was hard for her to remember that it wasn't her own room. Ken Shaochuan didn't immediately go after her. As soon as Guan Yu left, he went into the bathroom. He washed his face twice with cold water to calm the heat in his body. After all, he was worried about Guan Yu, so after calming down, he prepared to go out and take a look at the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, a picture of a beautiful woman lying in bed was presented before his eyes. Guan Yu had never returned to her own room. When she walked near the sofa, she lay down dazedly. Her clothes were all off. How much did I owe you in my previous life, that I have to clean up your mess in this life? Jin Shaochuan made up his mind, walked over, picked up Guan Yu and carried her back to her room. He sat by the bed and quietly watched her for a while, making sure that the girl was completely asleep before he prepared to go back to his room. As soon as he got up, someone grabbed his sleeve. Are you feeling unwell? Jin Shaochuan turned back to look at her, but found that she wasn't even awake. Grabbing his sleeve was just a subconscious act. Don't go. Chapter 43 She's a liar. My head hurts. Guan Yu rubbed her throbbing forehead and half her desire to get up disappeared. If only she had known last night not to drink to forget her sorrows. After muttering a few words, she buried herself under the covers and prepared to sleep. But she vaguely heard a noise coming from the living room. Could it be a thief? Guan Yu's sleepiness instantly disappeared. No, this is a high-end residential area, it's not easy for petty thieves to get in. She comforted herself while tiptoeing to the bedroom door. She gently opened the door a little and looked out through the gap. There was definitely no thief. The person sitting at the table writing was exactly the person who had disappeared for several days, Jin Shaochuan. Why did he come back? Is he here to talk to me about divorce? For a moment, several ideas flashed through Guan Yu's mind. Are you awake? Hurry up and wash up, come and have breakfast. Jin Shaochuan sensed the gaze behind him and ordered without turning around. Wake up? Hurry up and wash up, come and have breakfast. At the same time, without making a sound, he crumpled the note he had written and threw it in the trash. Oh, I'll be right there. Guan Yu did not dare to delay, washed up quickly, and sat down at the table. There were all kinds of breakfast foods on the table. From Chinese to Western, from northern noodles to southern morning tea, there was everything. This is a bit much. Guan Yu was dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. Even the breakfast of ancient emperors was nothing like this, right? She thought about the past mornings, when she would just serve steamed egg and toast with milk to satisfy Jin Shaochuan. She felt a little guilty. Pick what you like, and forget about the rest. Jin Shaochuan acted as if it was nothing unusual. He held a cup of coffee and quickly replied to a few work-related messages while drinking. So that's it? No more bad blood? Guan Yu absent-mindedly poked at the crystal dumplings in her bowl, secretly guessing the thoughts of the man in front of her. Don't daydream, focus on eating. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but remind her when he saw her zoning out. His tone was softer than he had ever been. Guan Yu felt that she should have a cup of coffee to calm down too, otherwise her mind would be full of nonsense. Unexpectedly, the coffee was intercepted halfway. You got drunk yesterday, you can't drink coffee to stimulate your stomach. The coffee in her hand was mercilessly replaced by a cup of warm milk by Jin Shaochuan. However, Guan Yu had no time to notice his rare gentleness, and her entire mind was captivated by his first sentence. She grabbed the man's sleeve with her back hand, her face full of disbelief. You came back last night? Jin Shaochuan looked down at her, tightly grasping his hand. Yesterday, these were the same hands that held onto the hem of his shirt and stopped him from leaving. With this action and these words, he sat by the bedside for half the night. In the end, the culprit had forgotten all about it? If you're worried about last night, you don't have to. Jin Shaochuan gently broke free, and his tone became detached. When I came back, you were already asleep, leaving a room full of alcohol. Guan Yu thought he was unhappy that she had made the house smell of alcohol. I'll clean up this morning and make sure there's no smell when you get back. She smiled sweetly at Jin Shaochuan. Knowing that she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, the breakfast in front of her became tempting. Guan Yu devoured it. Seeing her heartless appearance, Jin Shaochuan felt a lump in his chest. It's not right to scold her, but it's not right not to. This little liar, last night's obedient appearance was all an act to deceive people. You eat, I'll go to work. Jin Shaochuan felt that if he stayed any longer, he would suffocate sooner or later, so he simply got up and prepared to leave. Then take some breakfast with you. The answer to Guan Yu was the loud slamming of a door. What a difficult person to get along with. Guan Yu made a face at the direction he left. However, after all the trouble, her hangover headache had improved a lot. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and get to work, Guan Yu received a call from Aika. Guan Yu, your sister-in-law is back at the company and is now pressing HR about your severance package. She overheard it by chance and hurriedly called to give you the news. Guan Yu really didn't want to see Su Lingyu again, so she had no choice but to call her brother. Xiao Yu, you're not angry anymore? As soon as the call connected, Guan Yang's first words were to express his concern for his sister's mood. Guan Yu's heart softened, and she couldn't bear to scold her brother anymore. Brother, I'm fine. That's good. Yesterday, I rushed to catch up with you, but you were already gone. Guan Yang chattered on the other end of the line. News about Aika kept popping up one after the other. Guan Yu had no choice but to interrupt her brother. Brother, my wife went to my old company again. Why don't you go pick her up and bring her home? Her tone was full of hardship. If she could, she wouldn't want to embarrass her brother like this. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time. Moon, don't worry, I won't let her bother you anymore. Guan Yang's voice was full of exhaustion. He then hung up the phone. Guan Yu's good mood was completely shattered by this farce. After hastily cleaning up, Guan Yu called the company she interviewed with yesterday with a small hope. I'm sorry, Miss Guan, we've already filled the position. I hope we can work together again next time. The HR apologetically replied to her. Guan Yu knew in her heart that this was just an excuse. The reason she was rejected was because she had left abruptly yesterday. Come on, you can definitely find a suitable position. She patted herself on the face to cheer herself up. The extra 1,000 yuan per month had increased Guan Yu's pressure. Therefore, she could only relax her criteria for selecting companies. She just wanted to have a job that paid well first. You have to be able to eat before you can talk about ideals. You've got so many interviews, can you keep up? Jin Shaochuan looked at the interview schedule in front of him, which was filled with interviews, and was full of doubts. Yes, this is an arrangement that I have carefully calculated. Guan Yu was full of confidence. When she was looking for a job after graduating from university, the intensity of the interviews was even greater than this. She overcame it just the same. Good luck. Jin Shaochuan didn't say anything. Deep down, he didn't think highly of her optimism. But when Guan Yu went to the interview full of confidence, she encountered the Waterloo of her job search. All the companies she interviewed with rejected her application. Without exception. A startup company? A planning specialist? She needed a master's degree or above? Guan Yu slumped on the sofa, constantly recalling her interview experiences over the past 2 days. She was either rejected because she had little work experience, or because her qualifications were not good enough. One company even rejected her because she had been fired from her previous job. Oh my god, are you kidding me? She had been rejected so many times that, even though she was optimistic, she was a little frustrated at this point. Chapter 44, 44th chapter. What a coincidence, I ran into you again. This low pressure lasted until the evening. Did the interview not go well? Jin Shaochuan asked casually. Well, I was rejected to my face. Thinking about the confident look she had 2 days ago, Guan Yu felt a little ashamed. This is really slapping her in the face. Jin Shaochuan was a little surprised. He was well aware of Guan Yu's professional abilities. Apart from the instructions he had given for the Tianu proposal, she had worked independently with other companies. Even if she wasn't a sought-after senior planner, she shouldn't have been repeatedly frustrated. I'll go over the interview with you later. He wanted to see what the problem was. Thank you, Mr. Jin. Guan Yu's joy was beyond words. She had indeed considered asking Jin Shaochuan for guidance, but she hadn't had the nerve to ask. She hadn't expected him to offer to help. You're a really nice person. She did not hold back on her praise. So President Kan, who had been kind for once, was forced to accept a nice card. That night, the two of them talked and commented on each other until the early hours of the morning. The next day, with even greater confidence, Guan Yu set off on the road to the interview again. Unfortunately, she still got nowhere. After several days of repeated setbacks, Guan Yu was exhausted both physically and mentally. Maybe I should just change careers. She had visited every big and small planning company in the city, but to no avail. Who said never to give up? Jin Shaochuan raised an eyebrow at her, his tone mischievous. It was me, but... She didn't finish her sentence, as Guan Yu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Qihang Advertising Planning. Is this Miss Guan? Qihang Advertising Planning? I've never heard of this company. Guan Yu pondered while politely responding. It's like this, our boss has read some of your planning proposals and thinks that they are very compatible with our company's philosophy. So I'd like to ask if you're interested in coming in for an interview tomorrow? The HR manager's politeness betrayed an inexplicable enthusiasm. I'm interested, I happen to have time tomorrow. Guan Yu didn't have time to think much about it and quickly set the time for the interview. After hanging up the phone, she was still a little incredulous. What was this? A job offer from the heavens? What, did I win the lottery again? Seeing her stunned expression, Ken Shaochuan couldn't help teasing her. Boss, I might have a job. Guan Yu came back to her senses, her eyes shining with obvious excitement. Well, congratulations. Ken Shaochuan said perfunctorily, but his eyes were full of laughter. The next day, Guan Yu went to the interview as promised. Pengcheng Company was just a startup company, but it was located in the busiest part of the city center. Not only was the transportation convenient, but the salary and benefits offered to Guan Yu were also very good. She signed the contract without hesitation. The whole process was incredibly smooth. Welcome aboard, Miss Guan. Not far from Pengcheng is the Tianu building. While Guan Yu was still familiarizing herself with the new company, Jin Shaochuan received a call from one of his subordinates. President Jin, Miss Guan has already started work. This was Jin Shaochuan's former assistant, whom he had now sent to Pengcheng to work for the boss. Do a good job and strive to make Pengcheng successful, which will be your capital for promotion in the future. Facing his former right-hand man, he rarely gave him encouragement. After a while, Grandpa Jin called back. I heard that you set up a company for your wife? Grandpa Jin's voice was light, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The board of directors has come to you to complain? Jin Shaochuan was mentally prepared for this kind of call and was not at all panicked. In the past 2 days, my phone has not stopped ringing. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Grandpa Jin snorted. Jin Shaochuan told Grandpa Jin his thoughts. That's more like it. I told you my grandson can't be that stupid. He knew his grandson would know what to do. So he withstood all the pressure from the board of directors. It wasn't until after the new company was set up that he came to his grandson to scold him. So you're saying this company has nothing to do with that little girl? This time, the old man's voice carried a distinct tone of teasing. Grandpa, she doesn't know who I am yet, so you have to be careful. Jin Shaochuan helplessly reminded him. I know. You have time to bring the girl back for dinner these 2 days. Grandpa Jin did not forget to give his instructions. Okay. Jin Shaochuan agreed, but he did not intend to do so in his heart. The situation in the old mansion was complicated, and it was not appropriate or safe for Guan Yu to go there in her current identity. And you should arrange a job for him in your new company. Finally, Grandpa Jin instructed, so that he will not stay at home every day and let your second uncle and second aunt spoil him. That's no problem. Jin Shaochuan agreed readily. Brother, I'm not going to work for your company. Jin Dongshu simply rejected him 3 times in a row. Are you kidding? Do you want to die? I'm only going to work under my cousin. This is Grandpa's decision. Jin Shaochuan didn't even bat an eyelid and directly invoked the old man. The subtext was that Jin Dongshu didn't have the right to bargain at all. I've sent you the address and the contact information of the person in charge. I'll go there this afternoon. He mercilessly dispelled his cousin's thoughts of procrastination. I know. Jin Dongshu answered impatiently. If you go back, you'll just goof off every day and get fired sooner or later. If you get fired, you can come work under my nose. Jin Shaochuan could see right through his thoughts, and his tone carried a hint of menace. All the exits were blocked. Even if he didn't want to, Jin Dongshu had to go to work obediently. As a prelude to my going to work, I'll treat you to a big meal. He quickly adjusted his mindset and rubbed against Jin Shaochuan with a smirk. You're treating, I'm paying, right? Jin Shaochuan glared at him impatiently. I'll take that as a yes, so let's book the restaurant. Let's get this over with quickly. Jin Shaochuan didn't object. In his heart, he thought that his cousin was kind-hearted and intelligent. It's a pity that his uncle and aunt are so ridiculous, and they have raised Dongshu to be such a playboy. If he can correct his character, he can also help himself in the future. It's booked, let's go now. Jin Dongshu habitually hooked his shoulders with his cousin. But Jin Shaochuan always had to correct him. He also always persevered and nagged again. In the midst of the tugging and pulling, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Hello, beautiful. Jin Dongshu let go of his cousin's hand and turned to greet the girl he met. Seeing his good-looking and boyish appearance, Jin Shaochuan snorted. This guy only looks presentable when he sees a pretty girl. What a coincidence, I met you again. A familiar voice came from behind. Chapter 45. This is settled. Guan Yu? Why are you here? Jin Shaochuan turned around and saw her and was a little surprised. According to the time, she should have finished the interview and gone home a long time ago. I came to pick up the car. Guan Yu felt a little embarrassed. Parking in the nearby business district is a bit expensive, so. She thought of the parking card that Jin Shaochuan gave her. So she simply parked in the underground parking lot of the Tianu building. Without waiting for Jin Shaochuan to say anything, Jin Dongxiu said solicitously, "Just park anywhere, my brother will." Finish the sentence, and then felt the caress from his cousin on the back of his head. "You're just talkative." Jin Shaochuan gave him a threatening glance. But this scene fell into Guan Yu's eyes, and it was just a little lover's banter. Even the slap Jin Shaochuan gave him was because he was jealous. "Well, you guys go ahead, I'll be going now." Guan Yu didn't want to be a third wheel and hurriedly left, ignoring Jin Dongxiu's entreaties to stay. This girl has quite a strange way of thinking. Watching her back disappear around the corner, Jin Dongxiu couldn't help smacking his lips. It's just that her eyesight isn't very good, and she actually thought he and his cousin were a couple. What's strange about it? Jin Shaochuan put away his phone. He had just sent a message to the property management department, upgrading Guan Yu's parking card permissions. He only heard the second half of what his cousin said. "It's nothing, go eat, I'm starving." Jin Dongxiu laughed, taking the lead and walking forward. He felt funny in his heart. It seems that his wise and heroic cousin didn't know that the little girl took him for gay. Given that he was giggling every day without a proper shape, Jin Shaochuan didn't bother to respond to him and didn't delve deeper. The two arrived at the restaurant they had booked in advance for lunch. Jin Dongxiu suddenly asked, "What is the relationship between that little girl and you?" "Your sister-in-law in the legal sense, so don't provoke her." Jin Shaochuan knew his temper well and didn't even look at him as he gave the warning directly. "In the legal sense?" Jin Dongxiu understood after a moment's thought. "Married to deal with the old man? Apart from the one with high moral standing in the family, who else could make his own arrogant cousin condescend?" Jin Shaochuan didn't say anything, which was tacit approval. He obviously didn't want to continue the conversation. Jin Dongxiu sensibly shut up and instead asked about work-related matters. "Brother, what position are you going to give me? CEO or general manager? At the very least, I should be a department head, right?" He thought to himself. "Planning specialist, start from the bottom." Jin Shaochuan's words shattered all his illusions. "So I have to do everything myself?" Jin Dongxiu was full of disbelief. His beloved cousin was actually asking him to do manual labor. "This is to test your abilities." Jin Shaochuan explained calmly, "I also worked at the grassroots level for 2 years before I understood the situation and went to management. From then on, you will be in charge and the board of directors will not be able to stop you." Jin Dongxiu silently complained in his heart. "This matter has been decided, so hurry up and eat, and report for work this afternoon." In the end, Jin Shaochuan made the final decision. In the afternoon, Guan Yu packed up her personal belongings and arrived at the company on time to start work. "Why are you here? Don't you start work tomorrow?" The one speaking was Fan Ziki. The girl had started work a day earlier than Guan Yu, and their workstations were next to each other. "I came to tidy up this afternoon so I can start work properly tomorrow," explained Guan Yu. "You must be very conscientious at work, so you won't be held back by stupid colleagues anymore," said Fan Ziki, dancing around and complaining about how her previous colleagues had been lazy. Fan Ziki gestured animatedly as she complained about how her previous colleague had been a drag. Her exaggerations made Guan Yu laugh non-stop. "Fan Ziki, I can hear you complaining from the office." A cold male voice came from behind them, and the two of them turned around at the same time. It was the company boss, Chen Shui. Okay, I'll stop." Fan Ziki stuck out her tongue and continued working honestly. "Guan Yu, come to the office for a moment." Fan Ziki peeked her head out and gave Guan Yu a look that said, "Good luck." Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh. Once in the office, Chen Shui didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I've seen the proposal you made for Tianu and I know your capabilities." He took out a document from a drawer and pushed it in front of Guan Yu. "This is your new task. I hope that Peng Chang will allow you to give full play to your abilities." Guan Yu took the document and promised seriously, "I will do my best." "Good, then you go ahead. If you need anything, just tell the administration." Chen Shui was also very satisfied with her attitude. As soon as the person left the office, he called Jin Shaochuan to report the situation. "Yes, I understand." Jin Shaochuan lifted his pen and signed his name on a document. After handing it to his secretary to take out, he said to Chen Shui, "From now on, you will be in full charge of Pengcheng, and you don't need to report everything to me." "Mr." Chen Shui was both moved and a little hesitant. "I don't like empty words. If you can achieve results, that will be the greatest reward for me." It will prove that I haven't made the wrong choice. Jin Shaochuan cut him off. Don't worry, I will definitely make Pengcheng a success. Shen Shuai promised with all his heart. In the office area, Guan Yu came out with some documents and returned to her workstation. You've only just arrived and Mr. Chen is already letting you work on a project independently. I think he should change his surname to Zhou. Fan Ziki let out another burst of complaints. Ha? Why change his surname to Zhou? Guan Yu couldn't quite follow her train of thought. Zhou was a skinflint, and he couldn't stand to see anyone idle. Fan Ziki muttered under her breath. Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh along with her, and the dark clouds of the past few days completely dispersed. This good mood lasted until she got home from work. After dinner, Guan Yu hummed a little tune as she cleaned up. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you very satisfied with the new company?" "Yes, I'm very satisfied," Guan Yu said with a bright smile. Then she remembered something else and hurried back to her room. When she came out, she had an extra box in her hand. "Your advice was very helpful, so I bought you a gift to express my gratitude." "What is it?" The box was exquisitely wrapped, so Jin Shaochuan didn't rush to open it. "A fountain pen." Guan Yu felt a little embarrassed. "I saw that you like to write with a fountain pen, so." Jin Shaochuan opened the packaging and saw the familiar logo. It was the brand he was used to. "Why don't I get you some paper to try it out on? You can exchange it if you don't like it." Guan Yu wanted to turn around to get some notepaper, but was stopped by Jin Shaochuan. "I really like it, thank you." The orange light spread all over the floor, and he leaned lazily against the table, no longer looking as cold as usual. Guan Yu felt like she might have caught a cold. Otherwise, why was her heart beating so fast? Even her wrist, which he was holding, suddenly felt burning hot. Chapter 46 My relationship with him. Ding dong ding. The sudden ring of her phone shattered the gradually becoming intimate atmosphere in the room. Jin Shaochuan casually let go of her hand and reminded Guan Yu, "Your phone is ringing." "Oh, my phone." Guan Yu snapped back to reality, looked around for her phone, and took the opportunity to hide her blushing face. "Here." A slender hand handed her phone over. Seeing the caller's name on the screen, Guan Yu didn't have time to say thank you before she connected the call. "Mr. Chen." "Yes, I've brought back the information and will read it later." "The frame? Can I give it to you tomorrow afternoon at the latest?" "Okay, bye Mr. Chen." The call ended with a few simple words. When she looked up again, she couldn't see where Jin Shaochuan had gone. Guan Yu patted her still slightly flushed cheeks and cursed herself for being infatuated with him. "He's gay and has a lover. What are you thinking?" But before she could calm down, the man came out of the study. He was holding a small cardboard box. "This is a gift for you to celebrate your successful recruitment." He placed the box on the table and gestured for Guan Yu to open it. "It's not another bag, is it?" Guan Yu guessed, looking at the size of the box. Jin Shaochuan played hard to get and didn't answer. When Guan Yu opened the box and saw the brand new computer inside, she quickly refused. "It's too expensive, and I already have a computer." She shook her head like a rattle. "You mean that old thing that won't turn on without a power supply and freezes every time you want to do a drawing?" Jin Shaochuan didn't accept her refusal and forcefully pushed the computer at her. If he didn't fear that she would think too much about it, he would have told Shen Shuai to use public property for personal use and directly assign her a computer. In return for the gift, this pen is not cheap either. It could even be considered a luxury item. Seeing that Guan Yu was about to say something else, he simply threatened, "If you keep refusing, I'll just throw it in the trash." Guan Yu immediately shut up and did a zipper action with her lips. Jin Shaochuan was amused by her cute appearance and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan, and before Guan Yu could take a good look, it disappeared. "Oh, by the way, do you have time this weekend?" Jin Shaochuan suddenly asked. Guan Yu's little heart couldn't help but beat faster and faster. "Yes, why?" "I bought a new desk, and it will be delivered this weekend. There is only one desk in the study, so the two of us can only take turns using it." Jin Shaochuan simply bought another one. The study is big enough anyway, and there is more than enough room for another workstation. Before Guan Yu could feel the disappointment in her heart, she was shocked by his idea of remodeling the study. "You don't have to go to all this trouble, I can do it in the living room." "So when Grandpa comes back, you'll be working overtime in the living room too?" Tired of arguing, Jin Shaochuan simply used Grandpa Jian as a shield. Sure enough, Guan Yu stopped obsessing about the study and instead turned her attention to Grandpa Jian's latest developments. Not long after work the next day, HR brought in a new recruit. "Let's get acquainted, this is our new colleague." The young man standing next to her greeted everyone with a bright smile. "My name is Jin Shaochuan, please give me your advice in the future." Hearing this familiar name, Guan Yu looked up in shock. She happened to catch the young man's smiling gaze. "Wow, what a handsome boy." Fan Ziki, who was standing nearby, was beside herself. HR really is considerate of us. They specifically recruited good-looking guys to look at. Guan Yu was speechless for a moment. Girl, he is indeed a handsome guy, and his boyfriend is even more handsome and richer. But she dared only to mutter this kind of sarcasm in her heart, and like everyone else, she welcomed the new colleague politely. "Hello, it really is fate, we're colleagues now." Jin Shaochuan met Guan Yu in the pantry and greeted her. "Yes, but why are you working here?" Guan Yu looked at him and didn't see anything that looked like a planning student. "Brother Shaochuan asked me to come." Jin Shaochuan shrugged. "By the way, I understand my relationship with him. And I will keep it a secret." Guan Yu quickly stopped him. Although everyone is now open-minded about same-sex relationships, it's better not to say anything to avoid trouble. Jin Shaochuan was stunned, and then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you are really cute. Especially this serious look." He couldn't wait to see the expression on his cousin's face when he found out he had been mistaken for gay. "What's wrong with you?" Guan Yu looked at him strangely and silently took 2 steps back. He laughed as he spoke. "Is there something wrong with him?" I'm fine. Jin Shaochuan barely managed to stop laughing, "So, please keep my business a secret." "Don't worry, I won't tell a single word." Guan Yu promised solemnly. Until he returned to his workstation, Jin Shaochuan was still smiling. "Shaochuan, you pack up your things later and sit next to Guan Yu." Shen Shui walked out of the office and ordered. As the special assistant to Mr. Jin Shaochuan, he naturally knew Jin Shaochuan and had even helped him out of many a mess. Since he had been sent here for training by Mr. Jin, he definitely had to pay attention. "Guan Yu is very capable, so you should learn from her," Shen Shui said carefully. "Understood." Jin Shaochuan still respected him a little, so he honestly packed up his things and sat over. Guan Yu didn't have a problem with this either. It was a tradition in every company for the senior to bring in the junior. Even though she was not yet a veteran with much seniority. In the evening, everyone punched out one after the other. "You're not leaving yet?" Kennedy Shaochuan, with his school bag on his back, asked Guan Yu from behind the glass partition. Guan Yu shook her head. "The framework of this plan is almost complete, I'll finish it before leaving." Today, Kennedy Shaochuan is having dinner with friends, so he won't be home for dinner. She doesn't need to rush back to cook. It's better to finish it at the office, so as not to break the train of thought. "Wow, you're really dedicated." Jin Shaochuan simply dropped his bag and sat next to her. "I'll stay late with you, just as a learning experience." He remembered that Shen had indeed asked him to supervise him more in the afternoon. Guan Yu tacitly allowed him to watch, and even explained the key points to him. The good atmosphere and excellent treatment at her new company gave Guan Yu a strong motivation to work hard. Shen Shui gave her the task of handling everything from the initial concept to the contract negotiations. Congratulations to Guan Yu, she has achieved the company's first sales. That afternoon, the company held a celebration for her during tea break. "Boss, I really didn't know what I was looking at." Fan Ziki, who had witnessed her work throughout, was now convinced. Guan Yu shyly laughed along with everyone else. Indeed, the sense of achievement that comes with work is the most enjoyable. Chapter 47. But this is a secret. In that case, I will host a dinner today and invite everyone to join. This can be considered the first team building activity for our company. Chen Shui is not a stingy boss. On the contrary, he is very good at grasping opportunities to win people over. We have to treat Mr. Chen well. We are all here thanks to Guan Yu, so we have to give her a toast later. The crowd laughed and made a scene, filled with laughter. Jin Shaochuan was among them, laughing and joking with everyone else. These days, he went to and from work on time every day, and occasionally volunteered to work overtime to help his colleagues. He was practically a different person from before. Now President Jin should feel at ease. Chen Shui muttered to himself. After the excitement died down, work continued, and everyone returned to their workstations one after the other. Guan Yu sent a message to Jin Shaochuan. Jin Shaochuan was listening to the quarterly reports from each department. The long meeting had already lasted 4 hours, and even he was feeling a little tired. His phone buzzed and vibrated twice. He glanced at the screen and saw it was from Guan Yu. First, the good news. She had landed her first business deal today, and the commission was much higher than when she was at Xingyu. Then, the bad news. Shen wants to treat us to dinner, so you'll have to find your own dinner tonight. 2 cute emoticons followed. Jin Shaochuan couldn't help but smile, and quickly sent her a reply. Be careful and don't drink. Last time I don't know how much wine she drank before she went crazy. Just to be safe, I'll have to supervise her in the future and make sure she doesn't touch a drop. Jin Shaochuan didn't realize at all that he had already thought about the future. And it was a future with a monthly allowance. Boss Jin? Boss Jin? The secretary reminded him in a low voice. The report from the logistics department is done and they are waiting for the boss to ask questions. Jin Shaochuan came back to his senses. Okay, everyone is tired, let's take a half-hour break and continue. After saying this, he was the first to leave the meeting room. As soon as he left, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Only the head of logistics was still on tenterhooks, thinking that he had messed up big time. He leaned over to the secretary and cautiously asked for the situation. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. The secretary could see clearly that her boss had clearly started to daydream after receiving 2 WeChat messages. What's more, he was smirking. I hope the person who made the boss happy can keep up the good work. It would be best if they could even cancel today's overtime work. At Pengcheng, Guan Yu received a message from Jin Shaochuan in reply. What are you looking at and why are you smiling so happily? Jin Dongshu had long legs, and his office chair slid over to Guan Yu's side. Did I smile? Guan Yu subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. She hadn't even noticed that she had smiled. Well, you smiled like a trumpet flower. Jin Dongshu nodded seriously. After spending this much time together, Guan Yu had come to understand him a little. She felt more relaxed chatting with him. Here, this is for you. As if by magic, Jin Dongshu produced a box of exquisitely packaged chocolates from behind his back. Hey, this brand is really expensive, I don't want it. Guan Yu quickly refused. She had seen this brand in the mall where she bought Jin Shaochuan's pen, and the price was shockingly expensive. In the end, the price per gram was even more expensive than gold. Eating it will make you happier, that's the greatest value of this box of chocolates. Jin Dongshu simply opened the box and handed it to Guan Yu. Okay, it can't be returned now, so you'd better make it worthwhile. Guan Yu was amused by his words and beamed. She carefully picked up a piece and handed it to Jin Dongshu. After he took it, she tasted it. It's delicious, thank you for the chocolate. Guan Yu sincerely thanked him. Jin Dongshu gave her a flirtatious wink and then returned to his seat to continue working. Guan Yu put the chocolates on the table in her bag, ready to take them home that evening. After a while without work, Fan Ziki on the other side came up to her surreptitiously and whispered in her ear. Is Jin Dongshu courting you? Guan Yu was taken aback by her bold question. She looked over at Jin Dongshu and saw that he was working with headphones on and hadn't noticed the commotion. She lowered her voice and retorted, Don't be ridiculous, he's just a warm-hearted person, the same with everyone. Jin Dongshu is gay. How could he be pursuing me? But this is a secret, of course she couldn't tell Fan Ziki. Last time, I saw him use roses to make the receptionist girl beam with joy. He knows how to please girls and still maintain a sense of propriety as a gentleman. Maybe Jin Dongshu's positioning himself as a friend of girls? That's different. Fan Ziki insisted on her opinion. What's the difference? Guan Yu was helpless. You, just hurry up and work on your plan, or President Shen will give you another lecture. When it came to Qin Shui, Fan Ziki immediately wilted. It was the 3rd time, and every time he found something unsatisfactory. She hung her head in defeat. President Chen is a Virgo, right? It seems like a Libra. Guan Yu recalled the information she had seen about President Chen. Ah, you're so cute. Fan Ziki felt that she was deliberately teasing her for fun. Guan Yu was puzzled by her laughter, but she still took her information smoothly. Come on, I'll show you what's wrong with the plan. There's no rush on the work I have in hand anyway. Fan Ziki looked like she had been saved, thanks, big guy. The two were so focused on their work that they didn't notice that Jin Dongshu had stood up and left. And on his desk, the headphones were flashing a red light that the battery was exhausted. In the end, despite the rush, before the end of the day, Fanziki's plan was finally approved. Now they could finally have a relaxing meal. The group laughed and joked as they walked towards the restaurant. They were all young people, and they got along well with each other. Zichi, Guan Yu really helped you out today, and you're not even going to toast her to thank her? Someone teased. Fanziki really picked up her glass to toast. Guan Yu was a little embarrassed. Her experience of getting drunk last time was really not a good one. Moreover, Jin Shaochuan had specially sent her a text message, asking her not to drink. But if she refused, it would seem like she was spoiling the mood. Guan Yu can't drink, so I'll drink this glass for her. Jin Dongshu, who was standing nearby, suddenly took away the glass in front of her and gulped it down. Wow, Dongshu really has a good drinking capacity. Judging from his posture, he is the legendary person who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Everyone was talking excitedly, one after the other. Don't drink so much, you'll get drunk. Guan Yu took advantage of the moment when no one was looking to pour him a cup of tea and push it over, whispering a reminder. What, are you worried about me? Before Guan Yu could say anything, Jin Dongshu winked mischievously at her. Don't worry, I really can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In order to take care of the girls, the table was full of low-alcohol beer. In the eyes of Jin Dongshu, who had frequented major bars for many years, this drink tasted no different from plain water. Chapter 48 is a regular there. In addition to Fanziki, more and more people came to drink with Guan Yu. Without exception, they were all stopped by Jin Dongshu. After a few times, everyone noticed something was wrong. Dongshu, Guan Yu hasn't said she can't drink, so why are you stopping everyone? His colleague asked knowingly. We're taking care of the girls, so shouldn't we gentlemen be gentlemanly? Jin Dongshu looked carefree. There were girls drinking with Guan Yu too, so why didn't you act like a gentleman? Someone immediately seized on a loophole in his words and countered. In my opinion, Dongshu's gentlemanly demeanor is only shown when he's with Guan Yu. Guan Yu doesn't seem to have a boyfriend, does she? Dongshu, you'd better hurry up. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, a perfect match. The group teased. Dongshu didn't admit or deny it, but just smiled and looked at Guan Yu. No, Dongshu is nice to everyone. Guan Yu explained with a smile to her colleagues. However, everyone thought she was shy and tactfully changed the subject, not teasing her anymore. While pouring her a Coke, Jin Dongshu leaned down and whispered, "But I'm the best to you." Guan Yu looked up at him in shock. Huh? Because you know my secret. I see. Guan Yu let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Jin Dongshu laughed at her serious expression. After eating and drinking their fill, the group once again gathered to go to a karaoke bar to sing, with the intention of getting drunk. I'm not going, it's getting late. Guan Yu declined. She didn't really like that kind of noisy environment. I'm not going either, I've had a bit too much to drink. Jin Dongshu's handsome face was flushed, and the way he raised his hand to his forehead looked exactly like a drunk person. Chen Shui's forehead twitched. Usually, people who drink high-proof alcohol like it's a drink would get drunk after just a few beers. I think Dongshu is drunk with other intentions? Everyone laughed. What do you mean? Chen Shui had arrived late and didn't know that they were teasing Guan Yu and Jin Dongshu. Drunk with other intentions, of course, means drunk with a beautiful woman. While talking, his colleague threw a glance at Guan Yu, and it was obvious who the beauty he was referring to was. Chen Shui was shocked. He didn't know about the contract marriage between Guan Yu and Jin Shaochuan. However, he knew that the bag Guan Yu was carrying was the one Jin Shaochuan had asked him to buy as a gift. It was also Jin Shaochuan's idea to recruit Guan Yu to work at Pengcheng. Could it be that Dongshu didn't know Guan Yu's identity? Don't talk nonsense like that, it's not good for girls. Chen Shui's expression was a little serious. Seeing him so serious, his colleague touched his head apologetically. Guan Yu hurriedly came out to smooth things over. I'm not going to sing, so I'll just take Dongshu back, saving him from the danger of taking a taxi. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Guan. Chen Shui politely nodded to her. If everyone was sober, they would have noticed that his attitude was very strange. It was as if taking care of Jin Dongshu was his responsibility. Jin Dongshu tacitly agreed to this arrangement. After seeing everyone off, Guan Yu drove him away from the restaurant. They went to Zijin Garden. After telling Guan Yu where his home was, Jin Dongshu leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He was very quiet the whole way, as if he was really drunk. Guan Yu glanced at him in passing and asked softly, "Are you feeling unwell?" There was guilt in her voice. If it weren't for blocking the wine for me, he wouldn't have had to drink so much. "Are you worried about me, or are you embarrassed?" Jin Dongxiu still had his eyes closed, but the usual smile had already risen at the corner of his mouth. Both. Guan Yu was a little surprised. "You got drunk because you blocked the wine for me, of course I'm worried." "I'm fine, I'm just a little dizzy." No way, Jin Dongxiu was clearly very energetic. He was just pretending to be unable to hold his drink, seeing how worried she looked. "Then you should get some rest. I'll let you know when we get there." Jin Dongxiu nodded, then suddenly said, "In that case, why don't you treat me to dinner to show your gratitude?" "Today? It's getting late." Guan Yu hesitated. "How about tomorrow night?" Jin Dongxiu took advantage of the situation to set a time. "Sure." Guan Yu agreed readily this time. When someone drinks for you and gives you expensive chocolates, you should really say thank you. Soon, they arrived at Zijin Garden. "You go up the stairs by yourself, I won't see you off." Guan Yu dropped off the person at the entrance of the community and turned around to leave. "What a heartless little girl, she's not afraid that something will happen to me on the way." Jin Dongxiu complained with a smile, but he didn't go home. After watching Guan Yu's car disappear into the traffic, he raised his hand and hailed a taxi. "Go to Liuguang Central Road. It is a famous entertainment street in City A, where almost all the famous bars are located." Jin Dongxiu is a regular there. The traffic decreased in the evening, and Guan Yu drove smoothly. She returned home just before 10 o'clock. In the elevator, she ran into Jin Shaochuan, who had just returned from the old house. "What a coincidence, you also have to entertain guests." She smiled at the man. Jin Shaochuan didn't answer but asked in return, "Didn't I say not to let you drink? You promised nicely, but you came back smelling of alcohol." I can't tell if this girl is a two-faced person who says one thing in front of others and another behind their back. Guan Yu sniffed and indeed there was a pungent smell of alcohol. "I didn't drink, it was my colleague who got drunk. I took him home, so I guess it's the smell in the car." She hurriedly explained. There was indeed no smell of alcohol in the breath of her words, and the expression on Jin Shaochuan's face eased slightly. She's obedient. Guan Yu, however, felt a little guilty. Jin Dongxiu had drunk too much because he drank for her, and if Jin Shaochuan found out, he would probably go crazy. To cover up this guilty conscience, she casually took out the chocolate in her bag and handed it to him politely. "Do you like chocolate?" Jin Shaochuan took it and, seeing the familiar packaging, his heart stirred. Then, without saying a word, he asked, "Did a colleague give it to you?" "It's such an expensive brand, it doesn't seem like she would buy it." On the contrary, his sweet-toothed cousin would prefer it. "Well, it was given to me by a colleague today." Guan Yu almost blurted out Jin Dongxiu's name. But she changed her mind at the last minute. Fortunately, she changed her mind quickly enough, or else she would have made Jin Shaochuan angry again. Last time, Jin Dongxiu had just given her a rose, and Jin Shaochuan had turned black on the spot. If he knew that he had bought such expensive chocolate to give to her, he would go crazy. If the young couple got into a fight, that would be too much of a sin. Guan Yu secretly felt relieved. However, as she spoke, Jin Shaochuan's face gradually turned cold. "Oh, really?" His voice was as cold as ice. Guan Yu was a little confused. Why was he angry again? Chapter 49 Able to distinguish between enthusiasm and malice. It is said that women's hearts are like bottomless wells. But when it comes to changes in men's emotions, they are no better than women. Guan Yu couldn't figure out what made Jin Shaochuan angry, so she just shut up obediently. Keeping your mouth shut is the best rule for staying alive. The next morning. "Guan Yu, did you go burglarizing last night?" Fan Ziki pointed at the dark circles under her eyes. They were almost as dark as a panda's. "It's nothing, I didn't sleep well last night." Guan Yu sighed. She had been thinking about the reason for Jin Shaochuan's anger last night. She had thought too much and couldn't sleep. Opening the lunchbox, she prepared to quickly finish her breakfast. Unexpectedly, the aroma of breakfast attracted Jin Dongxiu. "Did you make these dumplings yourself?" Guan Yu nodded. "I made them in advance and froze them, so I just need to boil them in the morning." "That's great, no one made breakfast for me, and I haven't eaten anything since last night." Jin Dongxiu looked at her pitifully. The words "I want to eat" were clearly written on his face. Guan Yu felt another wave of guilt. After all, he had drunk all the wine last night, otherwise she would definitely be suffering today. She simply handed over the lunchbox. "Eat while it's still hot." "What about you?" "I'll order you a Starbucks." Jin Shaochuan took the lunchbox in one hand and quickly operated his phone with the other. Without waiting for Guan Yu to refuse, he had already placed the order. "Thank you, the dumplings are delicious." Jin Shaochuan had eaten dumplings many times, from five-star hotels to roadside stalls. But only this time, the dumplings tasted like home. Seeing him so content, Guan Yu felt bad about saying anything. She silently poured a cup of dumpling soup into a thermos and pushed it in front of Jin Shaochuan. "The original soup becomes the original food," she explained. In a short while, colleagues arrived one after another. The Starbucks takeaway also arrived at the reception desk, 5 carrier bags full. Jin Shaochuan carried it in and gave everyone in the office a cup. Only the one for Guan Yu had an extra sandwich in it. The paper bag was sealed tightly, and no one noticed. Guan Yu let out a sigh of relief. Shaochuan is so generous and considerate, the girls in our office should seize the day, don't let the grass grow under our feet. A colleague teased. Is he just generous and considerate? What about my good looks? Jin Shaochuan asked deliberately. You have so many good qualities, just save 2 for your brothers. The male colleagues begged repeatedly. There was a burst of good-natured laughter in the office, and the topic was then diverted elsewhere. Towards the end of the day, Chen Shui, who had disappeared for half a day, finally appeared at the office. Jin Shaochuan, come in for a moment. Jin Shaochuan staggered into his office. Shen, you're becoming more and more like my brother, always with a long face. As soon as he entered the door, he complained, I've seen enough of him at home, so can you please not wear the same expression at work? Chen Shui had quite a headache with him. At the company, call me President Chen. He corrected him helplessly. I just praised you for improving recently, but now you're slouching again. We're old acquaintances, why do we need to engage in all this nonsense? Jin Shaochuan smiled, not at all offended. Then I won't beat around the bush with you, I'll just get straight to the point. Chen Shui straightened up, I just got back from Tianu. What are my brother's new instructions? Jin Shaochuan shrugged, and sat down on the sofa nonchalantly. President Jin heard that you have been doing well lately, and you have become more stable. When it came to the word stable, Chen Shui closed his eyes, obviously feeling a bit guilty. Therefore, he is going to transfer you to Tianu. Back to Tianu? Ken Shaochuan didn't even bat an eyelid, no way. Why? Chen Shui didn't understand. You will work for Ken's company sooner or later, and going to Tianu now is just to get familiar with it in advance. Ken Shaochuan stood up abruptly, you go tell my brother, I'm doing fine at Pengcheng, Tianu is not for me. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Shui to persuade him any further, he turned his head and left the office. Still the same old grumpy self. Chen Shui let out a long sigh. This time, his task was really daunting. Seeing that it was close to the end of the workday, Guan Yu hesitated for a long time, but then picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jin Shaochuan. There's a party tonight, I'll be back late. After waiting for a long time, as expected, the other person did not reply. Guan Yu sighed, really unable to understand the mind of this man. What, thinking about treating me to dinner, and getting worried? Jin Shaochuan was leaning over the glass partition, smiling at her, his school bag on his back. No, I've booked the restaurant, let's go. Seeing that most of her colleagues had left, Guan Yu stopped worrying and left with Jin Shaochuan. Neither of them noticed that not far away, around the corner, Chen Shui was watching them with a complex expression on his face. In the car park. What are you planning to treat me to today? Jin Shaochuan expertly got into the passenger seat next to Guan Yu. How about yukinjiwan? I heard it's delicious. Guan Yu asked him. This is a very famous private restaurant in City A that does not accept reservations and can only be booked on the app every day. Guan Yu stared at her phone all morning before she managed to grab a spot. Although the price made her heart ache, she felt it was worth it to return the favor. Cancel it. We're not going there. Jin Shaochuan refused outright. Why? The food doesn't suit your appetite? Guan Yu was a little surprised. It's too expensive, not worth going. Jin Shaochuan signaled her to pull over and take over the wheel. I'll take you to some real food. He started the car and sped off with Guan Yu. Not far away, a black Maybach slowly followed them. Jin Shaochuan drove all the way to the outskirts of the city. As the surrounding high-rises decreased, a bustling night market appeared in front of them. The two got out of the car. Let's go. Guan Yu followed behind Dongshu to a large booth. Dongshu is here. The owner greeted him warmly when he saw him. Here he is, Uncle Guan, this is my friend Guan Yu. Dongshu was obviously a regular, so he found a seat without the owner's help. What would you like to eat today? Uncle Guan followed him with the menu. Do you have any food restrictions? Or anything you don't like? Dongshu asked Guan Yu sideways. Guan Yu shook her head to indicate that she didn't have any preferences, and that she would leave everything to him. Then, let's start with some fried skewers, and you can cook 2 small dishes. Without even looking at the menu, Jin Shaochuan smiled and said, Uncle Guan, I can brag that your food is even better than that at Yukinjuan. Of course it is. I'll show you what I can do today, and I won't let you down. Uncle Guan smiled ambiguously at him and went back to work. Don't mind him, Uncle Guan is a nice guy, he just likes to joke around. Jin Shaochuan personally brought the hot water to disinfect Guan Yu's tableware. Guan Yu tried to take it from him, but he avoided her and she could only sit there obediently. Don't mind, I can tell the difference between kindness and malice. Chapter 50 Guan Yu, Change Companies. Uncle Guan is very quick, and in no time at all, he served up the kushikatsu. How about some beer? He asked Jin Shaochuan with a smile. I drove here today, so I'm not drinking. Jin Shaochuan pointed to the refrigerator and said that he could get them 2 bottles of Coke. Okay, you guys eat first, I'll go cook. Uncle Guan brought them the Coke and then went back to his work. Try the skewers and see if they're to your liking. Jin Shaochuan carefully wrapped the bamboo skewer in a paper towel for Guan Yu to hold, so that she wouldn't get any oil on her hands. The hot, steamy skewers were sprinkled with fragrant sesame seeds, which made them look very appealing. Guan Yu took a bite and nodded repeatedly. How did you find this place? She asked, a little surprised. Jin Shaochuan was dressed in luxury from head to toe, and even the chocolates he gave as gifts were from famous brands. He really doesn't seem like the kind of person who would eat at a street stall. Over there is a racetrack, said Jin Shaochuan, pointing a short distance away from the night market. It was too dark to see the shadow of the high platform clearly. Once, we raced at midnight and were really hungry, but didn't want to eat the Western food at the club, so we stumbled upon this place by mistake. Recalling the past, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Guan thought we were here to cause trouble and almost kicked us out. Guan Yu couldn't help laughing when she imagined the scene. Otherwise, after we finish eating, I'll take you for a run? Jin Shaochuan suddenly became interested. No, I'm scared of the dark and fast things. Guan Yu honestly admitted her cowardice. Jin Shaochuan smiled, but didn't force her. Just then, Uncle Guan's dish was served, and the two switched the subject. Delicious. The fish head soup was fresh and delicious. After trying it, Guan Yu couldn't stop praising it. I definitely made the right recommendation. Kindly, Jin Shaochuan refilled her bowl. The food here was no worse than the food served on jade plates at Yukinjuan. While the two were enjoying their meal, Jin Shaochuan suddenly remembered something. Don't forget, when we come here to eat today. Before he could finish his sentence, Guan Yu understood who he was referring to. She gave him an okay sign. Don't worry, I understand, I won't betray my comrade. It's only natural for young couples to have their own eating preferences. Just imagine, a picture of Jin Shaochuan sitting here in a suit eating street food. Is just not realistic. Here, cheers to my comrade. The two of them held their cokes and toasted each other, looking like a well-coordinated young couple to onlookers. Wei, go back. Jin Shaochuan glanced at the two people not far away, laughing and chatting, and gave a curt order. The Maybach left the incongruous night market as quietly as it had arrived. It was after 10 o'clock at night before Guan Yu and Jin Shaochuan had finished eating and drinking. Are you sure you don't need me to walk you home? Guan Yu asked him again and again to make sure. No, you can go with peace of mind. Jin Shaochuan opened the car door for her himself. There was no reason to always let a lady walk you home. Then take care. Guan Yu gave him one last piece of advice before driving off. She saw in the rearview mirror that Jin Shaochuan was still standing in the same place, watching her leave. A slight warmth welled up in her heart. No wonder young girls want to have a gay best friend. They are considerate and don't get confused. It's really nice. She was in a good mood the whole way. When she returned to the house on Tiandi Road, she noticed that it was pitch black inside. Strange, has Jin Shaochuan not returned yet? She changed her shoes while trying to find the light switch. You're back? A deep male voice suddenly sounded, which startled Guan. Fortunately, she soon realized that it was Jin Shaochuan's voice. He was sitting on the terrace connected to the living room, and the house was so dark that Guan had not noticed him at first. Why didn't you turn on the lights when you were home? She complained a little, and put the folding knife she had taken out back into her bag. Jin Shaochuan noticed her movement and laughed. If there really is a bad guy, then you'll be giving him a weapon if you take out the knife. That's not necessarily true. It can at least help a little. Guan was unconvinced. What else can you do? Just surrender? Practice long distance running more often. You can run as fast as you can and tire the bad guy out. Jin Shaochuan gave what seemed like a very pertinent piece of advice. Guan was amused by him. The previous invisible, cold atmosphere had dissipated a lot. Come and sit for a while? Jin Shaochuan invited her to the balcony to enjoy the night view. Guan obediently went over, but instead of sitting down, she leaned over the railing and looked out. The house was on a high floor, so the view was naturally good. It's really nice. She sighed softly. The lights of thousands of houses had already been lit, scattered here and there, but converging into one in the distance. This was a life that Guan had never dared to hope for before. Did you have fun today? Jin Shaochuan asked her. I'm happy. I used to be too narrow-minded, but now I've discovered that everyone is actually very easy to get along with. Guan voice was full of joy. In the past, due to family reasons, she was always on guard against others. Since childhood, she basically didn't have any good friends. Now she feels that she was a bit extreme. It's not difficult to try to believe. Everyone? Guan murmured. Yes, the boss and colleagues have all taken good care of me, and we work well together. Guan really liked the working atmosphere at Pengcheng. But her joy made Jin Shaochuan feel inexplicably annoyed. He didn't even want to hear her mention anyone or anything about Pengcheng again. Guan change companies. Jin Shaochuan suddenly blurted out without any context. Guan was taken aback, her eyes full of confusion. Why? Up until now, Jin Shaochuan has always respected her wishes. He will give advice, but will never interfere. Moreover, given their relationship, his words have already transcended the normal boundaries of a contractual couple. Pengcheng is a startup company with a small platform and poor resources, so in the long term it is not suitable for your development. Jin Shaochuan spoke casually, relying on her not knowing the details of Pengcheng. It is true that big companies are good, but I have been rejected more than once, so perhaps my abilities are not yet up to it. The painful interview experience from some time ago left Guan with lingering fears. Are you planning to push me into Tianu? She joked. Unexpectedly, Jin Shaochuan actually did have this intention. Changing careers and becoming a party member is the best choice. As long as you want to go, you can join Tianu at any time. Guan was stunned. Do the executives at Tianu have this much power? Can they easily arrange for their people to work in the company? But she could not deny that she was tempted. Think about it carefully and give me an answer as soon as possible. After saying this, Jin Shaochuan got up and went back to the bedroom, leaving Guan alone on the balcony, torn between two options. Chapter 51. This has really offended someone. Guan repeatedly agonized for most of the night. The next morning, she gave Jin Shaochuan her answer with dark circles under her eyes. I think I'd better stay at Pengcheng and not go to Tianu. She said apologetically, please go to the trouble of doing this for me. Jin Shaochuan looked at her steadily. Why? The annoyance from last night came back, and his tone took on a hint of coldness. Tianu is indeed a very good platform, but I don't think I'm capable enough right now. I still want to achieve more, so that I can have more confidence to go to a big company in the future. Guan thought he was unhappy that she had rejected his kindness, so she explained sincerely. And at the beginning, I plan to go to a startup company, where there are more opportunities and I can exercise and train myself. Accompanying a company from scratch is also a very cool thing to do. You don't want to go to Tianu because you don't think you're good enough? Jin Shaochuan raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Yes, a big company like Tianu requires either a high degree or outstanding ability. But I only graduated from a mediocre 985 university, and my ability is not outstanding. Even if I get promoted, I'll just be crushed and disliked, right? I don't have to work at Pengcheng, but I don't need to work at Tianyu either. Jin Shaochuan was still determined to get her to resign. Guan Yu even wondered if he had a grudge against the boss of Pengcheng, otherwise why was he so determined to get her to resign? You can go study for a master's degree or go abroad for further studies, which are also ways to improve. Jin Shaochuan spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was discussing the ordinary events of the day with Guan Yu. Guan Yu was amused. Mr. Jin, you really are out of touch with reality. For the first time, she spoke to Jin Shaochuan in such a cold tone, with a strong sense of irony. Which of these doesn't require money? How can I afford to quit my job? She took a deep breath. I don't know why you want me to quit, but I can't do it now. Her words resounded. Jin Shaochuan frowned. I'll give you the money. Apparently, in his opinion, the problem of money is very easy to solve and there is no need to worry about it at all. Then can you tell me why I have to leave Pengcheng? Guan Yu was angry and helpless, and she even used the respectful title Yu. Jin Shaochuan lowered his eyes and avoided her gaze, concealing his emotions. But he didn't say a word. Guan Yu didn't back down either, staring at him with burning eyes. It was as if she were saying, if you can't give me a reason, I'm not letting this go. As they were at an impasse, Guan Yu's phone rang. She took out her phone and impatiently tried to hang up directly, but hesitated when she saw the caller. Hello, Grandpa. It's Grandpa Jin. My girl, did Grandpa keep you from work? Grandpa Jin's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. No, Grandpa, I ran into some trouble and am dealing with it. Guan Yu glanced at Jin Shaochuan, and it was obvious who the trouble referred to. A wry smile spread across Jin Shaochuan's lips. It seemed that he had really offended someone this time. But unfortunately, there was no way he could tell them the real reason. Grandpa Jin, who was unaware of the undercurrents between the two, was still concerned. If you can't solve it, just ask Shaochuan to help you. Guan Yu sneered inwardly, but her words were still sweet. I know, Grandpa, don't worry. Hearing no difficulty in her words, Grandpa Jin was relieved. Grandpa misses you and Shaochuan. Will you come and have dinner with Grandpa tonight? That was the purpose of his call. He had not failed to mention this to his grandson, but the grandson had always agreed readily, only to find excuses later. Tonight. Guan Yu was torn. Accompanying Jin Shaochuan to deal with Grandpa Jin was an important part of their contract marriage. However, she was still angry, and it was hard to guarantee that Grandpa would not discover anything. Jin Shaochuan gave her a gesture to indicate that she should refuse. If you don't have time tonight, we can do it some other day. Grandpa Jin sensed her hesitation and his tone immediately dropped a lot. No, we have time. Guan Yu simply ignored Jin Shaochuan's gesture and agreed at once. Good, then you can come directly after work. Grandpa is waiting for you to eat. Grandpa Jin's tone instantly changed from gloomy to sunny, which made Guan Yu unable to laugh or cry. After hanging up the phone, Jin Shaochuan asked her, why did you agree to go to dinner with Grandpa? Aren't we supposed to deal with Grandpa? Guan Yu answered without looking back while changing her shoes. My greatest virtue is that I keep my promises, and I would never break a promise for no reason. After saying that, she gave Jin Shaochuan a provocative look and slammed the door deliberately, making a loud noise. Jin Shaochuan watched her leave angrily, but instead of being angry, he found it novel. He knew that Guan Yu had always been careful around him, for fear that he would be upset. Unexpectedly, the little girl is quite stubborn. It seems that letting her quit is really a bit tricky. At this time, another existence that was giving Jin Shaochuan a headache was already waiting for him in the office. Mr. Jin, Master Dongshu came early in the morning. The secretary whispered, he said he won't leave until he sees you. Jin Shaochuan was used to his cousin's uninhibited appearance and was not surprised. Where is he? He adjusted the work schedule for the day on his tablet while walking towards the office. He is in the office, and no one can persuade him to go. In fact, no one dares to persuade him. The second young master of the Jin family is a devil, and no one dares to provoke him except their boss, Jin Dongshu. As soon as Jin Shaochuan entered the office, he saw Jin Dongshu with his legs crossed on the coffee table, looking bored. Not going to work today? Why are you free to come over? Jin Shaochuan gave him a glance and walked straight to his desk. That glance made Jin Dongshu obediently lower his legs. Brother, I just wanted to tell you that I don't want to go back to Tianu to work. He looked at his cousin with pleading eyes. I'm doing pretty well at Pengchang. Another stubborn one. Jin Shaochuan looked at the documents while refusing without looking up. No, you have to come back. Why? Tianu has you. Jin Dongshu couldn't understand. Other wealthy family heads were wary of their brothers grasping for power, so why was his own cousin so unique? Because you're also a member of the Jin family, and the group isn't just mine, you have a share too. This was an important reason why Jin Shaochuan wanted his cousin to return to Tianyu. He had never wanted to monopolize the Jin family's assets. In the past, Jin Dongshu was young and playful, and he could do more. But now that my cousin is gradually maturing, if I continue to hold the reins of the Jin family alone, it will cause dissatisfaction among my second uncle and second aunt, not to mention the fear that we will become the laughingstock of the family. I don't have your abilities, and I can't hold the power of the Jin family. Jin Dongshu rejected it outright. Nonsense. If your words are heard by my second uncle, he will be angry again. Chapter 52 A big man, what is there to be ashamed of? Jin Dongshu grew up following in the footsteps of Jin Shaochuan. Although the two were only 8 years apart, it was not an exaggeration to say that the older brother was like a father. The person he respected and admired most was not the old master Jin, nor his own father. It was Jin Shaochuan. Brother, don't be angry. At this moment, if Jin Shaochuan lost his temper, he would be scared. Dongshu, you're not a child anymore, and you can't say certain things lightly. Jin Shaochuan pushed the documents aside and started lecturing him with a stern face. Jin Dongshu didn't dare to resist, and could only suffer through the ideological education class. Until the secretary knocked on the door and said, Mr. Jin, the video conference with Shenghua Company is about to start. I know, I'll be right there. Then he said to his cousin, you go back to work first, I'll find you when I have time. He knew his cousin's character. If he couldn't convince him, even if he forced him to come to work, he would only be causing himself trouble. Jin Dongshu left quickly as if he had received a pardon. He secretly decided in his heart that he would have to avoid Tianyu in the near future and not even go back to the old house. On the other side, Guan Yu took advantage of her lunch break to buy a lot of fruit and nutritious food for Grandpa Jin at the supermarket. There were also dishes that Grandpa Jin liked. Grandpa, we'll go over early tonight, I'll cook, so you don't have to worry. She specially called Grandpa Jin to say. Grandpa Jin naturally said yes with a full mouth. Grandpa is so lucky to have a daughter-in-law who is so filial. Grandpa was beaming with joy after hearing what his nanny, Auntie Li, had to say. He immediately called his grandson, have you taken care of the young lady's problems? A daughter-in-law in the Jin family must not be wronged. Jin Shaochuan felt bitter in his heart. Didn't Guan Yu's problems refer to himself? How was he going to deal with it? But he had to appease him. It's all taken care of, Grandpa, don't worry. Grandpa Jin then hung up the phone satisfied. After work that evening, Guan Yu drove to Tianyu building to pick up Jin Shaochuan. When she opened the passenger door, Jin Shaochuan saw that the seat was full of things for Grandpa Jin. There's no room, so Mr. Jin will have to sit in the back. Guan Yu spoke as usual, as if nothing had happened. But Jin Shaochuan knew that she was still angry. She wanted to coax him. But President Jin had never been soft with anyone in his life, and naturally did not have this skill. Hurry up, Grandpa is waiting for me to cook. Guan Yu impatiently urged. Reluctantly, Jin Shaochuan had to sit in the back. The two, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the community where Grandpa Jin now lived, Hanmo Garden. Come in, you must be tired from work. Grandpa Jin was obviously very happy to see people in. You're making Grandpa happy by coming here, but don't you dare take anything with you. The old man's face darkens as he warns Guan Yu, who is carrying quite a lot of things in her hands. It's not anything valuable, just some of your favorite dishes. Guan Yu coaxes him with a smile. When the old man turns his head and sees his grandson, who has hands in pockets and looking dashing, he loses his temper. Rotten kid, you let the girl do all the work, and you just know how to grab things? Guan Shaochuan feels extremely aggrieved. As soon as they got out of the car, he wanted to go to the passenger seat to get something. It was Guan Yu who stopped him. It's okay, Grandpa, it's not heavy. Guan Yu carried it to the kitchen and said, wait until I show you what I can do. Grandpa Jin gave him a hard look and followed Guan Yu into the kitchen. This girl, she must have done it on purpose. Jin Shaochuan gritted his teeth. Don't think he didn't see it. When Grandpa Jin kicked him, Guan Yu clearly smiled with satisfaction. Girl, don't rush to cook, first talk to Grandpa. Grandpa Jin pulled the person out and started to wash the fruit for them. Wait a minute, let Shaochuan cook with you. He may not look it, but he's good at cooking. Before the fruit was finished, Jin Shaochuan's task came. Really? I didn't know that. Guan Yu made a look of sudden enlightenment. No wonder last time Miss Shen said that Shaochuan's kelp soup was very to her taste. Upon hearing the name Shen, the expression on Master Jin's face faded for a moment. He then said to Guan Yu, "Today, Chef Shaochuan is in charge, so we'll just wait and eat." Guan Yu pretended to decline a few times, and then accepted. However, to show that husband and wife were of one mind, she still took on the task of washing and preparing the vegetables. Once she had entered the kitchen, the old man began interrogating Jin Shaochuan. Do you still have contact with that girl surnamed Shen? The tone was very different from the loving tone she had used when confronting Guan Yu. It was all because of the respect for Shenbo that she could not be too harsh. Jin Shaochuan explained that the cooperation with the Shen family would not end immediately. Grandpa Jin snorted, "You'd better understand your current status." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what to do." Jin Shaochuan reassured him. "As long as you know, you is a good girl, so don't bully her because of your status." Grandpa Jin repeatedly warned him before letting him go to the kitchen. Seeing him come in, Guan Yu felt some belated nervousness. She really shouldn't have said what she did about Shen Yushua just now. It was just a moment of anger. Now that she knows fear, isn't it a bit late? Guan Yu felt a little embarrassed when he took the kitchen knife from her hand and skillfully started cutting vegetables and preparing the meal. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. Sorry, I shouldn't have tried to manipulate you by mentioning Miss Shen. Guan Yu admitted her mistake with a straight face. But that doesn't mean I'm not angry. She added immediately. Well, then I'm also wrong for trying to arrange your life and influence your decisions. Jin Shaochuan's apology came naturally. After he said it, he was stunned himself. Guan Yu was even more surprised. She had never imagined that Jin Shaochuan would apologize to her, and he did so sincerely. I know you were just thinking of me, but... Guan Yu stammered, trying to explain her thoughts. Well, I understand what you mean, and I should respect you for that. Once he had apologized, Jin Shaochuan felt much more relaxed, and his expression became more straightforward. You were right to want to improve your abilities through your own efforts, and taking shortcuts is not a long-term solution. Thank you. Guan Yu sincerely thanked him. Thank you for understanding my pride, and thank you for sincerely considering my situation. Neither of them spoke again, but there was an unusual harmony between them. When it was time to eat, Grandpa Jin noticed that the atmosphere between the young couple was completely different from when they first entered the door. Have they made up? Grandpa Jin asked his grandson in a low voice while Guan Yu was serving the soup. Jin Shaochuan pursed his lips and whispered in the same low voice, yes. That's right, you should coax your daughter-in-law. You're a big man, what's there to be ashamed of? Chapter 53 I don't blame you. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when she left Hanmo Garden. The night wind was slightly cool, and Guan Yu couldn't help but shiver. Immediately afterwards, she felt warmth on her body, and the man's jacket landed on her shoulders. Don't argue, I'm not cold. Seeing her looking over, Jin Shaochuan directly blocked the words she wanted to say. He wore a black shirt today, and every move he made accentuated the smooth lines of his muscles. Recalling the images she had seen unintentionally, some of which were quite erotic, Guan Yu shut up. Looking at it this way, she really did need a jacket. It was still early, so why not just wander around? Jin Shaochuan suggested. There was an observation deck in Hanmoyuan that overlooked most of City A. Guan Yu was tempted. When she finally made the effort to climb to the observation deck, her excitement turned to regret. It's too high. She slumped down on the sofa chair provided for people to rest, not wanting to move at all. In contrast, Jin Shaochuan, with his hands in the pockets of his trousers, calmly followed behind her. Because it's high, this observation deck is called the star-picking deck. He told Guan Yu that it is also a major selling point of the Hanmo Garden. Who has the patience to climb up to the star-picking deck every day? Guan Yu relentlessly complained. There are still a lot of people coming. Jin Shaochuan's lips curled up into a smile. There's an elevator over there that can take you directly to the top. Guan Yu looked in the direction of his finger and sure enough, there was a functioning elevator. Why didn't you say so earlier? Her vision went dark, and she thought to herself, wasn't it stupid to climb up here all by yourself? As soon as we entered the lobby, you went straight for the stairs. I thought you wanted to exercise. Jin Shaochuan's voice was innocent. But the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. Guan Yu glared at him and ignored him. But in the next second, the man grabbed her wrist. Come and look. The warm touch on her skin made Guan Yu a little dazed. Before she could react, she was pulled to the corner of the viewing platform. It's beautiful! Guan Yu exclaimed. Under the dark night sky, the lights of thousands of homes were like stars, dotted among the darkness. The flashing neon lights were a symbol of the beginning of the city's bustling nightlife. The view is even better than at home. She sighed, saying, it's really great to be rich. Not only is the upscale neighborhood nice and livable, but it also has such great facilities. What are you going to do when you get rich? Buy a new house? Jin Shaochuan suddenly asked her. What am I going to do? I don't think I've ever thought about being rich. Guan Yu laughed to herself. Since she started earning money, most of it has gone to subsidize her sister-in-law. What's left is barely enough for her to live on. If I hadn't met you, I would probably still be barely making ends meet. The girl looked into the distance, and for once her tone carried a hint of depression. Maybe I would have gotten married and been forced to stay at home and be a full-time housewife. In short, there's no way I could be as carefree as I am now. Marry the guy you were supposed to meet for a blind date? Jin Shaochuan didn't know what kind of thoughts he was holding when he asked this question. Not necessarily. Guan Yu shrugged, and she would marry whoever offered the highest bride price. Su Lingyu valued the amount of the bride price. As for her future life, it was not even in her scope of consideration. Fortunately, I met you, and none of this would have happened. Guan Yu tilted her head and gave the man beside her a bright smile. She didn't know what the future would hold. But it was true that Jin Shaochuan had saved her. If you hadn't met me, you would have been fine too. Jin Shaochuan's voice carried an unnoticeable tenderness, carried by the evening breeze into the night. Guan Yu was like a weed on the edge of a cliff. All the hardships were just part of her experience as she struggled to grow upwards. Eventually, the weed would break through the layers of boulders and welcome the sunshine that was rightfully hers. I'll take your good words. Guan Yu didn't notice his rare tenderness. Look over there, doesn't it look like our house? Suddenly, she pointed to a tall building in the distance and asked excitedly. Well, you just noticed? Jin Shaochuan was moved by the words our home and his heart grew softer. So it's so close to Grandpa's house. Guan Yu estimated the distance and said, then we can come and keep Grandpa company more often. You would like that? Jin Shaochuan was a little surprised. These days, many young people don't like to spend a lot of time with their elderly family members. Why wouldn't you like that? Guan Yu asked, puzzled. Isn't that the main point of our contract? Besides, Grandpa Jin is funny and humorous, and she likes talking to old people. Okay, then we'll come back and visit often. Jin Shaochuan raised his hand to touch her head, but then felt awkward. In the end, his hand fell on the girl's shoulder. Her clothes slipped. He helped Guan Yu put on her jacket and said, let's go home. The night was long, but at least there was someone to keep him company on the way home. Bonus time. Someone in the office let out a surprised cry. For a moment, everyone stopped working and pulled out their phones to check how much they had received. Guan Yu was no exception. Chen Shui was a generous boss, and Guan Yu had received a good bonus for the last contract alone. It looked like everyone had received their bonuses. Chen Shui suddenly appeared in the office, raising an eyebrow at their excited expressions. Long live Mr. Chen! One colleague shouted playfully, which made everyone laugh. Even Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh. Stop your nonsense and work hard. Peng Cheng will not treat you badly. Seeing the number on the card soar, Guan Yu was even more determined not to quit her job. After some hesitation, she transferred 1,000 yuan to Guan Yang. Brother, this is the money I promised to give to my sister-in-law. After their last fight, Guan Yu deleted Su Lingyu's contact information and added her to her blacklist. Now she only communicated with Guan Yang. Xiaoyu, I don't want your money, so save it yourself. Soon, Guan Yang's message came back. Along with it was a WeChat notification that the transfer had been rejected. Guan Yu simply transferred the money directly to his Alipay account. I have money, so don't worry. Also, I transferred an extra 500, so don't tell your sister-in-law. Su Lingyu had all the family money in her hands, and only gave Guan Yang 20 yuan a day for living expenses. Guan Yu was angry at her lack of ambition and pitied her misfortune. But she couldn't bear to see her brother suffer. It's all because he's incompetent. Xiaoye, don't blame me. Guan Yang was also ashamed, but his shame was no match for Su Lingyu's nastiness. She would either demand a divorce, or cry, or make a scene, or hang herself. She even dragged her children into the chaos. She always found a way to force Guan Yang to surrender and do what she wanted. I don't blame you, I just hope you can take care of yourself. Chapter 54 third time, who knows what will happen? Guan Yang looked at the conversation between his sister and himself in the chat box, and a strong bitterness welled up in his heart. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry about Xiaoye. He muttered. How could he not know what his wife was doing? It was just that whenever his wife cried and said that she was doing it for the good of the family and the children, he couldn't help but soften his heart. Just hang in there a little longer, and it'll be fine once we move to a new house. Guan Yang could only comfort himself like this. However, Su Lingyu would not let it go so easily. When Guan Yang returned home after work, he found his clothes thrown all over the entrance without even entering the door. The main door was even locked from the outside. What was going on? He knocked on the door but got no response, so he had to tidy up the clothes on the floor first. After finishing sorting the clothes, the person inside the door still had no intention of opening it. Lingyu, open the door, why are you angry for no reason? Guan Yang called his wife and coaxed her to open the door nicely. Who told you it was for no reason? Su Lingyu was like gunpowder, ready to explode. What day is it today? Your sister still hasn't transferred the money, does she intend to renege on the debt? The more she said, the angrier she became. I sent her a WeChat message, and she still dared to block me. Guan Yang had a headache and hurriedly explained, Xiaoye transferred the money to my Alipay, I'll transfer it to you right away. When the sound of the successful transfer came, Su Lingyu reluctantly opened the door to him. You are her sister-in-law, Xiaoye. Guan Yang wanted to persuade his wife again. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a series of insults from Su Lingyu. You still blame me for speaking harshly, and she only gave 1,000 yuan, isn't that sending beggars away? She was very dissatisfied and snatched her husband's phone. I have to ask her if she has a conscience. Guan Yang suddenly remembered that he had not deleted the chat history with his sister. If his wife sees it. Unfortunately, he remembered too late. Guan Yang, explain yourself. Su Lingyu held the phone in front of his face. What do you mean, don't tell my sister-in-law? Let me explain to you. Explain what? You two siblings are ganging up on me, an outsider? Su Lingyu was aggressive. She was secretly giving you money, planning to incite you to do evil, isn't she? Guan Yang was left with a headache by her. Inadvertently, Su Lingyu called Guan Yu. On the other side, after chatting with her brother, Guan Yu felt physically and mentally exhausted. She had complained about her brother's incompetence, but she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had done her best and would leave the rest to fate. She had done and said everything she could. Guan Yang still had to walk her own path in the future. What's wrong? You seem upset. Jin Shaochuan tilted his head and looked at her, asking with concern. Guan Yu shook her head, it's nothing, I probably didn't sleep well last night. She understands the principle that family scandals should not be spread outside the family. Seeing that Jin Shaochuan's hand was reaching behind his back again, Guan Yu suddenly felt a chill. Don't you dare send me flowers again. The first time she received flowers, Jin Shaochuan's face turned cold on the spot. The second time she received flowers, she encountered a love triangle. Who knows what will happen the third time? It's not good to let everyone misunderstand. Originally, colleagues liked to tease themselves and Jin Shaochuan for no reason. If everyone sees him giving you flowers again, what do you think? Jin Shaochuan was at a loss for words. Here, take a sedative. He took out a small bottle from his bag and handed it to Guan Yu. It has much fewer side effects than Xanax, you can try it. Guan Yu blushed and slipped the sedative into her backpack. Unexpectedly, it soon came in handy. In the evening, Jin Shaochuan sent her a WeChat message in advance, telling her that he had a business dinner and would be home late. After eating alone, Guan Yu curled up on the sofa to watch TV. She waited for Jin Shaochuan to come home. Ding dong ding. Her phone rang. Guan Yu was engrossed in the drama and didn't think much of it before answering the phone. Xiaoyu, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Are you still at work? It was Su Lingyu's voice. But when she looked at the caller ID, it was clearly her brother's mobile number. Guan Yu understood. Is my sister-in-law looking for me for something? She didn't want to waste any more time talking to Su Lingyu. You haven't been home for a month, and your brother and I have been worried about you. Su Lingyu's fake, condescending voice made Guan Yu's skin crawl. Sister-in-law, I transferred the money to my brother, as you can see. Guan Yu's tone was cold. If you don't have anything important to say, I'll hang up first. No, I came a long way with your brother to see you, and you won't even let me in? Su Lingyu's tone was full of malice. If you don't come out, I'll just have to shout your name here and get you to come out. The more she said, the more arrogant she became, obviously trying to force Guan Yu to show her face. As she spoke, she really shouted loudly. Guan Yu didn't have time to put on her slippers and ran barefoot to the terrace. Sure enough, she faintly heard her name. If you won't let me in, I'll just stand here and shout you out, okay? On the other end of the line, Su Lingyu's voice was shrill and harsh. She had obviously argued with the security guard again. Occasionally, there were discouraging voices, telling her to stop and go home. It seemed that Guan Yang had followed her. All right, stop it. Guan Yu couldn't hold back any longer, and shouted angrily, I'll be right out. If she was allowed to continue acting up, she would lose face completely. Seeing that she had given in, Su Lingyu hung up the phone triumphantly. Guan Yu hurried to the entrance of the residential area. Su Lingyu and Guan Yang were sitting by the flower bed at the entrance waiting for her. I said my sister-in-law lives here. Su Lingyu glanced at the security guard with a smug look before leading Guan Yang up to greet them. Brother, why are you here? Guan Yu ignored her and walked straight up to Guan Yang. I just missed you. Guan Yang glanced at his wife before stammering his reply. Although it was already dark, under the street lamp's light, Guan Yu could still see the injury on her brother's neck. It was obviously scratched by Su Lingyu. Look at your brother, he'll be so excited to see you that he won't be able to speak. Su Lingyu didn't think this was a problem, and walked up to Guan Yu's arm. Let's go, take us to your house to have a chat. Forget about going to my house, it's not convenient. Guan Yu pulled her arm away. If there's something you want to say, just say it here. She's not an idiot. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. This is exactly the kind of person Su Lingyu is. You girl, your brother and sister-in-law are at the door, and you still won't let them in? Have you no conscience? Su Lingyu turned on her heel in an instant, pointed her nose and started counting down. Her loud voice attracted onlookers. Lower your voice, what nonsense is this? Guan Yang went up to persuade her a few times, but the effect was minimal. If you get beaten up by your man in the future, don't even think about asking your family for support. Instead, Su Lingyu became even more arrogant. Guan Yu was so angry and resentful that she could no longer hold back, and was about to go up to her and argue. Unexpectedly, she was embraced in a warm embrace. Chapter 55 She was in the arms of a man. Who wanted to hit her? A deep male voice sounded above her. Guan Yu's stiff body instantly relaxed. It was Jin Shaochuan. At this moment, he gave Guan Yu a great sense of security. The warm embrace was like a safe haven, shielding her from all the humiliation and storms in her life. Wei got out of the car to clear the scene, and even the security guards wisely hid in the duty room and never showed their faces again. It became even quieter around them. Ha! I'm asking you, who wants to hit Guan Yu? His tone was as usual cold and indifferent, but the threat in the tone of his voice was obvious. He had one arm around Guan Yu and the other in the pocket of his trousers. He looked carefree, but he gave Su Lingyu and her husband a great sense of oppression. Who are you? This is our family matter, it's got nothing to do with you. Su Lingyu still refused to show weakness. Guan Yang nervously tugged on his wife's arm. No matter who this man was who was close to his sister, he was clearly not someone to be trifled with. His wife was really being reckless. Who am I? Jin Shaochuan looked at her with a smile that was half smile, half scowl. I'm Guan Yu's husband. Is there a problem? Impossible. Su Lingyu didn't believe it at all. When Guan Yu wasn't married, she either worked or did housework at home, and there was no way she could have met such an outstanding man. If that were true, would my sister-in-law still go on a blind date at my behest? Wei. Jin Shaochuan called impatiently. Wei had been with him for many years and they had long since developed a tacit understanding. Without him having to say anything else, she got back into the car. When she came out again, she was holding a small red book in her hand. The marriage certificate. She even showed Su Lingyu and her husband the stamp and the marriage certificate. Su Lingyu's face looked as if she had poured a paint pot over it, changing and changing. She eagerly approached to make friends. That was really a case of the flood washed away the dragon's temple. We are family. She was about to pull her husband over to introduce him, but she was interrupted directly by Jin Shaochuan. I know who you are and I know what you have done. His shirt felt slightly damp against his chest, and his tone was a little colder. I married Guan, and you other people in the family had better not try to make friends. After saying this, he picked up Guan in his arms and walked straight towards the residential area. Away, take them back. By the time the last syllable fell, the two had already entered the residential area. Su Lingyu wanted to chase after them, but her husband held her back. That's enough, let's go home, haven't you had enough? Can't you see that there's a martial artist waiting next to us? Guan Yang had no doubt that if the couple continued to dawdle, the way they would be sent home would not necessarily be by car. Su Lingyu reluctantly got into the car. However, at the moment when Wei closed the door, he whispered to his husband, "This car is worth a lot of money. It seems that Guan has really climbed a high branch. Sorry, I embarrassed you today." Jin Shaochuan heard the muffled voice of the girl in his arms, and she had obviously cried. What's to be embarrassed about? We're all strangers to each other. He reassured her, do you care what a stranger thinks of you? That's a good point. Guan Yu nodded, only to realize that she was still in the man's arms. And it was an intimate princess's embrace. She subconsciously wanted to get out of this embrace, but the man held her back. If you're afraid of being embarrassed, hide in my arms, no one can see you. Jin Shaochuan's voice carried a hint of laughter and teasing. But his feet didn't panic at all. After steadily carrying her into the elevator, he let her down. Guan Yu looked through the glass in the elevator and saw her face flushed with embarrassment. After calming her pounding heart a little, she thanked him, "Thank you for helping me out again. It's only natural, after all, we're husband and wife." Jin Shaochuan said lightly. But the word husband made Guan Yu's heart beat faster again. He's gay, snap out of it. She repeated this to herself several times in her mind before finally calming down. For a while, the atmosphere in the elevator was both awkward and ambiguous. Fortunately, they arrived home soon after. By the way, how did Wei come to have that? Guan Yu suddenly remembered the small red notebook she had seen. A marriage certificate? Jin Shaochuan raised an eyebrow. I left it in the car to prove that I am married. In fact, he was in such a hurry to get the certificate that he just shoved it in the glove compartment and forgot to take it out. Guan Yu knew that he was deliberately trying to cheer her up. But she still had to say what needed to be said. If you want a divorce, I can cooperate at any time. She clenched her lower lip and her fingers unconsciously twined around the corner of her shirt. Why do I want a divorce? Jin Shaochuan asked in return. Grandpa really likes you as his granddaughter-in-law, and I'm very satisfied with your ability to fulfill your duties, so I have no intention of changing you. That's good. After Jin Shaochuan finished speaking, Guan Yu let out a sharp breath of relief, and lowered her head to hide her thoughts. It was only then that she realized that she had been so nervous just now that she had twisted the corner of her shirt into a stick. Don't get your mind in the wrong place, I'm party A. In other words, he was in charge of the contract. Guan Yu nodded unconsciously, suddenly remembering why she had been waiting for him. I have a present for you. She hurried back to the bedroom and brought out a handbag. Do I get a present every time you give a bonus? Jin Shaochuan teased as he took the handbag. I see that you often wear clothes from this brand, I don't know if you like it or not. Guan Yu deliberately avoided his question. Jin Shaochuan glanced at it and realized that it was indeed his favorite brand. Actually, I'm not picky about brands. I can wear clothes from any brand, and I don't need to deliberately buy such expensive ones. With Guan Yu's bonus, buying this brand is considered a big splurge. So, he still explained a little. Yes, you're not picky about brands, but you do pick fabrics and materials. Guan Yu silently complained in his heart. The pajamas didn't meet his standards at the beginning, so he would rather sleep wrapped in a bath towel than wear them once. Then you try it on, and if it doesn't fit, I'll exchange it. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse of his figure, and she didn't know any specific measurements. She could only pick a size based on her guess. Okay. Then I'll go to bed first. She was really a little tired after all the excitement tonight. But after taking a shower, Guan Yu lay on the bed, but she just couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning for half an hour, she got up and found the sedative pills that Jin Shaochuan had given her, and she took them with water. Before falling asleep, she thought about it again and again, and sent a WeChat message to Guan Yang. Brother, please take some time off tomorrow morning. Let's find somewhere to sit down and talk. If we don't talk about things, they'll just become a dead end, with no chance of reconciliation. Even if I'm disappointed in my brother, he's the only family I have in this world. Chapter 56 Taking out her anger on her younger sister. Guan Yu waited for more than 2 hours at the milk tea shop before she saw her brother rush over. I'm sorry, I'm late. Have you been waiting long? Guan Yang was sweating from the heat and apologized to her sister before she even sat down. Guan Yu's heart softened halfway. I just got here too. Brother, drink something and take a break. She pushed the milk tea she had ordered in advance in front of her brother and went to the front desk to ask for a tissue to wipe his sweat. When Guan Yang's breathing returned to normal, she half-jokingly said, I thought your wife had looked at your phone again and stopped you from coming out. Guan Yang looked embarrassed. When he received his sister's WeChat message in the middle of the night last night, he was washing his son's clothes. Su Lingyu had already fallen asleep with her son in her bedroom. That was how he avoided detection. It was the boss who kept a close eye on things, and only gave him the day off after he finished his work. He tried to explain. I'm just teasing you. I'm so happy that you could come. As long as you are willing to come, it means that your brother still cares about you at least. Xiaoyu looked at her sister's smiling face. Guan Yang felt a little ashamed. I've wronged you. Guan Yu's smile slowly faded as she stiffened. If nothing unexpected happened, her brother would have to excuse Su Lingyu again. Your sister-in-law was really worried about you yesterday. You know her well, she doesn't have a bad heart. She just is a bit greedy and a bit selfish. Guan Yu interjected, what thing she did was for my good. Her tone was a blatant question and mockery. Guan Yang was at a loss for words. Brother, last night my sister-in-law caused a scene that made me famous in the community. Guan Yu deliberately scared him. In fact, with Jin Shaochuan's intervention, not a single bit of gossip had spread. Guan Yang was indeed nervous. Then, did you suffer any injustice? He would protect his wife, but that didn't mean he didn't care about his only younger sister. Your brother-in-law is a man who cares about face, and I made him lose face, so it's normal for him to make me suffer a little injustice. Guan Yu secretly pinched her thigh, and her eyes immediately turned red from the pain. It looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Don't cry, Sai, what's wrong with your brother-in-law, can't you just talk it over? Guan Yang quickly tried to comfort her. The people who live in the community are either rich or powerful, and your brother-in-law is counting on getting along with the right people and working with them in the future. Yesterday, your sister-in-law made such a scene, she's already been humiliated enough, what's there to talk about working together? Guan Yu thought about last night's scene and really felt a sense of injustice well up inside her. Now the tears flowed even more joyfully. No matter what Guan Yang said, it was useless. Why don't I go talk to my brother-in-law? He asked Guan Yu with a stiff upper lip. In fact, he was secretly panicking. That brief meeting last night made him realize that Jin Shaochuan was no good. But he couldn't just stand by and watch his sister being wronged. Forget it, brother. He's got a short temper, don't get involved. Guan Yu sniffed and sniffled for a long time before she managed to stop crying. Seeing her haggard and sad face, Guan Yang did feel very distressed. He couldn't beat his brother-in-law up to vent his anger for his little sister. His anger naturally shifted to Su Lingyu. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I promise you this time, your sister-in-law won't bother you again in the future. Guan Yang was determined to keep his wife in check and not cause his sister any more trouble. Thank you, brother. We're family, we don't need to speak in double negatives. Guan Yang stroked her hair, saying that as long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything. Guan Yu lowered her eyes, concealing all the emotions in her eyes. Her brother did care about her and was willing to sacrifice for her. But when her feelings conflicted with her sister-in-law's interests, her brother would become weak again. She hoped that this time, crying her heart out, would make her brother hold out for a few more days. After seeing Guan Yang off, Guan Yu also prepared to go back to work at the company. Before she could get into the car, she received a WeChat message from Jin Dongshu. Guan Yu, your sister-in-law is causing trouble at the company, so don't show your face. Guan Yu was shocked. How did Su Lingyu know that she worked at Pengcheng? She was about to call Jin Dongshu to ask about the situation when Fan Ziki sent a series of messages. Guan Yu, where are you? Hurry back, your sister-in-law is here. Forget it, don't come back. Your sister-in-law is clearly up to no good. No way. You still have to come back. Jin Dongshu is about to fight with her. Either way, Guan Yu's blood pressure shot up. Without thinking, she messaged Jin Dongshu first. I'll be right back to the office. Don't get involved. I'll solve it when I get back. Then she called Guan Yang, brother, my sister-in-law went to my new company to cause trouble and almost got into a fight with a colleague. What? Wait for me, I'll go with you. Guan Yang left the office in a hurry, without even sitting down at his desk. Guan Yu was waiting for him at the entrance to his company. As soon as they got in the car, he apologized. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Brother, you're not the one who should apologize. Guan Yu said tiredly, if my sister-in-law keeps this up, I'll lose my job too. Trust me, I'll keep her under control and never cause you any more trouble. Guan Yang looked at his haggard sister and felt even more guilty. I hope so, Guan Yu muttered. Fortunately, it was already past rush hour, and the road back to the company was very smooth. In just 20 minutes, the two of them arrived at the door of Pengcheng. Even before they entered, they could hear a shrill female voice. What good can you be if you hang out with that little slut? I spit. Adulterers and adulteresses. It must be Jin Dongshu they were cursing. Dongshu, don't get worked up. Quick, pull him away and let him go to another room to calm down. Sister, you should watch your mouth. Inside, there were sounds of people pulling apart and voices persuading Su Lingyu. God damn it, the whole company is picking on me. This is going to get someone killed. After a while of commotion, Su Lingyu's cries of anguish drowned out everything else. Guan Yu could no longer hold back, and pushed open the door and walked in. Guan Yu, why have you come back? Fan Ziki held her back. Your sister-in-law is not calm now, you'd better not go over there. It's fine, if I don't show up, she won't stop today. Guan Yu insisted on going forward. Seeing her, Su Lingyu's cries stopped abruptly, and she turned to scold, you little brat, you're not working honestly, where have you been fooling around? Do you know how worried I was? If she hadn't witnessed her actions with her own eyes, the others would probably really think she was just worried about her sister-in-law's safety. But at this point, her pretense of concern was just sickening. What are you worried about? Afraid that if I run away, you'll never be able to get money out of me again? Guan Yu's tone was as cold as ice, without the slightest hint of warmth. It was full of sarcasm instead. Chapter 57. If you had come a few seconds later, it would have already healed. What are you talking about? Su Lingyu didn't look ashamed at all. If she wasn't fooling around, then who was the guy who was just standing up for you? He's just my colleague. Guan Yu didn't want to say more to her, but she couldn't let her slander Jin Dongshu. Colleague? Who would believe that? Pa! You couple of dogs. She looked at Guan Yu disdainfully. She's obviously married, but she's still having an affair with a male colleague at work. Shut up! Guan Yang snapped. Su Lingyu then saw her husband following Guan Yu. She was a little surprised. Why are you here? Don't you have to go to work at this hour? Go to work? After you've humiliated me like this, why would I go to work? He strode in, took his wife's hand and pulled her out of the office. You're coming home with me. After being surprised, Su Lingyu did not obey obediently at all, but pushed her husband away with her back hand. Did she call you and ask you to come? She pointed at Guan Yu and asked, do you feel bad because my brother and I don't quarrel? Guan Yu turned her head aside and didn't even look at her. If you didn't come looking for trouble, could Xiao Ye call me? In the end, Guan Yang couldn't stand it anymore. The man's natural physical advantage came into play, and he grabbed his wife's wrist and dragged her out. He left in a hurry and was in no mood to say goodbye to his sister. Guan Yu turned to her colleagues and apologized, sorry, my family matters have affected everyone's work and caused trouble. It's fine, who doesn't have a difficult relative? Guan Yu, don't think too much about it, if you really can't handle it, just call the police. Everyone comforted her. We're all fine, but Dongshu seems to have been hit a couple of times by your sister-in-law. A colleague briefly described the scene when she didn't show up. It turned out that the first person Su Lingyu met at the company was Jin Dongshu. At first, when she heard that she was Guan Yu's sister-in-law, Jin Dongshu was very enthusiastic and even accompanied her to chat in the reception room. But then, for some reason, the conversation broke down and the two got into an argument. Your sister-in-law pointed at Dongshu's nose and said that he was your colleague. Su Lingyu's expletives were hidden, and Dongshu became anxious and said a few unpleasant things. Guan Yu knew what was going on, and she knew that Su Lingyu would never say anything nice about her. She was used to hearing the same old clichés over and over again. But Jin Dongshu was a rich kid, and he definitely couldn't stand being wronged like that. Thank you all for your help. I'll go check on Dongshu now. After thanking everyone again, she turned to go find Jin Dongshu. In the manager's office, Chen Shui was applying iodine to Jin Dongshu's face. When will you change your impulsive nature? Chen Shui sighed as he looked at the long, bloody mark on his face. I couldn't just stand there and let that woman talk nonsense, could I? Jin Dongshu hissed, Brother Chen, you're not hurting me enough. So you know pain now? Why didn't you do something earlier? Chen Shui scolded him impatiently. It's someone else's family matter, what's your business getting involved? Even if she is Guan Yu's own mother, you can't slander people like that. Jin Dongshu was not convinced. This is chivalry. You'd better think about how to explain it to President Jin. You have a bruise on your face, and you might even have to eat your words. Jin Dongshu was about to speak when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. President Chen, is Dongshu here with you? It's Guan Yu. He's here, you can come in. Chen Shui put down the cotton swab in his hand and turned his head to reply. Jin Dongshu immediately put away his grinning expression and sat upright. What a character! Chen Shui snorted under his breath, but he didn't care. As soon as Guan Yu entered the door, she saw the wound on Jin Dongshu's face. She first greeted Chen Shui, and then apologized to Jin Dongshu, it's all my sister-in-law's fault. Shall I take you to the hospital to have a look? The wound looked particularly hideous against the backdrop of the iodine. The originally handsome face of Jin Dongshu had a few more ruffian-like features because of the wound. No need, this is just a small wound, if you had arrived a few seconds later, it would have already healed. Jin Dongshu was in the mood to joke. But Guan Yu was uneasy, staring at the wound for a long time, and she was relieved only after she was sure that there was no bleeding. If it starts to hurt again, you must tell me and I'll take you to the hospital, she said with a worried heart. In her heart, she lamented her bad luck. Last night, Su Lingyu threw a tantrum at the entrance of the residential area and was caught red-handed by Jin Shaochuan. Today, she came to the company to cause trouble again and turned her head and scratched Jin Shaochuan's lover. Dongshu, since you're fine, go out first, I'll talk to Guan Yu. Chen Shui spoke, and Jin Dongshu reluctantly moved out. Guan Yu, come and sit. Then we'll talk about Su Lingyu and Guan Yang. The two of them tugged all the way to the parking lot. Let go of me. Let go. Su Lingyu struggled several times and finally got rid of her husband's shackles. She rubbed her reddened wrists and snorted coldly, Guan Yang, you've grown some ability, daring to fight with me. Lingyu, stop it, will you? Seeing the bruises on his wife's wrists, Guan Yang felt a little distressed. But the sight of his younger sister's tear-stained face was still before his eyes. He had to grit his teeth and continue, Xiaoya sends us money every month on time, and together with my salary, it's enough for our expenses. What do you know? Su Lingyu spat at him. Didn't I tell you yesterday that her husband's car is a luxury car worth millions? Not to mention that he has his own personal bodyguard. So what? Guan Yang couldn't understand his wife's thinking. Even if her sister's husband was rich, what did it have to do with their family? Being able to live a good life was more important than anything else. Even if Xiaoya married a rich man, could she live an easy life? Even if her husband gave her the cold shoulder, her younger sister could only endure the injustice and dare not mention it. Being rich isn't easy? How can those without money survive? Su Lingyu spoke bluntly. Since he married Xiaoye, he is part of our family. It is only right that he supports his brother and sister-in-law, she said with justification. What support? I don't need it. Guan Yang felt that his wife was insulting him. You're useless, so what's wrong with your sister helping out a bit? Su Lingyu shrugged, not caring what her husband thought. Guan Yang's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists. I'm going to ask you one last time, are you leaving or not? If you're leaving, go ahead, I'm not. Su Lingyu stuck out her neck. I've got to ask Guan Yu, does she have a conscience or not? Is she going to come back to this family or not? Fine, fine, I'll go. I'll go. I hope next time I don't have to go to the police station to get you home. Annoyed by her stubbornness, Guan Yang said harshly and turned around to leave. Don't worry about it. Su Lingyu snorted and was about to turn around and go back to find Guan Yu, but she was stopped in her tracks. Interested in chatting? About Guan Yu. Chapter 58. Her face was full of eagerness. Who are you? Su Lingyu looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared warily. You don't need to know who I am, just know that I hate Guan Yu as much as you do, that's enough. The woman walked slowly up to her. What do you say, let's talk. Another invitation. 5 minutes later, the two of them walked into a nearby cafe together. This young lady. Su Lingyu spoke first, but was interrupted by the woman across from her. My surname is Shen, you can call me Miss Shen. Yes, this woman is none other than Shen Yushua, who had just been released from her house arrest. After learning that Guan Yu had joined Pengcheng, she wanted to go and personally thank the boss of Pengcheng. Unexpectedly, she had an unexpected gain. So what is the problem between Miss Shen and Guan Yu? Su Lingyu asked tentatively. Although she was arrogant, she was not a fool. It was natural to cooperate to seek mutual benefits. But no one needs to think of her as a pawn. This is my personal business, and it has nothing to do with you. Shen Yushua gave her no face at all, and said directly, you only need to know that we both hate Guan Yu. Since it's a partnership, what benefits can I get? Su Lingyu didn't care about the grudges between her and Guan Yu. She just wanted money. Guan Yu has no one to rely on, so won't you, as her sister-in-law, take control? Shen Yushua saw through her thoughts and hit the nail on the head. Even in a second marriage, with her small appearance, she can get a lot of bride money, right? Su Lingyu was tempted. In addition, I will give you another 100,000 yuan after the job is done. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Shen Yushua simply administered a strong medicine. 100,000 yuan. Su Lingyu didn't even think about it and agreed at once, okay, we can cooperate. But the girl is very clever now, and there's no way to get started. Especially her husband, who I don't know what kind of drugs he's been fed, but he dares to rebel against me. Without his cooperation, it will be even more troublesome to fix Guan Yu. This is not something you should worry about. I will contact you when I need you to do something. After agreeing on the cooperation, Shen Yushua wrote down Su Lingyu's phone number and left. In the manager's office of Pengcheng, Chen Shui and Guan Yu sat facing each other. Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry, it's my personal matter that has affected the company's image. Guan Yu spoke first to apologize. Chen Shui also felt a little depressed. The boss's intended lover was scolded on his own turf, and she was almost in tears with grievances. The boss's younger brother was almost disfigured by someone scratching him on his own turf. What sins have I committed? He lamented inwardly, but put on a look of indifference. He waved his hand and didn't care. Pengcheng's image is enhanced by business ability. As long as you are strong, those idle words and gossip will naturally disappear. Guan Yu was moved. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I will work hard. Well, don't let people who don't care affect your mood. Chen Shui took a document from the side and handed it to her. Take a look, can you take on this task? He was not good at giving psychological counseling to his employees, and was more suited to being a skinflint. Guan Yu quickly switched to work mode and focused on reading the document. President Chen, I want to give it a try. After reading it, she was full of eagerness. Chen Shui gestured for her to talk about her ideas. This bidding model is a blind bid, which is rarely used, and is relatively fair. Many large companies are also participating. If we participate in the bidding and win the contract, it will greatly increase Pengcheng's popularity. Guan Yu's excitement grew, and she couldn't wait to go out and work on a plan. Then you take the lead on this project, and find a few people to work together to win it. Chen Shui really appreciated her hard-working attitude, and so he didn't hesitate to delegate the task to her. I will definitely not let down General Manager Chen's trust. Guan Yu went out excitedly to get to work. As for Su Lingyu, she had long been forgotten. Chen Shui was also very satisfied with his approach. I told you, making money can make you forget all your troubles. With her spirits lifted, Guan Yu thought that General Manager Jin wouldn't be too harsh when scolding her. At that moment, Jin Shaochuan was indeed in a good mood. The latest Tianu advertisement had been a success, and had generated huge profits. And this advertisement was precisely the one that Guan Yu had planned before. Congratulations, designer Guan. He sent a WeChat message to Guan Yu. Although the exact amount of profit generated is a commercial secret and cannot be disclosed, the simple playback and purchase data can still be told to her. Congratulations. Thanks to your guidance, half of the merit goes to you. Guan Yu was also very happy and sent him a happy emoticon. Jin Shaochuan's lips curled slightly. The secretary who came in to deliver the documents saw this scene and was a little dazed. What's going on today? Is there something wrong? Jin Shaochuan's cold voice rang out. The secretary came back to her senses and looked again at the face of her boss, who was frowning. Very well, the sun still rises in the east and sets in the west, nothing has gone wrong. At the same time, he handed over the documents in his hand. These need your signature after you have read them. Just leave them here. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Shaochuan called out to the secretary, who was about to leave. I remember you seem to have a girlfriend? The secretary nodded, not sure why her boss was suddenly concerned about her personal affairs. What kind of gifts do girls like? Jin Shaochuan asked somewhat unnaturally. In the past, his assistant had been in charge of gifts for female partners, and he had never cared about such things. And no one had ever needed him to bother with such things. The secretary was very calm: jewelry, clothes, cosmetics. He named a long list of categories without blinking. To put it simply, gifts can be given for all kinds of things, including clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Jin Shaochuan rubbed his forehead in a headache and interrupted him. What is the safest gift to give? Send flowers. The secretary answered without hesitation. No girl doesn't like flowers. He spoke with conviction, and Jin Shaochuan was doubtful. But he still instructed the secretary to order a bouquet of flowers from a florist and have them delivered to the company before work. It should be low-key and not too showy. Jin Shaochuan recalled Guan Yu's past outfits and guessed her preferences. Something subtle and restrained. The secretary quickly wrote down his requirements and went out to make the arrangements. That evening, Jin Shaochuan went home with a large bouquet of cappuccino roses. What is this? Guan Yu was cooking in the kitchen when she turned around and saw a large bouquet of roses in front of her. She was surprised, and her heart secretly raced. The planning department arranged it to celebrate the success of the advertisement you planned. Jin Shaochuan looked away to hide his inner unease. He didn't know that the flowers his secretary had ordered for him were roses until after work. He wanted to change them, but it was too late. Jin Shaochuan could only grit his teeth and bring home a big bunch of roses. Chapter 59: The First Time in History. Guan Yu's eyes lit up, her eyebrows full of surprise. She took 2 steps forward to take the flowers, buried her head in them and sniffed gently. They're really beautiful, she exclaimed. Apart from the rose that Jin Dongxiu had sent as a joke when they first met, this was the first time Guan Yu had received flowers. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and the roses were so beautiful they were almost dripping with dew. For a moment, it was hard to tell who had really won Jin Shaochuan's heart. After a while, he cleared his throat and found his voice. You like roses very much? The last time my cousin gave her roses, she seemed to be just as happy. It's not that I like roses, it's the sentiment behind the bouquet. Guan Yu gave him a bright smile. The sentiment behind it? Jin Shaochuan thought about the meaning of the cappuccino rose he had looked up, and he felt a wave of heat rush to his cheeks. Without looking in the mirror, he knew he was blushing. What's wrong with you? Why are you so red? Guan Yu looked at him strangely. You're not allergic to pollen, are you? She subconsciously moved the flowers to the side. Well, I'm not allergic, it's probably the heat. For the first time in his life, Jin Shaochuan knew what it felt like to be shy. But he could still talk nonsense without blushing. Heat? Guan Yu didn't doubt it, but instead urged him, then go sit in the living room, dinner will be ready soon. She then handed the flowers in her arms to Jin Shaochuan. Please put these in the living room for me. I'll trim them after dinner. Seeing how much she loved the flowers, Jin Shaochuan felt full of regret. If he had known, he would have simply confessed that he had given her the flowers. He had saved the trouble for the planning department. President Ken, who had done someone a favor for nothing, returned to the living room in a sulky mood. After dinner, Guan Yu carefully trimmed the flower branches and inserted them into the bottle under the lamp, occasionally asking Ken Shaochuan for his opinion. I think a few small ones can be inserted on the left to add a little embellishment. After commenting, Ken Shaochuan looked at the quiet but joyful beauty under the lamp, and he felt again that it was worth it. At the same time, he secretly vowed that he would never do anything that was not from the heart again. Guan Yu had no idea about his complicated psychological changes. It wasn't until she was about to go to bed that she suddenly thought, how did the planning department know that Mr. Jin was living with me? She racked her brains for an answer, and her thoughts, like a floodgate opening, washed away all her sleepiness. But she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. The next day, Guan Yu appeared in the kitchen with dark circles under her eyes. Did you stay up late last night? Jin Shaochuan was used to her workaholic nature. No, I just didn't sleep well. While eating, Guan Yu quietly surveyed the man sitting across from her. Should she ask, or not? If you don't eat, you'll be late for work. Jin Shaochuan caught her distracted glance in the corner of his eye and reminded her helplessly. Guan Yu snapped out of her daze and dared not delay any longer. She quickly finished her meal, grabbed her backpack, and left. Before she left, she told Jin Shaochuan, leave the dishes on the table, I'll clean them up when I get back from work. Peng Cheng has always advocated a liberal work model, and for the first time ever, he specially called a morning meeting for all employees. Chen Shui briefly explained the project he was going to give to Guan Yu. This project is related to whether Peng Cheng can once again enhance its reputation in the industry, and its importance is self-evident. His gaze swept over everyone's faces, and everyone felt a little more pressure. Yesterday's Tianu advertisement was successfully released, I think everyone saw it, right? Chen Shui suddenly brought up an unrelated topic. The advertising plan for this advertisement was designed by Guan Yu. Once the words were out, everyone's attention fell on Guan Yu. Fanziki couldn't contain her excitement and leaned over to whisper next to her, you took the Tianyu case, and you still say you're not the boss. It was an accident. Guan Yu whispered back to her. If not for Jin Shaochuan's guidance, she would have had a hard time taking the case on her own. No matter what, I'm going to cling to the big guy's leg from now on. Chen Shui cleared his throat, and everyone's attention returned to him. Therefore, I have decided to assign the Wanding case to Guan Yu. He looked directly at Guan Yu. Guan Yu, can you do it? Yesterday, Chen Shui decided to give her the case. He brought it up again at this time to make it official and to recruit people for her. I can't guarantee 100% success, but I will do my best. Guan Yu's gaze was firm, without the slightest hesitation, and she simply agreed. Good. Chen Shui looked at her with increasing appreciation. He named a few people. Guan Yu would take the lead, the others would cooperate, and a special team would be formed to work together to complete the Wanding case. Does anyone else have any questions? Jin Dongshu raised his hand. Chen Shui's eyebrows twitched, and he ignored him directly. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone left, except Jin Dongshu, who followed him into the office. What's your problem? Chen Shui asked him helplessly. Why wasn't I on Guan Yu's team? Jin Dongshu was unconvinced. I know Wanding well, and I can be of a lot of help. You're not familiar with Wanding, you're familiar with the young master of Wanding, right? They're both ancestors who are good at eating, drinking, playing and racing cars. Chen Shui patiently explained, General Manager Jin intentionally wants you to return to Tianyu recently. This case will not have a short timeline, so it's not suitable for you. In case the case doesn't end, but the members leave. Isn't that just causing trouble for Guan Yu? Who said I want to go back to Tianyu? This is the last thing Dongshu wants to hear, so impatiently he urges, hurry up and put me on Guan Yu's team list. You don't want people to think that her achievements are due to your friendship with the young master of Wanding, do you? Chen Shui is well aware of the importance of striking at the root of the problem. With just a few words, he silences Dongshu. After some negotiation, Jin Dongshu took the initiative to step back and became an extra member of the Guan Yu team. As he watched him go out contentedly, Chen Shui took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows. After a moment's hesitation, he still called Jin Shaochuan and briefly explained the case. You call the shots in Peng Cheng's management. Since he had let Chen Shui go, Jin Shaochuan had no intention of interfering again. However, the main purpose of Chen Shui's phone call was not to report on his work. I tried to persuade Dongshu, but since you know his personality, I could only agree to let him assist. After saying this, he waited with some trepidation for his boss's reaction. Jin Shaochuan was silent for a moment, and then quickly said, since he is willing to do it, let him do it. There is no rush to get back Tianyu, so slowly infiltrate him. Okay. Chapter 60 I can support you. Wanding is an old company in City A that has stood the test of time and remains unshaken despite the ups and downs of the business world, a testament to its strength. Therefore, when the news of the blind bidding was released, advertising agencies of all sizes in City A were eager to try their luck. Peng Cheng was not outstanding among them. If it wanted to stand out, it could only spend more time on innovation. Collecting various data and performing data analysis alone was a huge workload. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, so don't work today and go home early to rest. In order to complete the preliminary preparations as soon as possible, Guan Yu and the others have been working overtime for several days in a row, and everyone has dark circles under their eyes like national treasures. Shen Shui can't bear to watch anymore and forces them to go off duty. Hooray! Long live President Shen! The few people are indeed exhausted and no longer argue, quickly packing up and leaving work. 20 minutes later. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Shui is a little surprised as he looks at Guan Yu, who is still buried in his work. He always knew that Guan Yu worked hard, but he never expected her to work this hard. I'll be leaving soon after I finish analyzing this data. Guan Yu didn't even notice who was talking to her, so absorbed was she in her work. Chen Shui saw that she wasn't paying attention to him, so he turned around and left quietly. It wasn't until the street lamps along the road started to light up that Guan Yu was relieved from her busy work. Finally, it's done. She stretched. Looking around, she noticed that her colleagues had already left for the day and she was the only one left in the huge company. Guan Yu glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the computer and panicked. Oh no, I promised to go home for dinner today. As she ran to the parking lot with her bag, she sent a WeChat message to Jin Shaochuan. Sorry, I forgot to check the time because I was working overtime. I'll go home and cook right away. Jin Shaochuan didn't reply for a long time. Fortunately, the journey home went smoothly today, and Guan Yu got to Tiandi Road on all green lights. Opening the door, she was surprised to find 2 dishes and a soup on the table, which had been prepared a long time ago. They were all served in small dishes, each with only 1 serving. Mr. Jin? Guan Yu called out, but there was no response. The light was on in the study, and there was a faint sound of talking. She didn't dare to interrupt, and was about to leave on tiptoe when her phone vibrated. It was a message from Jin Shaochuan. The food is on the table, eat it yourself, I'm in a meeting. Obviously, the food on the table was for Guan Yu. And it was all her favorite flavors. Guan Yu was taken aback, and a trace of secret joy quietly crept up to the tip of her heart. It tickled, like a cloud floating by. When Jin Shaochuan came out after the meeting, he saw Guan Yu huddled on the sofa, fiddling with her phone. She was so engrossed that she didn't even hear him approach. Is she really that engrossed in her phone? He walked straight over to the other end of the sofa and sat down. Guan Yu then noticed him. I'm looking at some past advertisements made by some big advertising agencies, so I can understand their strengths and weaknesses. She explained, then thought about the dinner earlier. Oh, by the way, thank you for preparing dinner, I really liked it. The girl gave a sweet smile to Jin Shaochuan, and his heart skipped a beat. It's nothing, it was the least I could do. Jin Shaochuan coughed to cover his embarrassment. To ease the atmosphere, he took the lead in changing the subject. I heard that this case is very popular in the industry. Yes, all the advertising companies in City A, big and small, want a piece of the action. The blind bidding process alone is very attractive. If you win the bid, you will not only get a tangible benefit, but also become famous in the industry. Tianu has cooperated with Wanding quite a bit, and I know their company quite well. Jin Shaochuan suggested, why don't you tell me the general idea, and I'll help you refine it. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment, but still refused. Tianu, you already helped me that time, and you also gave me guidance when I joined Pengcheng. This time I want to try on my own. She knew that Jin Shaochuan meant well, and that his knowledge was definitely not just superficial. With his help, she could accomplish twice the result with half the effort. But if I always rely on you, I'm afraid I'll become more and more lazy and stupid. Guan Yu looked at Jin Shaochuan with pleading eyes, hoping that he would understand. What's there to be afraid of being lazy? I'll support you. This sentence only circulated in Jin Shaochuan's head before he suppressed it. The girl in front of him should be an eagle soaring in the sky. She definitely should not become a canary caged by a rich man. Fine, then I'll wait for your victory toast. He believed that Guan Yu definitely had the ability to stand out. After 2 weeks of non-stop work, Guan Yu led her team to produce the first version of the planning proposal. Shen Shui gave the order to give them 2 days off. In particular, Guan, confiscate your access card, these 2 days are not allowed to go to the company. If she continues to work overtime, Shen Shui is really afraid that her boss will come to kill her. Guan had no choice but to obediently hand over her access card and promise to rest at home. But it's really boring. After doing a complete house cleaning for the second time, she was sitting on the sofa with her eyes vacant. It's better than going to work, at least it's not so empty. Perhaps heaven could not bear to see her like this, and trouble soon found its way to her door. Guan called her. Since Su Lingyu's last tantrum at Pengcheng, the siblings had not contacted each other. Brother, is something wrong? Guan could only bitterly smile when he heard his sister's question. Since when had he stopped being a source of support in his sister's eyes, and become someone who only contacted her when he needed something? Nothing, I just miss you. Guan swallowed the bitterness alone and forced a smile. I haven't seen you for more than half a month, I want to have dinner with you. Great, shall I pick you up? Guan was bored and agreed without thinking. They agreed on a time and place and she drove to the appointment. But before the car had come to a stop, she had the idea to leave. Su Lingyu was also there, holding their son in her arms. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to have dinner with me? Guan pronounced the words want to have dinner with me clearly. If her brother had told her in advance that Su Lingyu would be there, she would never have kept the appointment. Guan lips moved, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Oh, it's just your little nephew who misses you and wants to come and see you. Su Lingyu, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to get into the passenger seat. The son in her arms was also exceptionally cooperative, opening his arms to Guan and shouting auntie in his mouth. Guan could be rude to Su Lingyu, but she could not face a toddler under the age of 3 coldly. Auntie will hug you, and auntie misses you too. She took the child into her arms and cuddled him for a while, listening to his tender childish voice. Guan heart softened after all, and she turned to Guan brother, get in the car, let's go eat.